Conquering America. Starting as a boxing champion, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526. Captain America starts filming and summer movie season. In the third week of the release of The Expendables 2, North American sales reached 124 million, with a relatively large drop in sales. Overseas sales reached 235 million. From this perspective, old action movies still have a lot of sales appeal overseas. The Expendables 2 achieved good results. Lionsgate, Millennium Films and Wanda Films began to prepare for The Expendables 3, an action movie with Link, Scarlett Johansson and Jason Statham as the protagonists, and Sylvester Stallone, Bruce Willis, Jean-Claude Van Damme, Jet Li and others as supporting roles. Considering that Link is going to shoot Captain America 2 this year, The Expendables 2 will be shot next or next. Captain America 2, The Winter Soldier started the project in October last year and officially started shooting on April 1st this year. The movie revenged the plot of Captain America 1 and the Avengers. The film is about Captain America, who is wanted and hunted by former director Alexander Pierce for the suspected murder of Nick Fury, director of SYNOPSIS, and is helped by Black Widow and Falcon Sam Wilson during his escape, and he meets his former friend Barnes. Like Captain America, Barnes did not die after falling into ice water during the war. The Soviets thawed him, installed an electronic arm for him, and trained him to become a killer loyal to the Soviet Union, known as the Winter Soldier. Since Barnes lost his memory after waking up and did not recognize Captain America, the two sides had several conflicts after the encounter. At the last moment, Captain America rescued the Winter Soldier, solved the secrets of the SHIELD, and prevented the implementation of the Insight Plan. The plot design of the film is more in-depth than the first one, and Captain America has more characters. There are many large scenes in the film, and there are more highlights than the first one. The directors of Captain America 2 are brothers Anthony and Joe Russo, and their representative work is Community. The main actors are Link, Sebastian Stan who eats the Winter Soldier, Scarlett Johansson who eats the Black Widow, Anthony Mackie who eats the Falcon, Samuel Jackson who eats Snake, the director of SHIELD, and Robert Redford who eats the villain Alexander Pierce. The filming locations are mainly in Los Angeles, California, Washington, Cleveland, Ohio and other places. Because Captain America had a lot of training shots during the filming, Link also put the training ground in the crew's training venue. Every day in the crew, in addition to filming, he trained. Occasionally, Scarlett Johansson also secretly went to his room for a date. Kerry Johansson is the kind of woman who is very green and likes to play. Every time she takes the initiative to come to Link. But because Link is now stronger and stronger, it is rough for her when exercising, and she doesn't condone her body. The appendix always ends with Scarlett Johansson unable to support it. Scarlett always blames him for being too heavy, but after a few days, she will sneak up on him and let him do whatever he wants. Link often exercises, and his nutrition and energy are relatively surplus. When he was at home before, he had Ivica, Taylor, Jennifer Lawrence, and Dario, so he had company every week and didn't need to hold back. When he was filming on the set, he often didn't see Ivica and the others, and as a big star, it was not convenient for him to go out and find female companions. Scarlett's willingness to sacrifice herself just solved his urgent need. There was also Hayley Atwell from Agent Carter, who had very few scenes in this play, only 3 scenes, and shyly expressed her affection for him when she left. After recording, Link accepted the other party's kindness and practiced in the training room for an extra session. Hayley Atwell is 30 years old this year, a British beauty with a good figure and a broad mind, not much worse than Ivica and Dario. She is better at exercising than Scarlett. This used to be where I received training. On the set of Captain America 2, Link looked at the military camp with a shield in his hand. Has it changed a lot? Scarlett Johansson asked with a signal receiver in her hand. This is a blind spot. Scarlett Johansson stopped and said, there are no infrared signals, no radio waves, not even radio. No matter who wrote the file, it needs to be transmitted using a router. Link sized up the strength, his eyes fixed on a building. What is this? Scarlet size. The military, within the prescribed range of 500 yards from the barracks, it is prohibited to privately store munitions. There is something wrong with the location of this building. Link strode in that direction towards the triangular roofed concrete building. TSK. This road is over. Link spent more than 20 days shooting with the crew of Captain America 2, completing the outdoor scenes. The rest was shot in the studio. The special effects part needed to be produced, and it would take about 6 or 7 days to continue shooting. After more than a month, Link returned to Los Angeles to rest, trained his children every day, occasionally went to the company, practiced piano and wrote new songs under Taylor's urging, and participated in 3 flight exercise courses, and 1 high-altitude skydiving. In late April, Hollywood entered the summer season. In April, Lionsgate released 2 movies, Identity Thief and Red 2. In the summer season, there are 6 movies including The Cop, Now You See Me, The Marriage Counselor, Rust and Bone, and World War Z, in which he participated in the production. Of the 2 movies released in April, the revenue of Identity Thief exceeded expectations. The movie starred Jason Bateman, Bridesmaid supporting actress Melissa McCarthy, John Cho and others, is a comedy film. It tells the story of a customer agent who accidentally found himself getting poorer and poorer, with a serious loss of savings. After some tracking, he found that his identity was stolen by a fat woman, and all the hard-earned money was used up by an unscrupulous fat woman who looked like a hobbit. In order to recover the loss, the male protagonist began a tracking journey. The film cost only $35 million to produce. After 22 days of release, the North American market share exceeded 100 million. After more than a month of release, the North American market share reached 134 million yuan. Due to geographical reasons, the overseas distribution performance was average, and the sales in overseas regions for more than a month were only 38.48 million. The total sales reached 170 million. Although it is not a sales dark horse, it is also a good movie. It is also the second movie released by Lionsgate this year that has exceeded 100 million in North American sales. Before the summer vacation, Lionsgate has 2 movies that have exceeded 100 million at the box office, which makes many rivals who are pessimistic about Lionsgate depressed. It also led to an increase in the number of movies criticizing Lionsgate in the media. Many professional film critics claim that, although Lionsgate is already one of the big 7 in Hollywood, it still follows the route of a small independent production company, and the movies it launches are mainly shooting low-cost movies, some low-quality horror movies and comedy movies, and it is impossible to have risky investment blockbusters and exploratory art movies. Sean O'Connell, a famous film critic, published an article in Complete Movies magazine saying that Lionsgate's current production model is slightly conservative and a bit petty. He believes that Lionsgate should align itself with the development of the big 6 film studios and make more blockbuster films in order to maintain a high-speed development rhythm and become a real Hollywood film company. In addition, the news that Lionsgate refused to fund the filming of Ender's Game, which led to the film's qualification, was also leaked to the media. It is believed that Lionsgate and Summit Entertainment had big problems when merging, and there are rumors that Lionsgate may sell Summit Entertainment. For these fabricated news, Ivica and Lionsgate took a cold approach, not explaining much, just shooting the established film projects according to the original plan, and everything was spoken by the occupancy data. The second film Red 2 will be released in the middle of the month. The film was jointly produced by Summit Entertainment, DC Entertainment and other companies. It was completed last year and the production cost was $84 million. Starring Bruce Willis, John Malkovich, Helen Mirren and others. It is also an action movie. The young people who starred in the film are more than 400 years old. The sales performance is also relatively average. It is expected that the sales performance in North America this year will only reach 400 trillion yuan. The overseas sales performance is slightly better, but also limited, about 72.32 million. The global sales revenue of the film is expected to be around 150 million, which is roughly break even. Seeing that the sales performance of Red 2 did not continue to explode, the sellers were relieved. If Lionsgate continues to sell well and continues to eliminate North American film sales, the senior executives of the 6 major film companies will be in the future, because in January, Kevin Tsujihara, the elite of Time Warner Group, became the new CEO of Warner Pictures, which led to the direct resignation of Jeff Robinoff, the former president of Warner Pictures. It is said that the reason is that Time Warner Group was dissatisfied with the fact that Warner Pictures was defeated by Lionsgate in terms of performance last year, so it made the decision to change the coach. Robinoff's departure also made the executives of several other major film companies anxious. On the one hand, they strengthened their own film production and released a strive for better box office results. On the other hand, they wanted to suppress the performance of Lionsgate's films and pray that Lionsgate's box office would not be too high. If Lionsgate can still enter the top 3 in terms of revenue contribution this year, the executives of Universal, Paramount, 20th Century Fox and other film companies will probably face the risk of being fired. The Hollywood Reporter said that the rise of Lionsgate directly led to intensified competition in the film industry, which invisibly added a lot of pressure and anxiety to the executives of the 6 major film companies who were not aware of their superiority, forcing them to invest more energy and funds to shoot better movies, to get back the cake that belongs to the 6 major film companies. The newspaper called Lionsgate the Hollywood catfish. Steven, how is Summit Entertainment going to solve the problem of insufficient funds? Link asked while flipping through the newspaper in the Lionsgate office. Red 2 is a movie invested by Summit Entertainment. If the box office performance of the movie is good, President Robert Friedman will apply to Lionsgate for funding to shoot Ender's Game again, and Link and Eva Cab will not refuse. However, the revenue performance of Red 2 is not ideal, and Summit Entertainment should reconsider the shooting plan of Ender's Game. Boss, Robert and I have discussed that Ender's Game is the first one, and the cost needs to be controlled. If the first one sells well, the cost of the second one will be more than 100 million, which is more appropriate. After considering it, Robert accepted my opinion and prepared to reshoot the plan to control the cost to about 80 million, said Stephen Biggs, executive president of Lionsgate. Link nodded, thought for a moment and said, at present, Lionsgate and Summit Entertainment overlap in many projects. It's okay to use Summit Entertainment's projects as derivatives to Lionsgate, or Lionsgate's ancestor Summit can also use Summit to shoot. I don't think this is a good idea. We should follow Sony, Columbia and Warner Pictures, with large production departments producing blockbusters and commercial films, and launching independent film labels to produce low-cost genre films. Lionsgate and Summit Entertainment can also be arranged in this way. In the future, Lionsgate will be responsible for large-scale productions and horror movies, successful series of movies, and Summit Entertainment will be responsible for producing low-cost genre films, just like Palm Beach Pictures. The 3 companies will be led by Lionsgate and the others will be auxiliary. Only when the 3 work closely together can the company develop better. Senior, we are not aware of this and have considered it, but Summit Entertainment has just joined Lionsgate, and the merger of the 2 parties will take some time. However, since you mentioned this, I will bring it up at the next work meeting and strive to speed up the development of the company. Link nodded slightly. He was just making suggestions on this matter. The specific implementation needs to be completed by Steven and others. It is definitely harder to do than to say, and he will not urge too much. In addition, boss, I heard that the chairman of the jury of this year's NASDAQ Film Festival is Mr. Spielberg, and the jury members include director Ang Lee, Christoph Waltz, Ms. Jennifer Lawrence and 7 others. We need to contact them in advance. Jennifer is a member of the jury. Link raised his eyebrows. The NASDAQ Film Festival is coming soon, and Rustin Bone is also participating in the film festival. Link won an award for this movie, but he didn't expect Jennifer Lawrence to be a member of the jury. It is said that he really got the NASDAQ Best Actor. Maybe some people say there is a shady deal. Yes, the list of jury members just announced in the media. President Biggs said. Link thought about it and rejected Biggs' suggestion. He chose the judge to win the Best Actor award. It was not a good choice to rely on real ability. It would be more disadvantageous if it was exposed. And with his current worth and the aura of the crowd, it didn't matter if there was one more or one less Best Actor award. Don't worry about it. If they recognize my performance, they can give me the trophy. If they don't recognize it, it doesn't matter. I will keep working hard to make more good movies. Link said. Chapter 527, nominated for the Beijing Film Festival. After listening to him, Stephen Biggs was full of praise, saying that he was a truly talented actor. If he was willing to spend more time making movies, his achievements would not be less than those of Spencer Tracy and Marlon Brando. Link smiled and accepted the other party's flattery. Before he finished the topic, the phone on the desk rang. It was Jennifer Lawrence's call. President Biggs wanted to see the phone and took the initiative to leave the office. Jennifer asked him where he was and took the initiative to talk about the NA Film Festival. She was invited to be a judge in NA and heard that his new film Rust and Bone was also participating in the film festival. She asked him if he wanted to go through the back door. Link said no. Jennifer was the first time to be a judge of such an international film festival. When participating in the scoring, she should follow the rules and not leave others with something to say. He didn't need to get the final NA Best Actor award in this way. Jennifer said okay and asked him and Evica when they would go back. She would come later. Link looked at his watch and said he would be back soon. After reading the newspaper in the office for a while, Link got up and went home together when Evica finished her homework. On the way, they talked about summer movies. This summer, there are many blockbusters, including Iron Man 3 starring Robert Downey Jr., Disney Animation Monsters University, Oz the Great and Powerful, Star Trek, Into Darkness, Man of Steel, Fast and Furious 6, World War Z, The Hangover 3, The Lone Ranger, etc., all of which are big productions with an astonishing cost of hundreds of millions. Several movies released by Lionsgate have achieved good results in turnover in this fierce competition, and the revenue is not small. This is also the reason why Lionsgate is temporarily not as good as the 6 major film studios. The 6 major film studios have increasing capital and greater risk resistance. They have launched many popular series of movies and animation film departments with super production capabilities. And on the annual movie sales rankings, there are several animated movies with extremely high sales. At this point, Lionsgate cannot compare. Lionsgate can only shoot more hidden movies for the time being to win by quantity. Speaking of animated films, Evica asked whether to set up an animated film department and participate in the animation production. Link thought about this suggestion and felt that it was unnecessary. Now is the era of 3D animation. Setting up an animation special effects department requires a relatively large investment, and Lionsgate does not have so much money. Secondly, the current animation film market is becoming fierce and competitive. The main representative is Disney. Disney started with animated films and has great advantages in this regard. It has attracted Fox's Blue Sky Studios and DreamWorks animation department and has performed well in recent years. Lionsgate is not good at making animations. It is not a good idea to blindly enter the industry and compete with the 6 majors in the field where it is least good. Evica nodded and talked about the crew's problems. Affected by race and LGBT organizations, the crew now needs to consider more when selecting actors to prevent infringement by those ethnic groups and organizations. This will definitely affect the filming of the movie. Under the general environment, this kind of thing cannot be avoided. We can only consider more when shooting and cater to the market. Link said. The more I understand this industry, the more I find it difficult to do this. Evica supported her cheek and leaned on a higher position. She was wearing a silver grey women's business suit and a straight skirt, high heels. Her golden hair was tied up and her earlobes were adorned with platinum earrings. She smelled pleasant and she looked slender, elegant, intellectual, and noble. Don't be too anxious. Lionsgate is doing very well now. The pressure comes from the big 6. We have made some progress on the original basis, and the pressure from the big 6 is greater. If we regress a little and return to the original position, there will not be any tricky impact. This is called being able to advance and retreat freely, and it doesn't need to be too difficult. Link stepped on the scene and smiled. Also, wife, we are already billionaires now. Even if there is no Lionsgate, it will not affect our careers. So don't be too serious, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Treat the management company as a game. If you think it's fun, keep playing. You can just hire professional managers to manage it. We just need to enjoy life. Evika smiled slightly and brushed the golden hair hanging by her ear. Husband, you are only worth more than 9 billion, and you are thinking about enjoying yourself. If you are worth tens of billions, you probably don't want to work every day. This is called autumn, and you don't seek to make progress. Only more than 9 billion. After all, I'm my wife. You are so arrogant. You don't even take more than 9 billion seriously. Link joked. Don't try to change the subject. I'm saying that your mentality is wrong. Lionskit is facing the pressure of competition. What we need to do is to face the challenge and find ways to defeat all opponents and become the ultimate winner of the maintenance game, rather than relax and concentrate when encountering difficulties. This will definitely lead to loss. I don't like to lose, so we can only win. Evika sat upright and said with a serious expression, "Why are you so competitive? We are husband and wife, of course it's the same." Evika pulled his arm and smiled. "Yes, with a wife like you, it's hard for me not to make progress." Link took her soft hand and kissed it. Evika stopped him, and he concentrated on driving. The car returned to the villa halfway up the mountain. Link and Evika paid and went home. The nanny was playing with little Margarita in the nursery. The little guy saw that she was back and clapped her hands and giggled. She was very happy. Daphne told them that little Margarita just called Dad. Really? Link and Evika were excited at this time, and their hearts were surging. Little Margarita taught her to call Mom and Dad. Little Margarita blinked her big round eyes at the other person, and her short legs, which had just learned to be independent, looked at the other person with a swaying sound. After Link and Evika taught her 3 or 4 times, the little girl finally shouted Daddy and Mommy with a bubble sound like saliva. Evika was so happy that she exploded and kissed the little girl several times. They also decided to hold a party to celebrate that little Margarita learned to speak. Link would not object to this good proposal. By May, The Expendables 2 had been released for more than 2 months, with about 162 million in North America, about 286 million overseas, and 448 million worldwide, which was more than 4 times the revenue ratio, which was not bad. Identity Thief currently has $145 million in North America and 42 million overseas sales. It is expected to reach a total sales of 200 million by the end of the year. Red 2 did not perform well. After 3 weeks of release, it only acquired 50.57 million in North America and 92.5 million overseas, which was just enough to break even. In early May, Lionsgate released its 8th film of the year, The Marriage Counselor, which grossed 20.74 million in 3,112 theaters in North America in the first 3 days of its premiere, slightly lower than the previous one. But for a movie that cost less than 20 million to make and promote, this data is not bad. This week's sales champion is Iron Man 3 starring Robert Downey Jr., which earned 175.3 million in sales in its first weekend. The Avengers released last year set a record of $207 million, ranking second in the film history sales list. This movie has added a lot of Chinese element, including Chinese actors Bin Bin Fan and Wang Zufeng, and has achieved good box office in China. The first day's revenue in mainland theaters alone was nearly 20 million, including Hong Kong and Taiwan, where the box office revenue of Iron Man 3 exceeded that of several blockbuster movies released at the same time, including Oblivion starring Cruise, G.I. Joe 2 Inches starring Bruce Willis and Wayne Johnson, The Great Gatsby starring Leonardo DiCaprio, etc. The transaction volume is far lower than when the North American film market entered the summer season, and the Cannes Film Festival also announced its opening. Rust and Bone starring Link and Marion Cotillard was released in France during the Cannes Film Festival. The film was highly valued by the jury and successfully entered the main competition unit and received 5 nominations, including the Palme d'Or. In order to promote the film, Link could only take time out of his busy schedule to go to France. It happened that The Great Gatsby starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Tobey Maguire was invited by the Cannes Film Festival as the opening film, and the two also went to participate in the film festival. The 3 of them agreed to go together. You said you bought a super luxurious private jet. Why don't you take a private plane to travel? In the first class cabin, Leonardo had a wine glass. Just paid, not yet received. It's amazing. 24 years old. Just buy a private jet. No one can compare to you in this regard. Leonardo said. Yes, Link, you are only 24 years old and have achieved achievements that many people dare not imagine. Every time we get together, everyone talks about you and no one does not admire you. Tobey Maguire laughed, took out the French version of Vogue in his hand and laughed. Don't praise me, I'm more lucky and very humble. Tobey Maguire added. Wait, don't talk for now. I remember there is something I want to ask Link. Is it the form? Leonardo scratched the stubble on his chin, suddenly looked at Link and said, I remember. I want to ask you about picking up girls. Last time at the Golden Globe Awards dinner, Eva Taylor and Jennifer Lawrence were sitting next to you. They looked very harmonious and had a good relationship. How did you do it? Do you have any tricks? Link was stunned for a moment and smiled. Does this require any tricks? Don't you need it? Women are good at it. How can they sit together and chat calmly, especially Evica? She knows that you have an ambiguous relationship with Taylor and Jennifer, but you can still be calm in front of them without any conflict over this matter. This is too rare. I really want to learn it. Link, how about it? Leonardo's eyes were full of curiosity. Link shook his head and replied, it's not what you think. Evica and I are lovers, and we are good friends and confidants with Taylor. I'm also a good friend with Jennifer. There is no messy relationship between us, so there is no conflict. Haha, even a 3-year-old child would not believe what you said. Leonardo said with a pout. This is the fact. Leon, this is Link's private matter, you shouldn't ask so many questions. Tobey Maguire reminded. Leonardo shrugged. I know, I just want to exchange experience in picking up girls with Link, but it's a pity that Link is reluctant to share. Link shook his head and said, not wanting to argue with him, he took the initiative to talk to Tobey Maguire about raising children. The more they talked, the darker Leonardo's face became, and finally he pulled up his eye mask and fell asleep early. Chapter 528, Date in Paris. Link, we are going to rest in Paris for a day and fly to Naples tomorrow. How do you plan? I also have some work to do in Paris, so see you tomorrow. After flying to Paris, France, Link said goodbye to Leonardo and Tobey Maguire and went to the villa in the 6th district with gifts to visit Little Castle. He hadn't seen the little guy for several months, and Little Castle felt a little alien when he saw him. Sons are connected by heart. He played with the little guy for a while and got familiar with him again. Little Castle kept calling Dad, which made Guillaume Canet very unhappy. He often went against him during the chat, and no matter what he said, Guillaume Canet would refute him. Link said Paris was the most beautiful city, and Guillaume Canet did not doubt it. He said that Florence in Italy was the best European city, the capital of art, the birthplace of the European Renaissance, the birthplace of the Renaissance, and the most beautiful city in Europe. He also complained that he had been to too few places, didn't understand Europe at all, and didn't understand art. Link took a sip of the Lafite red wine on the table and said that the red wine produced in the Bordeaux region is the best red wine in the world. He also has a small wine shop there and plans to go and see it when he has time. Guillaume Canet opposed it internally, saying that Bordeaux culture has been praised by too many people and has become worthy of its reputation. He now appreciates Spanish culture more, such as bull's blood, Tours, Red Castle, etc., and the taste is no worse than Lafite, Latte, and Romanican tea. Link said that Marion is the sexiest and most elegant woman in the world. Guillaume Canet gritted his teeth and held back until his face turned red. He did not say anything against it, but just cut off a large piece of foie gras and stuffed it into the "you two should be good friends." Marion Cotillard shook the glass and smiled at each other. Heh, how can I be good friends with someone like him? He is lustful, vulgar and rude. He only knows how to make money. He is a very boring person. It's too tasteless for me to be good friends with him. Guillaume Canet sneered. Link shrugged and wiped the little guy's face with a towel. Guillaume, I remember you praised Link for being so great. Last week, you said Link was an incredible person. Marianne smiled gracefully with her lips curved. No, I said he was a very perverted guy. Guillaume Canet quickly retorted. Link smiled lightly and didn't intend to waste more words on this issue. Guillaume, how is the sales of blood ties? If it's good, it can be arranged to be released in North America. Blood Ties is a French/English film directed and written by Guillaume Canet last year. It tells the story of half-brothers with the same mother, who grew up living in France, lived in the United States, became a policeman, and became a prisoner who had just been released from prison. When they met again 10 years later, the elder brother decided that the younger brother would leave the gang, quit the gang, and live a normal life. Link has seen it. It is a more literary film with an interesting theme, but he is not optimistic about the directing ability of Guillaume Canet, a literary director. This film also participated in the non-competitive unit of this film festival. Why do we need to earn profits? Does a movie have to earn a lot of profits to be considered a good movie? Your idea is too cliché. In fact, many truly good movies have average sales performance, such as The 400 Blows, Under the Son of Satan, and Eternity and a Day. And many movies with high sales performance are generally of average quality, such as those Hollywood blockbusters. Canet retorted, the box office performance is too poor, there is no profit, and the film company will not lose money to release and promote. Without promotion, no one will watch the best movies. As a director, you don't want your movies to be seen by many people. Then what is the meaning of making movies? Self-admiration. Link said. It is the media that destroyed the film market. If those movies were not promoted and only relied on word of mouth to attract audiences, my film museum would be worse than the few movies released by Lionsgate. Okay, I understand. The sales of Blood Ties must not be very good, so Guillaume was stubborn. If Blood Ties sold as well as The Intouchables last year, this guy would have boasted to his face long ago. It's been released in France for a week, and the current sales volume is 646,000 euros, which is not too bad. The word of mouth is also good. Many film critics say that Guillaume has made great progress in filming. Marion Cotillard smiled. Really? It sounds good. The production cost of this film is 5 million euros, and the expected loss is 3 to 4 million euros, which is not much. The three began to talk about the investment arrangements of Paris Rose Films. Last year, the company earned 140 million euros from The Intouchables. Although Link took a part of it, the remaining tens of millions can also shoot more than 10 low-cost French films. Link did not have any good suggestions for the time being, so he just asked Guillaume Canet to discuss it with the company's producers. He remembered that several future films by the great French director Marc Besson had good box office results, such as Lucy starring Scarlett Johansson and Anna starring the long-legged Sacha Lass. If there is a chance, they can cooperate. While eating, the black maid came in to report that Ms. Monica Bellucci had arrived. Marion Cotillard got up and walked out of the restaurant. In the evening, she walked in with Monica's arm and invited her to sit down for dinner. Sat down next to him, with black silk curly hair, wearing a black skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and high heels. Although she is already a 48-year-old woman, her figure with big breasts and big buttocks is still very attractive. Monica, I just arrived today. Link greeted. Monica looked at the seats on the table. Link and Guillaume were standing, and Marion Cotillard and Little Castle were standing in the middle. The atmosphere was harmonious and contradictory. She couldn't help but raise her plump lips, but there was no inexplicable smile on them. Monica, what are you laughing at? Guillaume Canet looked at her dissatisfiedly. Monica shrugged and smiled. I'm very happy to see Link here too. Is there anything to be happy about seeing him? Guillaume Canet snorted lightly, holding the fork in his hand, and continued to eat. Monica raised her glass and said to Link, Link, welcome to France. It's not the first time he's here. He stayed in France for more than a month last year, and he came to sell albums last time. Guillaume complained. Thank you. Link ignored Guillaume's complaints and clinked glasses with Monica. Monica tasted a glass, then raised her glass with Marion Cotillard, and smiled and said that she envied Marion Cotillard's current life very much. Marion smiled and asked what she envied. Monica pointed to the three men of different sizes on the seat, and said that she envied that she could sit together and chat with her three favorite men. It was so romantic that it was unbelievable. Marion smiled slightly, which was in line with her statement. Guillaume interrupted and asked about Vincent Cassel. Have the two reconciled? Monica said no, the two had already talked and were preparing for a divorce. Guillaume and Marion said it was a pity. Guillaume persuaded Monica to forgive Vincent Cassel once, hoping that they could reconcile and continue to be husband and wife. They have been married for more than 10 years, and it is not easy now. He also said that it is not a big deal for a man to cheat. Isn't that right, Link? Guillaume asked with a smile. So that's what you think? Honey, I've already told you that Guillaume is not a good man. It's better to kick him out so that the house can be more peaceful. Damn it. Link, don't talk nonsense. The cheating man I'm talking about is you. After all, you're a habitual offender. Guillaume said angrily. I love Marion, and Marion loves me too. That's enough. You don't need to judge. Link said. Guillaume, stop talking nonsense. Marion said dissatisfiedly. He took a few deep breaths with his fists and sat down with a depressed expression. Monica Biloxi looked at the three people and smiled. Shouldn't I have mentioned the matter between me and Vincent? It's really a pity that you and Vincent are getting divorced. It's nothing to regret. Our divorce is not only because he often cheated, but the main reason is that we have been married for more than 10 years. When we are together, we don't have the same feeling as before. It's boring. Divorce is good for both of us. Monique. After lunch, the four of them sat in the small garden of the villa to drink afternoon tea and talk about movies and the entertainment industry. Because there were many topics about Link, they talked about him during the chat. They asked him about Lionsgate movies, the inside story of the Academy Awards, his struggle with Harvey and others, the open and secret struggles between Lionsgate and the Big Six, boxing matches, music albums, etc. During the chat, Monica admired his actions and achievements. Only Guillaume continued to provoke his mistakes from different angles, but Marion would speak for him every time, which made Guillaume very jealous. Finally, Guillaume couldn't stay any longer and said he was going to Vincent's restaurant, so he drove away from the villa. Monica sat until the evening, made an appointment to go to Zana together tomorrow, and drove away. On the left side of the villa were Link and Marion, as well as Cassel, who had just fallen asleep. Link didn't wait to return to the villa. On the long corridor under the sunset, Marion leaned against the pillar and kissed. Marion is a woman of great taste. Although she is almost 40 years old and has faint fine lines on her eyebrows, her elegance and sexiness have not diminished but increased. Under the baptism of time, it has become more profound and timeless, with a long aftertaste. Hugging and kissing her is like drinking traditional Bordeaux red wine. The fragrance on her body is more charming than the lavender bushes in Provence. Her figure is a unique beauty. She is not as tall and thin as a French supermodel, nor as plump as Monica Biloxi. She is a work of art full of French literary and elegant atmosphere, which is worth reading carefully. So every time he has sex with her, Link is like making his first appearance. You saw his strength and madness. It is both giving and taking. Chapter 529. Cannes Best Actress and Best Actor. Marion Cotillard is also a great and wise lover. She knows Link very well, and is happy to support everything Link does. She likes both a lover and a wise sister. When she cares about her, Link can loudly spread a catheter all over her body and make passionate love, which makes him feel no pressure. This is also the reason why Link is willing to be intimate with her and continue to persuade her. Compared with her, Emma Watson, Chris Liu, Ian and others are too young and not mature enough in this regard. After a good sleep in Paris, Link and Marion Cotillard, Cassel Jr., Monica Biloxi, Guillaume Canet and others took a plane to attend the film festival the next day. A total of 1,858 films were registered for the 66th Conceitner International Film Festival, and 78 films were shortlisted, including A Touch of Sin directed by Chinese mainland director Jia Zhang, Blind Detective directed by Hong Kong director Johnny Tu, and Crossing the Line directed by Hong Kong director Liu Yunwen. There are 19 films in the main competition, including Rust and Bone starring Link and Marion, Legend of the Sky starring Jiang Wu and Stan Wang, The Great Beauty directed by Paolo Sorrentino, Like Father, Like Son directed by Hiroka Zukarida, Blue is the Warmest Color starring Lea Sedalks, and Venus in Fur directed by Roman Polanski. This year's Qatar Film Festival was very lively, and there were many stars walking on the red carpet that day. From Europe and the United States, there were directors Spielberg, Christoph Waltz, Jennifer Lawrence, Nicole Kidman, Leonardo, Tobey Maguire, Sofia Coppola, Asia Argento, Uma Thurman, etc. There were also many people from China, including director Ang Lee, Liu Dehe, Chen Long, Zhen Zidan, Zhang Ziyi, Wang Baoqiang, Gaya Yuanian, Liu Jialin, Jiang Wu, Bin Fan, etc. In front of the Masters Festival Palace, when Link walked on the red carpet, he happened to meet the crew of The Great Gatsby shooting on the red carpet. Leonardo, Tobey Maguire, Carey Mulligan, and the tall girl Elizabeth Debicki were 190 cm tall. In order to prevent being outshined during the photo shoot, Leonardo pulled Tobey Maguire to the middle to block the thunder, which was a bit mean and contemptuous. "Hi, Leon, Tobey, you look good," Link greeted. "Yes, you look good and very good. Hi, Marion, you are so great. Oh, Monica, see you again," Leonardo greeted around. Finally, the two teams stood together and took a group photo. Link and Leonardo stood in the middle, with Marion and Monica, two beauties, standing next to him, and Tobey Maguire, Carey Mulligan, and the tall girl standing next to Leonardo. When the group took a group photo, thousands of fans outside the wire fence gave a deafening cheer, shouting his and Leonardo's names. Judging from the college students, more people shouted his name. In the photography area opposite, hundreds of photographers in black suits took up their cameras and took countless photos of the group, and the sound of the gratings was a cacophony. Link stood there for more than 30 seconds and wanted to leave. The photographers agreed and shouted loudly, "Mr. Baker, wait a minute. Why are you in such a hurry when you haven't finished shooting yet?" Leonardo pulled him. "There are other guests coming, so we can't stay here for too long." Link waved to the fans and continued to walk forward with Marion and Monica. On the way, they met some enthusiastic fans. They passed notebooks and pens through the gaps in the wire fence, hoping to get his autograph. Link had to stop again and sign autographs for more than 10 fans. "Didn't you say that you can't stand here for too long?" Leonardo walked up and joked. The enthusiasm of the fans should not be wasted. Link signed a few scripts, said goodbye and continued walking forward. "Do you have any conflicts with Leon?" Marion chuckled. "Yes, Leon said that he first proposed to you when filming Inception, but you ignored him. He was very jealous of me when he saw that you loved me like this." Link laughed. Marion smiled slightly, took his arm, and looked at him with fascination. "Link, I'm curious, do you have any male actor friends who you take better care of?" Monica Biloxi asked. "Of course, except for Leon, who is not very convinced of me. I have a good relationship with everyone else in the circle," Link said. "You are indeed more masculine than Leonardo." Monica smiled as she looked at his profile. "Thank you." The group walked into the auditorium of the Pallades festivals, and Link met more people. Seeing him, he also greeted them enthusiastically. Some people were far away, so they might be able to come around and say hello to him. "Mr. Baker, you are here too." Wang Qiang greeted him very stiffly. "Stan, I saw your movie Lost in Thailand in Beijing in February. It was very interesting," Link said as he shook hands with Wang Baoqiang. At the end of last year, Lost in Thailand, starring Wang Baoqiang, Zhu Zeng and Huang Bo, was released in China and achieved 1.27 billion ownership, setting a new record for domestic film ownership and number of viewers. Haha, thank you Mr. Baker for the compliment. Mr. Baker also performed early in the Spring Festival Gala this year. Everyone said they were surprised to see Mr. Baker on the Spring Festival Gala. Wang Baoqiang grinned with his white teeth bared. After a few words of flattery, he saw that there were many celebrities queuing up to greet Link. Wang Baoqiang stopped talking and took the initiative to say goodbye to Link. After returning to his seat, the people from the Huaxia crew surrounded Wang Baoqiang. "Baby, you and Link are very familiar with each other?" "Haha, that's right. Last year I went to Los Angeles to attend the Oscars. Mr. Baker invited me to be his guest and took me to the Garage Door Picture Studio. Mr. Baker is really a very down-to-earth person." Wang Qiang Bao exclaimed. "Baby is awesome. He even went to Link's home. I heard that Link is now worth tens of billions of dollars. What's his home like?" "Of course, it's over there in Santa Monica Bay. The house is very beautiful. When I have money in the future, I will buy a villa there." Wang Baoqiang. Baoki Yang, you know Link. Link is the boss of Lionsgate Films. Do you want to go to Hollywood with him to fight? Before, my performance style was more suitable for the mainland, and going to Hollywood would be like destroying my own martial arts, so it would not be cost effective. However, Mr. Baker told me about my cooperation, and said that, if I was short of money for making a movie, I could contact him. Mr. Baker is really a very humane person. Wang Baoki Yang. The others all mentioned envy and jealousy when they heard it. Link is a billionaire, and one of the bosses of the 7 major film companies in Hollywood. If you can have a good relationship with him, you will have many benefits in the entertainment industry. However, Link is a big boss after all. Even Wang Baoki Yang, who looks simple and honest, doesn't understand why Mr. Baker favors him. Everyone automatically thinks that stupid people have good luck. After the host left, Bin Fan sat next to Wang Baoki Yang and patted him on the shoulder. Baoki Yang, do you have Link's phone number? Yes, I have his business card. Wang Baoki Yang patted his pocket and smiled. Come on, show it to me. How about it? Bin Fan said with a smile. Well, what's so good about a business card? Don't talk too much, act quickly, or I'll succeed. Bin Fan said in a business-like manner. Wang Baoki Yang scratched his face, focused, and carefully took out the business card. Seize, I can show you the business card, but you can't call Link randomly. Do you know, I'm that kind of person? Bin Fan was stunned for a moment, snatched the business card, and took a look. It was a very simple business card with only a phone number in gold-plated fonts on it, and she happened to know this business card. It was rare, and more important than those fancy business cards with a lot of words. Bin Fan quickly wrote down the phone number on it, and returned the business card to Wang Baoki Yang. She was relieved. Since she met Link at the Mainland Film Festival in 2011, she wanted to get in touch with Link. Later, Link was listed on the Forbes Global Rich list, with a net worth of tens of billions of dollars. Lionsgate Films became bigger and bigger under his hands, joined the Hollywood Union, and he also had a lot of investments in China. She wanted to get in touch with Link even more, but there was no suitable opportunity. She looked for Yang Daming, and Daming said yes on the surface, but forgot about it when she turned around and secretly guarded against her getting close to Link. It is rumored that Chris Liu, who has a closer relationship with Link, is more aloof and more difficult to deal with. Now with Link's phone number, as long as she finds a suitable time to get in touch with Link's help, it will be much easier to enter Hollywood. As an actress, she is naturally envious of the elephants of international movie stars, but this title is not easy to get. Last year, she wanted to sneak into the crew of Iron Man 3 and filmed a few scenes, but in the international version, all her scenes were deleted and only appeared in China. If Link had helped her, she would never have failed to break into Hollywood. Bin Fan looked at Link, who was surrounded by a group of European and American stars, and his eyes became more and more fiery. At about 6 p.m., the Emperor's Film Festival Awards ceremony began. The first award was the Golden Camera Award for Best Debut, which was won by the Singaporean film Parents Are Not Home. The second award was the Best Short Film Award, which was won by the Korean film Safety. Jaya Zhang's won, and the same won the Best Short Film Award, and Japanese director Hirokazu Kurita won the Special Jury Award for Like Father and Like Son. When it came to the Best Wine Export, 5 exports were nominated. Rust and Bone Marion Cotillard, her strong woman temperament in the film, was praised by public critics. The leading actresses of Blue is the Warmest Color Lea Seydoux and Adele Exarchopoulos were both nominated. The leading actress of Past Berenice Bejo. The leading actress of Beauty of the Night Geraldine Paris. The final winner was Marion Cotillard, who won the Best Newcomer Award at the Marina Film Festival in 2004, won the Oscar and Golden Globe Awards in 2008, and won the Marina Film Festival again this year. In terms of her achievements in film, she is higher than other French women. When actor Christophe Waltz read out Marion Cotillard's name on the stage, the audience burst into warm applause. Marion Cotillard hugged him excitedly and kissed him, then walked up to the podium with her skirt lifted, happily took the box of the Daikin Manhattan stand, and thanked director Jacques Audiard, Guillaume Cassel Jr., and Link on the stage, calling him the closest lover in the world. "Link, are you happy?" Monica Biloxi turned around and joked. "Yes. Link smiled as he looked at Marion Cotillard on the stage. Marion is more than 10 years older than you, don't you mind? Monica smiled. Of course not. Love knows no age, race, or skin color. It only seeks spiritual understanding. Marion and I are very compatible. You are compatible with many women. Monica saw Marion leave the stage and applauded with everyone. Then the Best Actor award was presented on the stage. Nicole Kidman opened the envelope, looked down at the audience and smiled. Then she read out Mr. Link Baker from Rust and Bone. Wow. When Nicole Kidman read out his name, there was a noisy and chaotic exclamation at the scene, because it was unreasonable to give this award to Link, and even Link himself found it very strange. The 8 awards in the unit will be awarded in a cake-like manner to the 8 films shortlisted for the main competition unit, 1 award for each film. This year's NAJU committee awarded the Best Actor and Best Actress awards to the male and female protagonists of the same film, which is incredible. In addition, the NAJU Film Festival under review is considered to be the highest level in the past 5 years. International directors such as the Coen brothers, Roman Polanski, Jim Jarmusch, Hiroka Zukarida, François Ozon, Abdel Fattah Kechish, Asghar Farhadi, and Jaya Zankal have their works included in the peripheral main competition unit. The other 4 male actors nominated for Best Actor are all veteran actors. Bruce Dern, the protagonist of Nebraska, is 76 years old and a veteran actor in Hollywood. Matthew Amalric, the male protagonist of Venus in Fur, is a French veteran actor who has won the French Kaiser Award for Best Actor 3 times and the Best Director Award at the film festival. He is a veteran actor. Oscar Isaac, the male protagonist of Inside Llewyn Davis, also has good acting skills. Although Link's performance in Rust and Bone is also very good, he does not have much obvious advantage compared to the above 4. In this case, the jury gave him the award, which did not surprise or puzzle the audience. No matter what others think, after hearing his name, Link hugged Marion and Monica. Amid the warm applause from the audience, he buttoned up his suit and walked up to the podium to receive the Palme d'Or from Nicole Kidman. Can this guy win an award? Leonardo frowned at Link's back. I saw Link's performance in Rust and Bone. It was really good. Tobey Maguire clapped his hands and said, I know, but I don't believe his performance will be better than Bruce Dern and Matthew Amalric. Leonardo snorted. Link is our friend. Shouldn't we be happy that he gave us the award? Why don't you look happy? Tobey Maguire looked at him puzzledly. Leonardo gritted his teeth and forced a smile. I'm not envious of Link. Although I haven't won an Oscar for Best Actor, I have won a Golden Globe and a Berlin Festival Award, so I won't envy him. I'm commenting on this matter in a realistic way. I just dreamed that the film festival gave the Best Actor award to Marion, and now it's given to Link. This is not in line with the rules. The Qatar Film Festival does not stipulate that each film can only win 1 award. If the quality of a film is good enough and the actors perform well, it's no problem to win 2 or 3 at the same time. Link and Marion Cotillard's performances in Rust and Bone are equally good, and the judges gave the Best Actor award to both of them, which is reasonable. Tobey Maguire said, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. After the award ceremony, the media will definitely criticize Link to death. Leonardo said, what does this have to do with Link? Of course it has. Everyone knows that he is a PR expert. Who can guarantee that this award is not the result of PR? Even if it is not, the media thinks it is. Leonardo said, if there is a most romantic place in the world, it must be the cinema. Thank you beautiful cinema, thank you jury, and thank you to all the fans who support me. I love you. Link waved his hand and walked down the podium in a warm applause. Although many people have objections to this award, no one will discuss it and Link's nose. After all, he is the boss of Lionsgate, and no one can guarantee that they will not cooperate with him next time. Seeing him coming, the audience and the crew area all applauded and cheered. Then other film awards will be presented. Spanish director Amat Escalante won the Best Director award for the film Halle. The Coen brothers won the Jury Grand Prix for Inside Llewyn Davis, and the French gay film Blue is the Warmest Color won the highest gold award. The film festival awards ceremony is over. In addition to Polanski's Venus in Fur, Paolo Sorrentino's The Great Beauty did not win any awards. Link and Marion won the Best Actor and Best Actress for Rust and Bone, which also became the biggest news of this film festival. After the film festival, it caused widespread discussion and criticism in the media. Chapter 533 Women. Jennifer, what's going on? Why did the jury give both the Best Actress and Best Actor awards to Rust and Bone? I remember there was no precedent for this in history. After the award ceremony, Link and Jennifer Lawrence were sitting in the car back to the hotel. Jennifer Lawrence, wearing a red suspender dress, tall and slender, sat opposite him and smiled. Nothing. It's all the result of the jury's vote. When it came to the best vote, Marion Cotillard got the highest number of votes. It's also a French local brand, so there's no problem for her to win the award. When it came to the best actor, you also got the most votes. At that time, director Ang Lee mentioned this issue and said it would be better to choose a male actor from other movies to play the leading role and give other movies some exposure. I said at the time that your performance in Rust and Bone was obviously better than other actors. If you were not allowed to win the award because of Marion Cotillard's award, it would be unfair to you. Nicole Kidman supported my statement. Director Ang Lee proposed the decision to the chairman of the jury, Spielberg. After thinking about it, Director Spielberg proposed another round of voting, considering the other 4 votes. But the result of the second round of voting was your vote. Director Spielberg found the organizers of the Jury Film Festival and decided to accept the result of the vote. Then the jury set a precedent and awarded the Best Other Actor/Actor award to the actors of the same movie. Jennifer Lawrence smiled. Link touched his chin. Although I haven't seen the movies of the 4 opponents, I have read relevant reviews in the newspaper. The French media said that they acted very well, especially the veteran actors Bruce Dern and Matthew Amalric. The media predicted that this year's Jury Film Festival Best Actor will be produced among them. Why did my votes get higher when voting? Jennifer Lawrence smiled and said, in terms of acting, your performance in the movie is definitely not worse than theirs. They are just older, which does not mean that they act better than you, so I'm not surprised that you won the vote. But before the second round of voting, Director Spielberg said in advance that he would consider other nominees more, but the result of the vote was still that you won. I think it was probably because of your cartoon appearance. Jennifer Lawrence looked at her with admiration. Link smiled gently, pulled her arm, and hugged her in his arms, and kissed her. So I can get this award. It's all based on strength? Of course, you are so good, it's also right to win the award. By the way, Nicole Kidman, Christoph Waltz, Kois Naomi, Aisha Argento, Zhang Ziyi and several others came to me before the vote and said that you acted very well. I guess they probably want to make friends with you in this way. Jennifer Lawrence sat on his lap and hugged his neck. Is that so? If this is a reason, winning the award is entirely based on strength, as well as one's own influence and status. Unlike the Academy Awards, there are 6,000 or 7,000 Oscar judges every year, and it is estimated that there are only more than 10 judges at each session of the NA Film Festival. Link guessed that the judges who voted for him, except for a few who wanted to befriend him, might have voted for him out of fear of being in trouble with him. Thinking about it, it didn't feel right. The people invited by the organizers to host the NA Film Festival as judges were all outstanding filmmakers from all over the world. They all had relatively high status and achievements in the industry, such as Spielberg, director Ang Lee, Nicole Kidman, etc., and several jury members from Asia and Europe. They had little contact with him at work, and they didn't have to worry about offending him in this matter. They couldn't travel when voting, so they voted for their favorite actors. So why did his vote also have a strong second round of voting? Was it because of the strength of the winner this time, or was it because the jury members were concerned about his status and identity and had to do so, or was it because of other people? Link thought about this question and gently stroked the girl's support with his hand, slowly moving up from the hem of the skirt, hoping to inspire inspiration in his brain through the touch of his fingers, and perhaps a flash of inspiration would come up with the answer to the question. Jennifer said yeah, wrapped her arms around his neck, and held his lips with her red lips. Link looked at the girl's confused eyes, and kissed her gently. The business car set out from the festival palace, along the road beside the Cannes beach, and drove to the hotel residential area in the East District. Because the night view of the beach was beautiful at night. I don't know if it took more than half an hour to go through the 5 or 6 minutes. After arriving at the Seaside Avenue, the car stopped in front of the Five Seas Hotel. Jennifer Lawrence, with a peachy face, carried a small round bag, waved to the car, and then walked into the hotel. Link supported the car and moved forward more than 100 meters to another 5-star hotel, JW Marriott Cannes. He did this to avoid suspicion. After the award ceremony, the news that he won the Best Actor award at the Cannes Film Festival has been spread all over the world on the internet. At present, a wave of heated discussions has been set off on the internet, and most of them are questioning voices. Many media questioned that he used the Oscar Awards public relations methods when participating in the Oscar Film Festival, so he won this award. If he and Jennifer entered a hotel at the same time and were photographed, the voices in the media questioning his victory through improper means would be even louder and even affect Jennifer's reputation. After returning to the hotel, he took a shower, changed into a cool beach shirt and shorts, found Marion, Monica and others who had returned earlier, and accompanied Little Castle to have a sumptuous dinner. At the table, everyone talked about the fact that Link and Marion were both awarded the Best Actor and Best Actress at the French Film Festival. This matter has never been discussed in the history of the French Film Festival, so it is a hot topic. Well, what is there to discuss? Spielberg, Ang Lee, Nicole Kidman, Christoph Waltz, and Jennifer Lawrence, who is very close to you, all work in Hollywood, and you are the boss of Lionsgate. Isn't it normal to give you their Best Actor award? Guillaume Canet said with a curled mouth. His movie Blood Ties also registered for the French Film Festival, but unfortunately the response was average. This matter itself made him very unhappy. What made him even more upset was that Link, this bastard, actually became the Joker Best Actor. You know, he started acting 20 years ago, played more than 60 roles in these years, and won any award at the Joker Film Festival. And Link, a guy who has been in the industry for less than 5 years, a part-time actor, and a vulgar billionaire, can become the Joker Best Actor. This is too outrageous. What made him even more annoyed was that Link and Marion became the Best Actor and Best Product at the Joker Film Festival in the same year. The same names will be written into the history of the Joker Film Festival, and they are next to each other, just like the King and the Queen, zooming in and out. He made a mistake. It's definitely not the reason you said. I have met director Spielberg, but we don't have much friendship. The same goes for director Ang Lee, Nicole Kidman, and Christopher. They are all unique and professional filmmakers with professional ethics. It's impossible that the Best Actor award can be given to me because of my identity. It's unreasonable for you to think so. Link retorted. That's not the reason. Don't tell me that your acting skills are better than Bruce Dern and Matthew Amalric. That's possible. Guillaume snorted. Why not? Have you seen Rust and Bone and other nominated movies? Just because of your prejudice, you think they deserve this award more than me? Link said. I know your acting skills are not as good as his without watching them. You are a boxer who spends every day in the training hall. How good can you act? Can you be better than them who have been acting for a lifetime? What you said doesn't make sense. If old age means good acting, then all film festivals don't need a jury and just give the actor the oldest actor. I didn't say that. I just think your acting skills are not very good. Guillaume said with a specious argument. Marion Cotillard and Monica Bellucci next to them couldn't help laughing when they heard each other's conversation. Little Castle sat in the middle of the children's chair, eating fruit dessert, while looking at the few people with sparkling eyes. They are so funny. Marion, you are so happy. Monica smiled while holding her chest. You two stop fighting. Marion persuaded. There should be no problem for Link to win the award. Dear, do you really want to take sides? Guillaume asked frustratedly. Don't talk first. Listen to my analysis first. First of all, among the 5 actors who entered this year's finals, Link, Bruce Dern and Matthew Amalric performed the best and have the highest probability of winning. Link and I are actors in the same movie, so the probability is reduced by 1. Amalric is also a French actor. If he and I win the award at the same time, it will be judged that the NA Film Festival is not international enough. Director Polanski is also controversial, so his probability is also reduced by 1. Then the winner should be Bruce Dern. Why did it go to Link? Guillaume asked. Bruce Dern is an old actor, and his acting is really good, but you haven't considered one thing. Actors need to consider becoming famous through ruling now, and ruling now also needs actors to support it. Compared with Link, Mr. Dunn is not very famous in the entertainment industry, and he will not bring much popularity to now. It is better to give the award to a big man, like Link, than to him. In addition, Link just said that he won the award as a result of the vote of the jury members. It is reasonable that Na only needs to respect the decision of the jury and not participate in it. Then the award was won by Link. Marion was wearing a white dress and holding a cup in her hand and smiled. But the question is again, why did the judges vote more for Link? Is it because of Link's good performance or other factors that affect the votes of the jury members? Guillaume glanced at Link and said, I think it's still because of the performance. Link and Marion's performance in Rust and Bone is really great, especially the emotional scenes. They have a great chemistry. There are also several very explicit passionate scenes between them, which are like real guns and live ammunition shooting, which are very exciting. Guillaume, you can watch it when you have time. I have watched this movie at least 3 times. Monica said with a smack on her lips. I won't watch the movies they made. Guillaume turned his head away unhappily. Link shrugged and held Marion's hand under the stock price. Monica smiled slightly. Most French movies are more avant-garde and open. When selecting, the Manhattan Film Festival will obviously prefer such movies. For example, Blue is the Warmest Color, which won the Palme d'Or, also has such scenes. Bruce Dern's Nebraska tells the story of a group of people who are about to die. The plot is more depressed and distressed. Most of the jury members this year are young. Compared with Nebraska, I think Link and Marion's Rust and Bone will be more suitable for their taste. It is indeed possible. Marion smiled. Link also nodded. The Girona Film Festival is the most open film festival, especially in terms of relationships between men and women. Every year, the midnight show of the Girona Film Festival will show some big budget movies with very violent plots. For example, Irreversible, starring Monica, Smell of Sex, starring Nicole Kidman, Carol, starring Kate Blanchett, Amour, starring the great director Gaspard Noé, as well as 9 Songs, Crash, Lost Youth, Margaret and Jolene, and The Story of the World's Women. Every year, these films are sought after by many people after they are released in Guangdong, and some have even won the Palme d'Or. For example, this year's Blue is the Warmest Color was immediately praised by director Ang Lee after the film was released. Although Link and Marion's Rust and Bone did not show all the frontal content, it showed everything that should be exposed, and the scale was also relatively large. This kind of movie was also sought after it was released in Qatar. Monica Marion, it's useless to say that. Even if we think it's reasonable, the media won't think it's reasonable, but they won't be easily convinced. I dare say that the 2 major social platforms are definitely discussing the news of Link's winning. Tomorrow, the media around the world will discuss this matter, questioning the fairness of the jury prize and accusing Link's film of winning the award by improper means. By then, the honor Link won through this award has not received much criticism. Link, I hope you can still be in a good mood tomorrow. Guillaume shook his wine glass and smiled gloatingly. Thank you for reminding me, but it's nothing. Since my debut, I have encountered the most criticism instead of praise. In 2009, 2010, and 2011, almost every year. But so what? I'm still me, the most dazzling star in the world. Link smiled faintly. Dear, you are so charming. Marion looked at his face and couldn't help but reach out and hugged him with both hands, offering a hot kiss with the aroma of wine. Monica Biloxi also looked forward to the spirited and charming Link, and the corners of her rosy lips curled up slightly. When Guillaume Canet saw that Link had successfully pretended to be cool and received a kiss from Marion, he glared at him unhappily and drank his wine in silence. Chapter 531 Night Chat with Monica. At night, the scenery of the Generalna beach is charming. The full moon reflects the magnificent sea, and the lights illuminate the beach again. After Little Castle finished his dessert, Link pulled him to play water on the beach for a while. The little guy had a lot of fun and giggled non-stop. When the little guy was tired of playing, Link hurried back to the restaurant by the beach, but saw Guillaume drunk, lying on the dining table, and saying bad things about him. He also kept confessing to Marion saying a lot of corny and affectionate nonsense, and even cried at the end. Link, it's really stressful to be your rival. Monica Biloxi joked. Link shook and said, move the dozing little guy to Marion. He could only carry Guillaume to the car and return to the hotel. Guillaume was drunk, and Marion had to take care of him and little Castle. Link slept alone at night. Back in the room, Link flipped through the news on his mobile phone, and sure enough, it was all news that he won the Best Actor award unexpectedly. Most of the questions were that they didn't understand why the jury would break the rules and give two awards to the male and female protagonists of the same movie. Link read a few articles and found them boring. He closed the browser and looked through the missed calls and text messages, as well as messages on Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. Most of them congratulated him for winning the Best Actor award at the famous film festival. There were hundreds of messages, most of which were from acquaintances, such as Emma Roberts, Kristen, Katy Perry, Paul Walker, etc. There were also a few text messages from strangers without any names, which aroused his curiosity. Not many people knew the number of his mobile phone. 3 of them were from the same number. I clicked on the picture and saw that it said congratulations to Mr. Baker for winning the Best Actor award at the famous film festival, praising his best acting skills, and saying that he was a boxing fan, a music fan, and a movie fan, and was very fascinated by him, and hoped to receive a reply from him. The following was marked as Bean fan, saying that he was a good friend of Yang Daming. He opened the second message and saw a few selfies of Bin fan himself. He was wearing very cool clothes, had very white skin, and his movements were very seductive. However, for him who was used to seeing big storms, his heartbeat hardly accelerated after seeing the beautiful skin of the beast. The third message was an apology message. After all, it was intended to be sent to Yang Daming to show off Jana's beauty to her. Otherwise, be careful not to send it to the wrong person and apologize to him. There were a lot of little thoughts. Link dropped the message, sat at the station, and replied to messages and calls from acquaintances. Dong when he was discussing with Goldsmith, the head of the publicity department, how to adjust the doubts, there was a knock on the door outside. After a light knock, Link came to the door and took a quick look through the cat's eye. The person who came was Monica Biloxi not long ago. She had long river hair and wore a red suspender pajamas. The thin suspenders almost hung in the flesh, and it was impossible to see what she was wearing on the lower body. He opened the door and greeted, Monica, what's the matter? I have insomnia and can't sleep. I want to talk to you. How about it? Monica smiled, holding a half bottle of red wine. Come in. Link stepped aside to let the other party in. Monica's smooth shoulders brushed against his chest as she passed by. She was filled with a light scent of perfume, the same as Marion, but she was plump. She was too close, and her body was filled with warm heat. After Monica entered the room, she stepped on high heels, shook her plump buttocks, and sat down on the sofa. Her skirt was not long enough, so she needed to close her knees after sitting down to avoid exposing her body. Didn't you come over? She's taking care of Guillaume. Link felt that she should have known that this would happen at this time. I really envy Marion, who can have someone who loves her very much and someone she loves deeply at the same time. I didn't understand Marion before, but now I know that this way of preserving love is the best. With you, Guillaume will never dare to mess around outside, nor will he dare to relax his love for Marion. With Guillaume around, you can enjoy the pleasure of snatching love from him at any time, right? Monica smiled, lifting her bare legs. I'm not that cruel. If Marion is willing to leave Guillaume, I will be very happy. Link picked up the wine glass and put it on the coffee table. You won't. You should be more troubled, because you need to spend more time and energy to care about Marion who can't see you for a long time. If you let Marion wait too long, she may leave, so the way you care now is the longest and most comfortable. Monica poured a glass of red wine and shook her eyes. Why only far? Do you want to use a far-footed glass with me? Link smiled and said, Marion should have told you that I can't drink much. I just had a drink outside, so I'm sorry that I can't drink with you. Did you drink beer? Monica asked with interest. Beer? Link shrugged helplessly. Interesting. Are you drunk? Drunk? Monica laughed. Just like an ordinary drunk, but I'll be more violent, which you probably don't want to see. Link sat on the sofa opposite, supporting his forehead, and looking at the wallflower Monica Bellucci opposite. Although this woman is old, she is well maintained, with fair skin and a plump figure. She wore a tight-fitting long silk skirt in the stairwell. "Do you want to try it? I don't mind taking care of you when you are drunk." Monica Bellucci handed over the glass and smiled. Link looked into her eyes, took it and poured a glass, and gave it back to her. "Drink less. Being drunk is not a wonderful experience." Monica smiled slightly, drank half of the glass, and sat lazily on the sofa. Her bare legs were no longer neatly put together, but casually placed on the sofa, revealing some scenery. "What are you doing?" "Replying to some friends' congratulatory text messages." "You really deserve congratulations. You are only 24 years old, a teenager like me, and now you have won so many honors. 13 Olympic gold medals, many gold trophies, Grammy awards, Berlin Film Emperor, Cubana Film Emperor." "Link, why are you so great?" Monica Bellucci asked with a dazed look. "Like the media said, I may be a genius, and I'm also a genius." Link smiled. "Yes, you are a genius in all aspects, and a very charming little guy. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely not pursue you at all costs, and I would look like Marion." Monica drank the glass and handed the empty glass to Link. Link smiled lightly and poured her half a glass. Monica took the wine glass and took another sip. Suddenly, she stood up and sat next to Link. "Can I borrow your shoulder to lean on for a while, please?" Link raised his eyebrows. Monica was not polite. She put her arm around his arm, leaned on his shoulder, and gently talked about him and Vincent Cassel. They met when filming Very Apartment in 1996, got married in 1999, and gave birth to 2 daughters in 2004 and 2010. But after a long time of marriage, the relationship between her and Vincent Cassel became thin. Vincent began to date younger women outside, and they had not had sex for more than 2 years. "Will you refuse to give up my age?" Monica Bellucci raised her face and asked with a breath of alcohol. Link shook his head. "You are a very charming woman, and you are still the same at your original age." "Really? Do you dare to kiss me?" Monica blinked her long eyelashes like a small fan. Link lifted her chin with his fingers and lowered his head to kiss Huan Ayu's red lips. This kiss opened the seal on Monica. She stretched her arms around Link's neck and kissed him. They kissed for a long time on the sofa and talked. In the end, many things came naturally. On the pillow covered with moonlight, they faced the sea and the full moon, and did some ridiculous things. Even the movies at the Canal Film Festival's midnight show could not have captured those scenes. When Link woke up the next day, Monica was no longer in the bed. Link rubbed his forehead and had to admire this woman's ability to recover. She was definitely the best among the women he knew. While eating breakfast, Link flipped through several French newspapers. The news in the newspapers was not much different from the news on the internet last night, but the words were more elegant and refined. The largest French newspaper, Le Figaro, reported on the award ceremony of the Julius Caesar Film Festival yesterday on the front page. The headline was that Link and Marion participated in the Best Actor award, creating a new history of the Julius Caesar Film Festival. The article also reported on the awards of other films. The language of the previous news was more accurate. In the film review section, the newspaper has many articles questioning the jury of the NA Film Festival. The article said that, although Link and Marion performed very well in Rust and Bone, if one of them was allowed to win the award, there would be no controversy in this selection. But if they were allowed to win the award at the same time, there are many issues worth discussing. First, do Link and Marion have obvious advantages compared with other nominees? Second, is it necessary for the jury to break the precedent? Finally, do the jury members have obvious advantages when voting? Adhere to a fair and impartial attitude, and not be disturbed by children. The editor of the newspaper asked and answered himself in the comments. He believed that Marion had obvious advantages in performance, compared with the 4 beauties nominated at the same time, and she deserved the award. However, Link did not have obvious advantages compared with several old actors, and they were evenly matched in the end. In this case, the jury should follow the previous way of the Porter Film Festival and select the best actor from the existing movies instead of voting for Link. In the end, the jury insisted on awarding the Best Actor award to Link, breaking this practice when they knew there would be controversy. This practice is puzzling. Finally, on the issue of not receiving donations, the media believes that Link is famous and his identity is sensitive, so it is easy to consider that he may interfere with the jury members. When presenting the award, the jury chairman Spielberg should have thought of this point. For the purpose of avoiding suspicion, he should not have given the award to Link. The editor of Le Figaro hopes that the organizers of the Venice Film Festival can answer these questions directly. Other French newspapers, as well as the British newspaper Health News and the German newspaper Bild, have reported relevant news and documents questioning the award winner. Link read these articles repeatedly and did not care. The Venice Film Festival has been full of controversy since its birth. After each Venice Film Festival awards ceremony, the media will question the winning films and filmmakers. For example, in 2004, the chairman of the jury was Quentin Tarantino. He overcame all objections to let this documentary win the Palme d'Or. It was also the second documentary to win the award. The producer of Fahrenheit 9/11 was Harvey Wittenstein, who had a good relationship with Quentin. People thought that Quentin was partial. In addition, this documentary has a dark political color and is not artistic. After the award ceremony, Fahrenheit 9/11 and Quentin were also criticized. In the 2004 Cannes Film Festival, 14-year-old Japanese film actor Yui Yajira defeated Liang Chaowei, Daniel Bruhl, Choi Minamum-sik and others to become the youngest Cannes Film Festival Best Actor in history. Afterwards, Liang Chaowei publicly complained, "What kind of acting skills can a 14-year-old have?" In addition, in 2006, director Wong Kar-wai served as the chairman of the jury. In that session, a total of 5 male actors were awarded the Cannes Best Actor and 6 actors were awarded the Best Actress at the same time. It also caused controversy afterwards. In 2009, at the 62nd Cannes Film Festival, French actress Isabelle Huppert became the chairman of the jury. She directly presented the Golden Beach Trophy to her German mentor Michael Haneke's new film The White Ribbon. Michael Haneke's The Piano Teacher in 2001 allowed Huppert to win the Oscar for Best Actress for the second time. During the selection, Huppert had a fierce confrontation with the jury members. Afterwards, the media broke the news, which caused a lot of controversy. At the 63rd Juried Namibian Film Festival in 2010, the famous American director Tim Burton served as the chairman of the jury and finally awarded the Golden Palm to The Man Who Remembered, directed by Thai director Apichatpong Weerasethakul. When the film was sent to him, Tim Burton said that he had not seen the film and was absent-minded throughout the whole process. At this Namibian Film Festival, there were also double yokes. Spanish actor Javier Bardem and Italian actor Elio Germano won the Best Actor award at the same time. These are the disputes that have occurred at the Namibian Film Festival in the past 13 years. Before 2000, there were more strange news, and the style of Namibian films was also a heresy. Compared with these news, Link and Marion won the most Best Actor awards at the same time, which is not worth mentioning. So when he saw these questioning articles, he was not very worried. He could barely get a trophy equivalent to the Namibian actor, and other things could be handled. After 2 days of playing in the host city of Naples, Link, Marion Cotillard, Castle Jr., Monica Bellucci, and Guillaume returned to Paris and attended the premiere of Rust and Bone at the Paris cinema. The film was released at a time full of controversy, which also increased the exposure of the film. In 3 days of release, it received €10.59 million in 334 theaters in France, successfully winning the French Weekly Collection Championship. At the same time, the film's reputation was also very good, and fans and the media praised Link and Marion's performance. The overall score was 8.8 points, and it was considered a classic love movie. The production cost of this film was €22 million, and it is expected to be a big hit in France. Just when Link ordered the NA Film Festival and returned to the United States to promote the film, he found that the American media was still holding on to his unexpected award. It was said that he participated in the jury selection through the public relations department, that he used Jennifer Lawrence to compete for the award, and that he had an exchange of interests with the jury members. More people criticized Link for being good enough and having so many honorary trophies. Why did he have to go to such lengths to compete with ordinary actors for trophies? These media kept catching on to this matter, as if they wanted to use it to stain him, and preferably destroy his reputation. Considering that Rust and Bone will be released in North America soon, it will cost money to promote it. Link did not intend to ignore this matter, and began to use the media to do a lot of agent public relations, and engage in a war of words with the haters, vowing to make this matter clear. Chapter 532, Stealing a Chicken, Losing the Rice. Hollywood Critic broke the news that during the jury voting process, Jennifer Lawrence firmly supported Link's award, and was very active, which also affected the judgment of other judges, and was one of the reasons for Link's award. She publicly responded that the movie Rust and Bone was great. She liked the movie and Link's performance. However, Nebraska starring Bruce Dern was more nervous. She did not identify with it after watching it, so she did not vote for Bruce Dern, and the same was true for the other 3 wins. Insisting on your own choice, there is absolutely no violation of the jury's rules of judgment, and there is no claim of favoritism. The Times published an article saying that Link is the owner of Lionsgate Films and an entertainment tycoon with great influence in Los Angeles. It is speculated that most of the judges work in the Hollywood film industry. Will they interfere with Link's identity when voting and vote for him? If this is true, it will not be so fair to other actors. Actress Nicole Kidman publicly responded that voting for favorite movies or familiar actors is not just what happens in the Oscars, but also in the Oscars, Golden Globes, and even in the general election. If you are familiar with Link and are worried about being talked about, you will vote for someone else. This is truly unfair. In addition, Link's performance in Rust and Bone is very wonderful. He participated in nudity in front of the camera and made a great contribution. His acting skills are definitely worth the award. In addition, director Ang Lee, Christoph Waltz and other jury members also publicly praised Rust and Bone, and Link's performance in the movie was also very good. The Transitner Film Festival also responded to these issues. It said that the selection of each Oscar Film Festival award is based on the preferences of the judges. The jury members support whichever movie they like and which actor they like, rather than based on the decision of the host. It has never been not. Therefore, the movie that wins the Palme d'Or each time is not the movie with the best artistic level, but the movie that the jury likes. The same is true for actor ratings. The actor who wins the award is not necessarily the best actor in the film festival. On the contrary, his/her performance is more in line with the taste of the judges. This is also the reason why every Oscar Film Festival will cause a lot of controversy. Oscars hot favorites must die. That is, the movies and actors favored by the media before the award ceremony often do not win awards. The reason for this tradition is that the movies and actors liked by the public are often inconsistent with the movies and actors liked by the professional jury. It is estimated that the voting media of the NA Film Festival participated in the discussion of various awards, but also respected the results of each jury's vote. Seeing that the controversy over Link's award was suppressed, many media said that Link is now a billionaire, a winner of 13 Olympic gold medals, a multiple Grammy Award winner, a boxing champion, and a world-class superstar. People like him who have a crowd aura and great influence should not compete with ordinary actors for film awards. The Baltimore Sun said that Link excessively pursues honors and various awards, which is not fair to his competitors. It is recommended that Link stop participating in the judging of major film festival awards. Excessive pursuit of this comment immediately attracted strong opposition from mainstream media and Link's fans. After it was published, the Los Angeles Times believes that there is absolutely no such thing as excessive pursuit of honor. If Link has too many Olympic gold medals and gives up the Olympics, and has too many gold belts and gives up boxing, this appearance is too tragic and very ridiculous. The New York Times commented that after Link reached the top of boxing, he also reached the top of the music world, and now he continues to fight in the film industry and climb to the top. This is a very brave and powerful behavior, and it is also worthy of everyone's learning and admiration. Only when there are more people like Link, human beings will know how powerful their potential is, and the world will be more exciting. The Ring magazine also commented that the pursuit of stronger in boxing is a pursuit of stronger. There is no doubt that Link is one of the strongest boxers in the boxing world. He is a height in the boxing world and the goal, idol and motivation of countless professional boxers to pursue strength. For his opponents, it is an honor to compete with him. The ring is unfair. If there are no people like Link in the boxing ring, this sport will lose all its fun, and humans will stop in their pursuit of strongest. Therefore, Link's excessive pursuit of honor is definitely something worthy of admiration and celebration. Everyone should continue to fight and cheer for him in the boxing ring. Link's fans protested on various social platforms, saying that if Link was a person who pursued honor excessively, he would not have announced his withdrawal from the selection of the Great Music Award so early and given the opportunity to others. He gave the opportunity to the younger generation of singers, which is very rare in the music world. In addition, in the profession of actor, Link is a newbie compared to many people. At the 2 film festivals and film awards, he has only won 1 Berlin Film Festival Best Actor Award, 1 Middle East Film Festival Best Actor Award, and 2 Golden Globe Best Actor nominations. He has not won many awards, nor does he have the image of excessively pursuing awards. He is hardworking, not greedy for pleasure, and dares to keep trying in new fields, to strive for more recognition and awards. This behavior deserves the admiration and learning of all fans. Damn it, how could it become like this? Harvey Weinstein saw the comments praising Link in the mainstream media and the messages on the internet from Link's fans who supported Link, and felt as uncomfortable as eating a ton of flies. When he was nominated for the Best Actor award at the 2016 Golden Globe Awards, he received internal information that Link might win the award. After understanding the situation, he took the initiative to call several judges, such as Christoph Waltz, who won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor for Django Unchained, and asked them to vote for Link and help Link win the Best Supporting Actor award. He did this not to help Link, but to trick Link. Everyone knows that Jennifer Lawrence is Link's woman. When she was a judge, letting Link win the award and then pausing the award afterwards would definitely cause a lot of controversy in the media. If done properly, it would also make Link famous. A Best Picture started to go smoothly, and the news that Link won the Best Actor award caused a lot of controversy in the American media. The voices of doubt were very loud, and Link was criticized for this, and his reputation suffered some damage. But after Link returned to the United States, the public opinion situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The focus of media discussion changed from whether Link should win the award to a discussion on Link's excessive pursuit of honor. This discussion not only involves Link personally, but also involves Link personally. It also involves Link personally. It involves a question of values and social orientation. If the media believes that Link's narrative of excessive pursuit of honor is established, it will have many negative effects. For example, veteran actors such as Meryl Streep, who won 10 consecutive Oscars for Best Actress. Is this wrong? And is it wrong for athletes to compete for gold medals in the Olympics for many consecutive sessions? And the Pulitzer Prize, Fields Medal in Mathematics, Pritzker Architecture Prize, etc., and even NBA, NFL and other ball awards. When the media's discussion involved a social level, the mainstream media had to support Link and refute the excessive pursuit of honor to prevent people's thoughts from being confused. The news of the award also changed from being full of controversy to being full of positive energy. This also magnified the significance of Link's award, from Link being a good actor to Link being a high quality idol who works hard and constantly pursues honor. At the same time, it also led to the fact that the previous negative comments not only failed to damage Link's reputation, but made Link's reputation better. Thinking of this, Harvey became very angry. In order to pit Link, he did not hesitate to use some favors and spend some money. In the end, not only did he not pit Link, but he also helped Link become the stipulated actor, indirectly helping Link to gain a lot of goodwill and making his golden signboard more shining. Harvey, don't do these things. Link is a master of hype. He started his career by hype. We can't beat him with this. Bob said inevitably. After all, he thought that Link's winning the award was an accident, and it was natural for him to be criticized by the media afterwards. When he heard Harvey's words, he realized that it was all Harvey's doing behind the scenes. Harvey wanted to trick Link, but failed again. Bob shook his head and wanted to point at Harvey's nose and call him idiot. Link is worth tens of billions and is a shareholder of News Corporation. He has good relations with the mass media group and has a group of excellent professional publicity and hype teams under him. For people like him, ordinary illegal news is of no use to him, but will waste money. This is a matter between Link and me, don't worry about it. Harvey waved his hand, puffed up his belly, and took a few deep breaths. Now Link is being targeted by the 6 major film studios. This is a good opportunity for us to take action. If we win, and Lionsgate goes bankrupt, we will also get some benefits. If we do nothing at this time and miss the good opportunity, we will be fools. But I think all actions against Lionsgate should be focused on movies, releasing more high-performing movies, making more money, and snatching the market share that ultimately belongs to Lionsgate. This is a real competition with Lionsgate. All other approaches are useless. Of course I know this. Wasn't my move against Manhattan Link also targeting his movie? Rust and Bone is a movie released by Lionsgate. If Link's reputation is ruined, the revenue of this movie will also be affected. It's just that Link, this bastard, is too cunning, even more cunning than a damn fox. Harvey cursed angrily. Bob frowned, not thinking that Harvey could think so far, but he didn't want to argue with Harvey on this matter, so he opened the folder and talked to Harvey about the film project. After the 300 million tons allocated by Warner Pictures were completed, the financial situation of Weinstein Pictures was also improved, and they could strive to make more movies and make more money. And when it comes to making movies, Harvey is professional, and he needs to listen to Harvey's opinions. Harvey took the document and looked at it, pointing out the outlines of several films he had seen, and believed that these projects would have certain market potential after being filmed, but the premise was that the cost could not be too high, and in terms of directors, Harvey also had a good one. Bob wrote it down carefully. I remember there was a script for Atlanta Butler, why isn't it here? Harvey pointed to the document and asked. Director Lee Daniels also submitted the script to Lionsgate, and Lionsgate is willing to invest, so, what? Exclamation mark. Harvey was furious, and just as he was about to stand up, his head felt dizzy, and he plopped back into his chair, cursing at Link. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533, Scene released. In the second week of its release in France, Rust and Bone earned 7.38 million euros. The film was also released another TV series. In North America, the media revealed a lot of plots when hyping the news of Link's award, saying that Link was naked in the movie and had a passionate scene with Marion Cotillard. This also led to Rust and Bone gaining extremely high popularity soon after its release, becoming one of the most anticipated movie performances in the summer season. Rust and Bone was screened in 6 theaters in North America on May 20th and achieved sales of 828,000 in 3 days, with an average single theater sales of 46,000, becoming the best-selling restricted-level movie in the summer season. During the on-demand period, the film's reputation was also very good. More than a dozen media outlets gave it a score of more than 8.5 points. The freshness of Tomato.com was 74%, with 32 people supporting it and 9 people opposing it. In addition, Link's passionate scene with Marion Cotillard was also considered the sexiest and hottest scene of the year. With his strong and sexy body, Link was once again listed as the sexiest actor of the year by Vanity Fair. 5 days after the on-demand release, Rust and Bone began to be released in 2,339 theaters in North America, with 38.55 million in the first week, followed by Fast and Furious 6 and The Hangover 3, which were released at the same time, ranking third. In the first week of its release in Japan, the film took in an astonishing 6.94 billion yen, about 46.05 million in box office, surpassing Fast and Furious 6, which was released at the same time, Star Trek Into Darkness, which was released last week, and Iron Man 3, which was released the week before, and won the weekly box office championship. It also broke the box office record of blockbuster films in Japan. According to Japanese media reports, 72% of the audience of this film are government women, so Link alone has obtained more than 40 million housing rights in Japan within a week. This data is very exaggerated. The Japanese media thinks this data is normal. In the past few years, Link's photo album has been the most popular printed product in Japan, and almost every adult Japanese woman owns a copy of his photo album. This time he appeared naked in Rust and Bone, giving priority to performing passionate scenes. Those Japanese female fans will naturally not miss this good movie. In South Korea, Rust and Bone had 350,000 viewers in its first week, slightly less than Fast and Furious 6's 3.87 million. However, Rust and Bone is a restricted art film, while Fast and Furious 6 is a commercial film, so the difference is not that big. In China, Rust and Bone was screened in major theaters after review and editing, earning 46.77 million yuan in its first week, ranking 5th in the same period, and it was also the only art film. In addition, the box office performance in countries and regions such as the United Kingdom, Australia, Spain, and Belgium was also good. In its first week, Rust and Bone grossed an astonishing $165 million worldwide, which is quite a figure for a movie with a cost of only $24 million and good box office performance. At the same time, the film companies saw that he was very confident in the market for nude scenes, so they sent him many relatively nude scripts with long sections of passionate scenes, and the salary was more than 30 million. Not only the 6 major film companies, but even the Lionsgate Films production department was ready to target him. Honey, don't think too much. Women want to see your passionate scenes. In the office, Evika smiled as she flipped through the script. Don't think about it. You'll get tired of this kind of scene if you shoot too much, Link said. The main reason is that there are no good scripts. If there are classic movies like Rust and Bone and Lust, Caution, he wouldn't mind doing it again. It's a pity that the scripts handed over by Lionsgate and other companies are of average quality, which neither arouses his interest nor affects his collection of awards. He won't make this kind of movie specifically for money. Honey, you are a professional actor. You shoot what the audience likes to see. You should learn to serve the audience. Evika smiled. Link put down the newspaper and looked at her. Do you really want to see me make this kind of movie? Yes, the newspaper said that but is very sexy. I saw the picture on the big screen, and it is indeed like this. Evika smiled teasingly with her red lips. Haha, not bad. You are very brave. You dare to tease me, then I won't be polite. Link walked to her chest, kissed her red lips, and massaged it into the most uncomfortable place. It was messy. After a while, Evika's face flushed, and she begged for mercy with soft words. Link comforted her intimately for a while, and then generously let her go. Taylor is right, you are a pervert. Evika adjusted her dress, and rolled her eyes at him fiercely. After all, she had a cold and elegant appearance and a strong temperament, but at this moment her face was full of blushes, her eyes were full of spring water, and when she rolled her eyes were doubly charming. You still have a common language with Taylor. This is not a good thing. Link laughed. I don't think so. Some of what Taylor said should be taken seriously. You can't just let you do whatever you want. I think Taylor is right. Evika adjusted her clothes. Her expression became cold again. Her temperament returned to being dignified, and she spoke in the tone of a domineering female president. Then you just listen to her and see how I deal with you tonight. It's useless for you to beg for mercy this time, Link said coldly. Evika rolled her eyes again, opened the file, and continued to read the information. Link smiled lightly and continued to read the newspaper. In May, Lionsgate released movies. In addition to Rust and Bone, Identity Thief, Red Fire Battlefield 2 and The Marriage Counselor of the Mad Woman, there is also an action movie Now You See Me. Identity Thief currently has 152 million square meters in North America and 55 million overseas. This week, the global ownership exceeded 200 million sentences. It is also the second movie this year with global sales of more than 200 million after The Expendables 2. Red Fire Battlefield 2 has been released for more than a month, with sales of 61.17 million in North America and 106 million overseas. The film has exhausted its potential in the North American market, and overseas assets can almost recover a few million. It is expected to just break even. The Mad Woman 3 was released in early May. It currently has a box office of $56.39 million and a plot of $24.48 million overseas. The total profit brought to the company by this movie is more than $30 million, which is not bad. The Four Horsemen is one of Lionsgate's key projects this year. The film tells the story of a group of highly intelligent thieves who form the magic team Four Horsemen. They use the most advanced technology and a gorgeous stage as a cover to complete the theft in full view of the public. At the same time, their behavior also annoyed FBI agent Rod and the two sides fought wits and courage. It is a bit like Catch Me If You Can starring Leonardo in 2002. Now the movie is more gorgeous, with more actors. The action movie is sandwiched between the crowd and the wonderful magic performances, which is full of highlights. In the first 3 days of its premiere, it earned $36.86 million box office in 2,949 theaters in North America, and the weekly acquisition was the runner-up, the first Fast and Furious 6. After the release of The Hangover 3, which is currently the key project of Warner Pictures, the word of mouth was very bad, and only 23 million sales were achieved this week, a drop of 68%. In the same period, not only The Hangover 3 failed, but also the sci-fi movie Knowing Earth released by Sony Pictures. The movie starred Will Smith and his son Jaden Smith and cost $130 million to produce. It was released this week and earned $27.52 million in 3,401 theaters in the first 3 days. After the release, the word of mouth was very bad, with a tomato rotten freshness of only 11% and a Yahoo audience score of 46 points. It is also one of the lowest rated movies this year. In the first 7 days of release, sales were only $35.44 million, and less than $8 million in the next 5 days. It is expected that North American sales will be less than $60 million. Thanks to the sales of The Hangover 3 and Catch the Earth, Now You See Me did not have a large sales this week, with revenue of 32.30 billion yuan and weekly sales of 69.16 billion yuan. Overseas sales data is better than that of North America, with revenue of 125 million yuan in the first week. In North America, Rust and Bone, which was released again for the third week, revenue reached 12.07 million sales, and North American sales accumulated to 74.28 million sales, ranking 5th in the weekly sales rankings. Overseas sales have reached 162 million. Sales have exceeded the 200 million mark, becoming the third Lionsgate film to exceed 200 million in global sales. Lionsgate and Paris Rose films are expected to earn more than 100 million. Lionsgate's films have been selling well one after another, while the films released by the Big Six have been hit by acquisition shock eggs. The Hollywood Reporter said that in the next few months, if the Big Six cannot make a good start in the acquisition market in time, Lionsgate will still be able to occupy the top 5 in the industry with the performance of the current few films and the sales of The Hunger Games to this year. If Lionsgate ranks in the top 5 or top 3 for 2 consecutive years, the Big Six will soon launch a remarkable second round of adjustments. The pressure on the Big Six is also increasing. "Wife, it's time to get off work," Link said, looking at his watch. Evika glanced at him from behind the computer. "I still have some work here. Why don't you go home first? How long will it take to finish it?" "I can still hold on for a while," Link said after taking a sip of water. Blinking her long eyelashes, she smiled and said, "Do you like watching me work?" "Yes, women who work hard are the most beautiful." "Okay, then I decided to work overtime. You can watch me for a while, how about that?" "No, I'll give you 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, we'll go home, eat, take a nap, have sex, and sleep in each other's arms until dawn." Link pointed at his watch. Eva Kagio gently flattered him, smiled slightly, and continued to type on the keyboard with her slender fingers to speed up her work. Chapter 534 Heavyweight Competition. After finishing the promotion work of Rust and Bone, Link is not alone in the world. He specially flirts with Evika in the office. His match with James Toney is about to start. He has been training in the boxing gym most of the time recently. The opponent in this round, James Toney, is a powerful heavyweight champion. He is 178 centimeters tall, with a wingspan of 183 centimeters. He currently weighs 250 pounds, which is more than 60 pounds heavier than Link. James debuted in 1988. His current professional record is 87 wins and 8 losses. He is a veteran boxer with rich competition experience. His most brilliant professional record was 44 wins and 2 draws in 46 fights. He had no defeat in 46 fights and almost broke the curse of the boxing world. That is, no one in the professional boxing world can win more than 49 consecutive games in professional competitions. If he wins more than 49 games, he will fail or die. In 1994, James Toney met Roy Jones Jr. and faced his first failure in his life. He first debuted as a middleweight, then moved up to heavyweight, and then won world championships in multiple levels, including IBF middleweight champion, IBF super middleweight champion, WBU lightweight champion, IBO IBF light heavyweight champion, WBA heavyweight champion. He defeated Holyfield in 2003 and won the WBA heavyweight gold champion. James Toney is also a heavy hitter with a KO rate of over 65%, nicknamed Lights Out. Although he has aged in recent years and his overall strength has reached, he is still a deterrent opponent. Link also needs to deal with it seriously. The venue of this competition is Ford Gym in Detroit, USA. Before the Game Dynasty promotion and Don King promotion, where James Toney was present, did a lot of publicity work to promote each other's game into a shocking battle. The King of. When promoting, the media called him the Conqueror and James Toney the Gatekeeper. If Link wants to conquer the heavyweight, he first needs to defeat James Toney, the Gatekeeper. To this end, the promotion company and HBO TV station filmed a macro film specifically for the Warriors game. Link rode a tall horse, wearing a handsome armor, and led a team of soldiers to attack the city. James Toney also wore armor, and led a team of strong soldiers to stop him. Link immediately drew his sword, and ordered an attack, and James Toney also called on the soldiers to defend. The war was about to break out. This macro film is 120 seconds long and cost $500,000 to produce. The chieftain and costume props are designed to be terrifying, and the shots are also very similar to the Roman legion encountering the Spartan warriors on the battlefield. After the release, it received a good response and the cumulative number of views on YouTube reached 220 million within a week. Through this macro film, the game between Link and James Toney has also become well known around the world. It's all fancy stuff. The most important thing in a boxing match is to win the match. There's no point in doing these things. Link, I feel like you might lose this time. Visiting the beach boxing gym, De La Hoya walked through the aisle with a tablet computer. Just like the last time we played, do you feel like you'll win? Humph, this time is different. James Toney is 60 pounds heavier than you, has more experience in the game than you, has the best ability to withstand blows, and his fists are as lethal as yours. You may not win this time. When De La Hoya heard him mention the last time he was defeated, his face turned very ugly. Then you wait and see. Bang, bang, bang. Link continued to punch the sandbag. The sweat on his arm was shaking and vibrating from his skin. After more than 3 hours of training, he also sweated a lot. This guy is getting more and more arrogant. Hey, of course, if you win 31 games in a row and KO your opponents 31 times, and the cost of each game is more than 50 million, you are definitely more arrogant than Link. Morales grinned with thick teeth. De La Hoya glanced at him. I'm your boss. You'd better be careful when you talk, or I'll deduct your salary. I help you make money, help you buy Veristim to pick up girls. You should be the one to pay attention. Morales ignored his threat. Humph, I said Link might lose to James Toney in the infection game. Don't you dare to bet. Of course, bet. How about 1 million? Morales excitedly prescribed how much? Bet the total. I know you don't have much money, and I don't want to win you, so how about betting $10? $10? Morales rolled his eyes. As a millionaire, the largest contribution of US dollars in his wallet is $50. It's better not to bet $10. So you also know that Link is better than James Toney, right? So you come to harass him. How much money do you have? Morales asked. I didn't say Link must be better than James Toney. I just wanted to remind Link and teach him some useful competition experience. Unfortunately, he is too proud to listen to other people's advice. De La Hoya shrugged his shoulders and said, Link is right. It's a waste of time to listen to your complete advice. Morale slapped his arm and was stabbed away. De La Hoya glared at him fiercely. This guy has become more and more presumptuous after becoming the WBO super middleweight champion. He watched Link's training for a while and found that there was really nothing to teach Link. He sighed and turned away. On June 8th, Link's first heavyweight cross-level challenge was held at Ford Stadium. The city is the 6th largest in the United States and a famous international commercial and industrial center in the United States. It is famous for its automobile manufacturing and engineering technology. The number of cars produced in Detroit once accounted for 10% of the global market. It also advocates Motor City. There is a group of boxing enthusiasts here, which is one of the reasons why the organizers put this game here. Another reason is that the Detroit city government has encountered a financial crisis and its economic situation has continued to deteriorate. The city owes more than 18 billion yuan and is currently applying for bankruptcy. The city government is trying to improve the current financial situation, such as holding charity events, large-scale sports events, and Link's boxing matches. Link has great fame and influence in the United States. Every time he competes, he attracts a crowd of boxing fans to support him. In terms of hotels, transportation, and gambling, he also shocked the city's GDP by hundreds of millions. Inviting Link to participate in the competition is also a very high-scoring business activity. The day of the competition was Saturday, and the workers in the capitalist factory did not need to go to work. On that day, all 3.6 seats in the Ford Sports Center were full, and dozens of photographers were holding long guns and short guns, and shooting Link and James Toney on the stage. Link wore black clothes and shorts, fashionable black fists, and his figure was stronger than when he participated in the WBO light heavyweight boxing championship defense in March. 2 strong pectoral muscles, strong and full of explosive power, steel-like waist and back. 8 abdominal muscles like C4 explosive packs, clearly divided, glowing with metal glass under the light. His arm was cut off, and the shoulder muscles, the inverted triangle of the Middle East, were as muscular as Greek sculptures, but more vital than them. As he moved, the solid cut objects moved under the spring of the skin, like a python awakening. Just looking at his cut objects, people felt very powerful. James Toney on the opposite side was a bold black man, shorter than Link, but more sturdy than Link. His body was like a stone pier, not obviously removed, but gave people a heavy and solid feeling. It is definitely not a wise move for you to choose me as your first heavyweight opponent. I will let you taste the taste of failure here. James Toney shouted with his fists raised. James, you were quite strong when you were young, but now you are old. I'm afraid you are not my opponent. Link laughed. Ha, you will see. James Toney said with thick teeth. The two sides bumped their gloves, and after the referee announced the swing of the arm, the game officially began. Link, come on. Link, you will win. Below the ring, thousands of Link's fans waved flags, and the audience in the seats cheered Link loudly. There were also many people cheering for James Toney. Detroit is a black city, and they like boxing matches. When the two sides in the boxing ring are one black and one white, no matter how powerful the white boxer is, they will consciously stand on the side of the black boxer, cheer for the black brother, and shout kill Link. Bang, bang. After the game started, Link launched an attack in the first vanguard, using the advantage of his arm length, and his fists hit James Toney's body continuously. It's just that James Toney weighs 250 pounds, and his body, abdomen, etc. are all amputated with fat and thin, and his ability to resist blows is extremely strong. Fists hitting these parts will cause great damage to the opponent. Link can also aim at the opponent's head and hit more accurately. At the same time, he is also on guard against James Toney's counterattack. James Toney is a heavy gunner with the strongest boxing power. The actual punch weight is more than 1,400 pounds, and the killing power is not small. In order to test his boxing skills, Link was hit twice in the abdomen and shoulder by his opponent. In order to avoid being hit by his opponent, Link moved his feet flexibly while fighting, using guerrilla posture plus positional warfare, punching his opponent one after another. Bang, bang, bang. In the first round, he punched 121 times, hit his opponent 21 times, 6 times hit his opponent's head, and the rest hit James Toney below the shoulder. James Toney has a heavy body and a stable lower body. He punched a few times in the first circle, but he did not fall down firmly. This is also the first time, since Link debuted, that he failed to knock down his opponent in the first circle. James Toney punched 110 times in the first round, 16 hit Link's body, and 1 fist rubbed Link's chin. In this round, James Toney focused on defense, focusing on his head to prevent Link from hitting him. But because Link was too fast and his fighting style was too flexible, and James Toney was too heavy, it was very difficult for him to defend. After the first round, James Toney's upper skin was covered with sweat. Sitting on the stool in the corner, countless James, hold on. Even if you can't beat Link, you have to hit him hard a few times. Don't let him win too easily. Holyfield followed James Toney's coach to cheer him up. James, strengthen your defense. Don't let Link hit you on the head. His punches are very heavy. James Toney's coach said. Puff. James Toney stared at Link opposite him and spit out a mouthful of water. I know, I will make that damn kid pay in the next round. Chapter 535. Prize money exceeds 100 million. Ding, ding, ding. The second round began. Link shook off the water droplets on his bronze color and walked towards James Toney with his fists raised amid the loud shouts of the boxing fans. James Toney also glared at the couple's white eyes, pinching his gaze like an angry black bull. Boxing. The game continued. In this round, Link continued to attack. Left straight punch plus right straight punch plus left swing punch plus right swing punch, and his fists hit James Toney's upper position like a storm, not giving the opponent a chance to breathe. He had to do it. In the past, he liked to use the routine of hitting up and down, and hitting down and up, but this trick didn't work when he was fighting James Toney in Manhattan. The opponent's abdominal muscles are relatively thick, and have strong resistance to blows. Hitting his belly and chest with boxing gloves has less lethality. At this time, this trick is useless. He can only concentrate his strength to attack the opponent's double arm defense and smash his fists into the opponent's head to really knock down the opponent. James Toney also knew a little, so he blocked his head with his bald elbow to block his attack. Bang, bang, bang. Link punched the opponent more than 10 times in succession, all hitting the opponent's left hand, making the opponent adjust the center of gravity of defense to the left and focus on the right. After waiting for the opponent to get used to his fighting style, he suddenly changed hands and threw a swift right swing punch, which knocked James Toney's right arm defense away like a thunderbolt. With a bang, his fist hit the opponent's face. James Toney was hit on the right side of the face and staggered. Link followed with a fierce fist upwards, hitting the opponent's left chin again from below James Toney's defense. This punch was more fierce than the first one and hit James Toney's chin directly. With a bang, James Toney's head shook suddenly, his eyes narrowed subconsciously, the sweat on the top of his bald head bounced up a few millimeters, and the skin on his face also lifted up. James Toney's footsteps were rigid and stepped back 3 steps, hitting the ropes, and his huge weight pressed the ropes into an arc. Seeing that James Toney was about to be pushed down to the ring by the rebound force of the ropes, the experienced James Toney subconsciously hooked his arm around the ropes, bent his ankle to the left, and when he was about to kneel down, he hooked the ropes to stand firm. Oh, almost. Come on, Link. James, hold on. Before Link could continue to punch, the referee called a timeout and asked James Toney how he was and whether he needed treatment. Because James Toney's mouth was bleeding, James Toney said no with his braces bared and beat Link viciously. Boxing. The game continued. Oh, James is going to lose. Holyfield sighed in the audience. James is a young man now. He might have had a chance 20 years ago. De La Hoya clapped his hands and said, James' overall strength is also in the upper middle level in the heavyweight class. Link challenged him and injured James in the second round. According to this situation, this guy really has the potential to defeat all heavyweight champions and be called will he? In the heavyweight class, the Klitschko brothers, Valuv, Alexander Povetkin, Tyson Fury, these guys are much better than James and Toney. It is of great significance for Link to defeat them, said De La Hoya. It is mainly in height. Link's height and arm length are more than 10 centimeters shorter than those above. During the game, he needs to be very close to the opponent to hit the opponent's vital points. This is very laborious and very dangerous. When the opponent hits him, he only needs to keep a distance from him, and he doesn't have to worry about being hit by him. Just like today's game, Link's arm length is 12 centimeters longer than James and Tony, which makes it easier to fight. The Klitschko brothers do have the largest number of people, but they are not much stronger than Link. Don't forget that Link is still a master. He is young and energetic. Against the Klitschko brothers, he has at least a 50% chance of winning. Holly said to Field, "Hey, Evander, you will play against Link next time. Can you last a few rounds against him?" Tyson asked with his big gold teeth bared in his heart. Holyfield frowned and pounced on Link on the stage. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a wow and many people at the scene shouted. Just now, Link broke through James Tony's defense with another set of combination punches, and then hit James Tony's chin and forehead with 2 punches. James Tony was hit in the head in succession, and was beaten against the corner post, hugging Link in a hug-style layout. When the referee was about to separate the two, James Tony suddenly staggered, and hit Link's chin with his forehead. Because he was short, he hit Link firmly. Link was knocked back a step and there was an obvious scar at the corner of his mouth. "Stop." The referee stopped the game, and asked Link about the situation. James Tony explained that he accidentally bumped into it, and did not mean to do it. He also took the initiative to apologize to Link. After discussion, the 5 referees below the stage gave James Tony a warning. James Tony grinned at Link. Link wiped his chin and smiled as well. It was very warm, but it made James Tony sweat coldly on his back. "Start." The smiling referee asked to continue. Link didn't want to give his opponent time to rest. He continued to use combination punches to tear the opponent's defense, and then used heavy punches to hit the opponent's vital parts. This time he was fierce. 2 consecutive punches hit James Tony's nose, making the opponent's nose and mouth bleed. James Tony was also beaten fiercely, and began to use small movements, slowly hitting him with his head, and even using his weight advantage to vibrate and collide. Link was not afraid of the opponent's tricks, and hit the opponent's head with both fists. The 2 sides fought hand to hand, and the battle was intense and tragic. The audience also stood up and cheered loudly, which was very exciting to watch. Bang! When James Tony hit the opponent's head for the 9th time in the second round, he finally couldn't stand firm, took 2 steps back, and sat on the ground. Because he was too heavy, he struggled for 6 or 7 seconds before getting up. Dang dang. The detour ended. 1 minute rest. The 3rd round continued. Link took advantage of James Tony's nose bleeding just stopped, followed by a few sets of combination punches to tear open the opponent's defense, and hit the opponent's face with a few punches, like forging iron, making the opponent dizzy. At 12 seconds in the 3rd round, James Tony was knocked down for the 2nd time. This time he fell on his back, and hit the boxing ring heavily, which was equivalent to a mountain of meat on the ground. The visual effect was full, and there were also bursts of lively exclamations at the scene. "Too miserable." De La Hoya covered his eyes, and couldn't bear to watch. "James has done a good job of hurting Link. Come on, James." Holyfield shouted. "James, stand up. Don't give up easily." Hoyakins stood up. "He wants to stand up like this. Do you want to see him beaten to death by Link?" Morales complained. James Tony struggled on the ring for 7 or 8 seconds. When the referee counted down, he stood up shakily, roared at Link, and hit his bald head with his boxing gloves, with an expression that said, "You want to kill me?" Link moved the corners of his mouth, and swung his fists to attack. At 32 seconds in the 3rd round, Link once again used a rough combination of punches to break through James Tony's defense. He hit the opponent's side face with a swing of the fist, followed by a straight punch to hit the opponent's bald forehead. Tony fell to the ground again. Once, James Tony lay on the ring and struggled hard for a few times, but he couldn't even lift his neck, and finally he could only lie on the ground and admit defeat. Link won the match smoothly. His professional record is 32 wins and 32 KOs in 32 fights. Although the match is not a championship fight, it is Link's first match in the heavyweight field. Winning the match is also equivalent to his standing firm in the heavyweight field and challenging the champions of the 4 major organizations again. However, for the sake of safety, Frank and the coaching team suggested that he play a few more heavyweight matches to accumulate some experience against heavyweight boxers. Link thought about it afterwards and agreed to their proposal. When playing with James Toney, he could also feel that the comprehensive strength of heavyweight boxers was stronger than that of light heavyweight boxers, whether in terms of punch weight, resistance to blows, and competition experience. He only needs 2 circles, but he needs 3 circles to completely settle the ordinary heavyweight boxer. This also shows that there are more masters in the heavyweight field and the competition indicators are larger. This is also the reason why heavyweight boxing matches are more popular. It looks very enjoyable. The promotion of this match was quite good. PPV sold 3.28 million copies in North America, with revenue of $256 million. The revenue from online live broadcasts, tickets, hotels, advertising sponsorship, etc. was about $430 million. The income was about $200 million, and Link's final income was $115 million. This is also the 3rd time that his income from a single match has exceeded $100 million. This time his opponent is not a symmetrical ordinary boxer. If he fights against the champions of the 4 major organizations, the income from the match will be higher. This is also the reason why all boxers want to fight in the weight class. The level competition is more intense, receives more attention, and the income from the competition is higher than other levels. After the game, Link continued weight training. There will be another heavyweight match and 3 light heavyweight boxing champion ring challenges next. He currently does not have a heavyweight gold belt, so he also gave up the light heavyweight gold belt. He can also earn a few $100 million more by participating in the boxing champion crown defense. Chapter 536 Eli Lilly and Company shares. Rust and Bone was released in North America for 26 days, and the North American box office has slowly exceeded 100 million yuan. The current box office revenue is 102 million yuan. This movie is also the 4th movie of Lionsgate that has exceeded 100 million yuan in North American box office this year. Currently has 165 million in North America and 452 million worldwide. The second comedy Identity Thief has 158 million in North America and 215 million worldwide. The third is Now You See Me, which was released later than Rust and Bone. Currently, the North American sales are 112 million. The overseas sales of the film are relatively better, about 195 million, and the global sales easily exceeded 300 million. Lionsgate has released 12 movies in the past 6 months, and 4 movies have exceeded 100 million in North American box office, and 8 movies have exceeded 50 million in North American box office. At present, only The Last Stand, a movie released on behalf of the company, has lost money. This achievement also makes many peers drool with envy. The North American film market releases about 800 movies every year, of which only 1/5 can recover the cost, while almost every Lionsgate movie can make money. This situation cannot but make peers envious and jealous. Another movie produced by Lionsgate was released, which was World War Z, produced in cooperation with David Ellison, Paramount Pictures and Plan B Pictures. This movie was produced and distributed by Paramount Pictures. On the 8th day of its release, North American sales exceeded 100 million, and global sales exceeded 300 million. Although it was not as good as the sales data of Iron Man 3 and Fast and Furious 6, Lionsgate invested 50 million, and did not lose money. It could make a profit of 10 or 20 million. In comparison, The Hangover 3, Part 1 and The Lone Ranger, which were released at the same time, made a lot of money. The Hangover 3 produced by Warner Pictures cost 103 million to produce, with only 112 million in North America and more than 240 million overseas. Although it would not lose money, the first 2 films in the Pistons series were obviously lower than expected. The production cost of Tron was 130 million. After its release, it only sold $60.52 million in North America and 150 million overseas. The estimated valuation is not less than 50 million. The most serious loss among the recently released movies is undoubtedly The Lone Ranger produced by Disney Pictures. The movie stars Captain Johnny Depp and Gore Verbinski, the director of the Pirates of the Caribbean film series. The film was directed and produced by Jerry Bruckheimer, a top Hollywood producer. The production cost is as high as $215 million. Judging from the scale of investment and the lineup of the crew, this movie has the potential to be a big hit. It is considered to be a blockbuster with sales performance that is not inferior to Iron Man 3 and may have a chance to win the annual sales champion. But after its release in mid-June, the sales performance was far behind. In the first 3 days of the premiere, it only achieved sales of $30.11 million in 3,904 theaters, and sales in North America were $74.35 million by the time of its release. This was achieved despite Disney Pictures' unremitting promotion, which only achieved sales of more than $70 million, which is not even as good as the premiere sales of Iron Man 3. North American sales are expected to be around 80,000, and overseas sales have just exceeded 100 million. Movie Magazine predicts that this movie is expected to cause Disney Pictures a loss of about $200 million US. At the same time, there are reports that due to the poor box office performance of the film, Jerry Bruckheimer, the gold medal producer of the Pirates of the Caribbean series, fell out with his old employer Disney, and the two sides are about to end their 20-year cooperation. The situation of this film led to the bankruptcy of MGM's Windtalkers. If it were not for Disney's large size and deep blood, the loss of $200 million would be almost a fatal blow to ordinary film companies. Currently, 3 of the 6 major film studios have sold rotten eggs, and Lionsgate has been selling one film after another, which has also made many peers and media have to sigh that Lionsgate has performed very steadily in production and release, which is very rare. Due to the good performance of Lionsgate's eye-catching films and the recovery of Netflix's stock price, the current total market value of Lionsgate has also been hyped up by Wall Street to $2.6 billion to $3 billion elephants. Although it is not as good as the Big Six, it is not much worse than MGM before bankruptcy. The Hollywood Reporter claims that, if it continues like this, Lionsgate may not be able to replace MGM and Columbia Pictures, and become an emerging industry in the Hollywood film industry. The steady rise of Lionsgate has also intensified the competition among major film companies, and the pressure faced by the top executives of the 6 major film companies has also increased. For Sony Pictures and 20th Century Fox, Century Focus Fund Films, Abri Partners, Egg Fund, etc. have made acquisition offers to Lionsgate. They are prepared to acquire Lionsgate at a price of no less than $3 billion, or acquire part of the shares. After the acquisition is successful, Link and Ivica and others will continue to build senior management. Regarding the acquisition, Link and Ivica chose to refuse after convening the board of directors. He and Ivica are not short of money, and they don't need the billions of cash in their hands. Lionsgate is a golden goose that can bring him hundreds of millions of dollars in income every year. It is not cost effective to sell it. At present, the market of Lionsgate is good. In order to optimize the equity structure and make a quick buck, Link took out 10% of the shares for external financing. Just now, the news was released that Carl Icahn, a former shareholder of Lionsgate, expressed his willingness to use $350 million to acquire this part of the shares. Carl Icahn is the founder of Icahn Enterprises, with a net worth of $19.7 billion, ranking 69th on the Forbes list. He also has a famous nickname, the Wolf of Wall Street. After considering it, Link agreed to the deal. His shares in Lionsgate also dropped from 75.3% to 65.3%, with an extra $350 million in funds. With the income from 2 boxing matches, albums, advertising endorsements, and movie pay, he has $600 million in his hands. Considering the development of the biopharmaceutical industry in the next few years, he spent 600 million shares to acquire 1.482% of Eli Lilly's shares from the stock market. Eli Lilly mainly develops drugs for heart disease, diabetes, and weight loss. Its listed brands include Cialis, Viagra, Prozac, Zyprexa, Cymbalta, Zista, Gencifra, Alimta, and E-Care. The current share price is $42, with a market value of $40.5 billion. After the global volatility, its market value exceeded $1 trillion, making it the world's first pharmaceutical company with a market value of more than $1 trillion. In addition, the company has considerable profits every year, and the dividends are relatively high and stable, which is higher than the annual dividends of Coca-Cola. It is very cost effective to invest now. In addition to obtaining 1.482% of Eli Lilly's shares through Jinbeck Investment, he also purchased shares of many pharmaceutical companies through Link Global Charity Fund, including Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly, Pfizer, etc. This work started last year, but due to the fact that Link Global Charity Fund was established not long ago, there is not much money in the account, and only more than 60 million shares were purchased. Relying on the stock dividends of these companies, Link Charity Fund can help more athletes every year. When the stock prices of these companies soar in the future, the charity fund organization will have more money and can help more people. This is a virtuous circle, hubby. The production department submitted a great script today and thinks you are suitable for the male lead. Do you want to take a look? In the villa halfway up the mountain, Ivanka got off work, put on the bag, and changed to a crane to enter the small living room. Link looked back at her, wearing a royal blue sleeveless dress that was extremely sexy and beautiful. What sexy? Do you remember 50 Shades of Grey? This novel is now a global hit. The production department is preparing to adapt this novel into a movie, and you fit the setting of the male protagonist of 50 Shades of Grey, so we all agree that you are the most suitable to play the male lead. What do you think? Ivanka came over, hugged his shoulders from behind, and kissed his cheek. The familiar smell of perfume museum at the tip of his nose made Link's Dobahana on the ground accelerate. He looked at his wife helplessly. That is an erotic novel, with long hot scenes, and you have to take off your clothes. Do you really want to see me shoot nude scenes? Yes, your passionate performance in Rust and Bone is loved by movie fans. Now the global transaction volume is close to 300 million yuan, and the profit ratio is more than 10 times. It's too cost effective. If you continue to shoot this kind of drama, your income will definitely be better. There are also bed scenes with beautiful women. Aren't you looking forward to it? Ivanka asked with a smile, squeezing his neck intimately. I don't have much expectation. Filming sex scenes is troublesome and boring. The experience is very bad. And my cousin is a billionaire and a world superstar. You want me to take off my clothes on the screen every day and film that kind of scene? Don't you feel ashamed? I don't think so. Husband, you have such a good figure. You should make more movies like that and let women all over the world like you. Ivanka pressed her smooth face against him. No, I'm an actor sent by the army. I don't need to become famous by taking off my clothes. This opportunity is better for others. Link put down his newspaper, pulled her to sit in the room, kissed her red lips, and felt her warm body. His palms couldn't help moving around. Don't make trouble. It's hot and you're all sweaty. Ivanka grabbed his hand from his clothes and put it on his plump back to stop him from moving around. It's better this way, isn't it? Link kissed her neck, ready to press her on the sofa to explore the origin of mankind and the mystery of life. Puff. Daddy and mommy. Suddenly, the cute little Margarita came over from above and stood beside the sofa, tilting her little head, blinking her big bright eyes, and looking at each other curiously. Link and Ivanka looked at each other and burst into laughter. In the past, when they were alone at home, they could roll from the sofa to the ground, from the ground to the bathroom, and to the bed, and do whatever they wanted. Now it's not possible. There is another little guy, and there is an extra pair of eyes in the house. Ivanka pushed him away, squatted down and said to little Margarita, Daddy and mommy are playing games. Is Margarita hungry? No. Full. Little Margarita shook her head and said, she just had milk. Link scratched the little guy's nose. The little guy's nose was like Ivanka's, with a slightly upturned nose tip, like an elf in a cartoon. What is Margarita doing at home today? Ivanka pulled the little guy to sit on the sofa. Yeah, playing, little monkey, elephant, apple. Little Margarita gestured for more than a long time. Wow, baby is so smart. She's only 1 year old, and she's already an apple. So amazing. Ivanka praised happily. Little Margarita giggled and danced with joy, saying more names of small animals. Margarita is very smart. Maybe we should find a few tutors for her to teach her some preschool knowledge, as well as music, painting, arithmetic and the like, which can all be taught now. Ivanka smiled while touching the little girl's hair. She's only 1 year old. It's too early. Our children don't need to work so hard. Let her play for a few years first and go to school when she grows up. Link looked at the pink little girl. He and Evica were both over 180 centimeters tall. The little girl sat in the middle opposite one, wearing a beautiful little skirt with a delicate and cute little face, like a flower fairy. We can let her listen to the piano, but she obviously doesn't dare to do it. Evica said, "Do you want me to teach Margarita how to box?" The little girl is just like Cynthia and Alexander. She is stronger than ordinary children and more suitable to be a boxer. If the three of them practice boxing together, we, father and daughter, will join hands in the future to dominate the boxing world. Humph, say this in front of Taylor and see if she will beat you up. Eva Cabe smiled at him suddenly and took the little girl to the swimming pool behind to swim. Link shrugged and raised his shoulders. After all, he felt that 8 children were a lot. It was just 4 sons and 4 daughters. The number of sons was too small. Now his boxing career did not even have a successor, so he decided to have more sons with Eva Cap, Taylor, and Chris Liu in the future. Those who like music can inherit his music career. Those who like boxing can follow him to be boxers. Those who like filming can be actors. And there are also swimming and charity. Children who don't like anything and can't do anything, let them inherit the family business and live on the dividends of the fund family. According to his current body value, the next 100 children can also be arranged. Do you want to swim? Evica changed into a bikini with a thin waist, peachy hips and long legs, looking amazing. Link shrugged and followed her to the outdoor swimming pool at the back. Chapter 537, Picking Up the Children. Taylor has been busy recording songs and releasing new albums recently, so he has no time to take care of the children. So Link drove to Taylor's mansion in Beverly Hills, ready to take the 2 children to live in the villa. With little Margarita, it would be more lively with the 3 children. Dad. Seeing him coming, Cynthia and Alexander ran over happily and threw themselves into his arms. Link gently picked up the 2 children and kissed them on both sides. Although they meet every week, the 2 little guys are very happy every time they see him. The main reason is that Taylor is more nervous when dealing with the 2 little guys. He has arranged courses for them since they were 1.5 years old, teaching them music, painting, preschool courses, etc., and rarely plays with the children. Link is more idle. Every time he is with his friends, he will accompany them to the zoo, ocean park, the playground, and watch animations together. Taylor became a tiger mom, and he became a cat dad. HMPH. Taylor came down from upstairs, wearing a plain t-shirt and denim shorts. He had a great figure, a delicate little face, and his hair was casually scattered. He didn't like to dress up. When he saw him, his nose was not a nose, and his eyes were not eyes. Link didn't care if he wanted to annoy him. He took out a beautiful little kid with one hand and looked at the children's mother. "How about the new album? What does it have to do with you? Why should I tell you?" Taylor wrinkled his nose and said unhappily, "If you don't have any inspiration, I can help you find it." "No need. Cynthia, Alexander, come down quickly. It will take more people to work hard." Taylor put the little guys down from his hands and asked them to go to the room to paint. Alexander and Cynthia blinked their big eyes and looked at Link pitifully. Link was very upset. The children are only 2 years old. Why are you arranging these courses for them? It's none of your business. The children are mine. I'll let them do what I tell them to do. You can't control them. Taylor said rather arrogantly. "Can you have a baby without me? Asshole. You'd better not imagine igniting the past. When I think of the past, I wish I could stab you again." Taylor shook his white fist in front of his eyes. The little guy said a few words softly, and Alexander and Cynthia nodded their chins and ran back to the room. "What did you say to them?" Taylor frowned and asked. Link walked to the bar, poured 2 glasses of clean water, and handed her one. "I told them to go back and paint casually first, and I will pick them up to go to the villa halfway up the mountain to play later." "Who said they were going to the villa halfway up the mountain?" Question mark. "I didn't agree. You can't take them away today." Taylor sat on the chair and said with his long legs crossed. Link shook and said, "I wrote 2 songs recently, and I feel they are pretty good. Do you want to listen? Do you want to exchange Alexander and Cynthia for songs? One person?" Taylor blinked his fox eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want to listen or not? Listen if you want. What are you shouting? Taylor glared at him and stomped up the stairs on the lift. Link shook his head and followed him upstairs. He found the two little ones hiding in the doorframe and looking at him. He smiled lightly, asked them to wait for a moment, and would be down soon. Decided to follow me to wherever I go. I can go at any time, in the tide of time. Sometimes I believe, sometimes I'm very rational. Sometimes I believe that being calm is a real thing. I can fly high, I can go low. Today I can fly high, I can also fly low. I have a million, tomorrow, I don't know. In the music room, Link played the piano while releasing a newly transcribed song Reality. This song is a song by the Belgian band Lost Frequency, which is a popular pop song. In addition to this song, Link also sang a new song he wrote. After singing, he turned and looked at Taylor, who was leaning against the windowsill. How does it feel? The first one is not bad, and the second one is not mature enough, so you can only take one little one today. Alexander and Cynthia, which one are you going to take? Taylor Abu breathed on his arm. Link pulled the corner of his mouth, stood up and walked to her side. I heard from Annie that you have been working on your creations behind closed doors recently. Have you gained anything? Of course, a lot. The only thing that bothers me is that there are too many good songs and I can't put them in the next album. Taylor raised his chin and said with a slight glance, you have a good mentality. Unlike me, I only write a few songs each time. Sometimes I want to change songs, but I don't have any backup songs. It's too bad. If my creative output is as high as yours, I can write a few good songs a year, and I won't retire so early, Link commented. Taylor snorted and looked at him with the corner of his eyes. Are you showing off to me? Every song you write is a classic. One is better than 10 of mine, right? No, it's better than 100. What? Taylor's fist hardened. Just kidding. Link grabbed her snow white fist and said, you always clench your fist. Don't forget that you taught me piano, guitar, and composition. How could I be better than you? You singers are the real singers and artists. I have songs at most. Don't look at my high album sales. In the early stage, I mainly relied on hype, and in the later stage, I relied on various halos to stimulate sales. Albums, I'm definitely not as good as you, even Katy Perry and Justin Bieber. Are you saying that the songs you wrote, such as Goodbye, Legends Never Die, Unstoppable, My Everything, Give Me Reasons, Just Where You Are, etc., are all rubbish songs? Wait. Taylor asked dissatisfiedly. It can't be said that they are rubbish songs. I just think you are better than me. You are good at composing, singing, and performing on stage. You are my idol. I really mean it. Huh. I want you to praise me. Taylor clenched his fist and hit his thick arm. You are not bad. You are too lazy. You have too much money and too many things. I'm afraid you can't give them up. As for other things, concentrate on music. No one in the music industry can rival you. You've ruined yourself. No, my fans may feel sorry for my lack of creation, but my movie fans and boxing fans will feel sorry. Link laughed. Yes, you're not an actor, and you're going to shoot an educational movie like that, Taylor said with disdain. But I won the Best Actor award at the Computational Nana Film Festival, which many professional actors can't get, Link said proudly. Humph, what are you proud of? If I can win an Oscar as an actor, I might even win the Best Actress award at the Oscars, Taylor said unconvinced. If you make a movie, the Best Actress award at the Golden Raspberry Awards next year will be yours. Nonsense. I won't win the Golden Raspberry Award. Taylor clenched her fist and hit him a few times. Okay, I'm just talking nonsense. You're so smart. As long as you work hard, it's not impossible to win the Best Actress award at the Oscars. Link smiled. Humph, you bastard just want to make me angry. Taylor rolled her eyes at him. Link smiled softly, leaning on the windowsill, letting the sunlight shine on him. In the warm room, the sunlight on Taylor's head became stronger, and the thin earlobes turned translucent pink in the sunlight, and her cheeks were rosy. We haven't talked so quietly for a long time. Link sighed. When we lived together before, we didn't talk at that time, or we were too tacit, knowing that many things didn't need to be said to each other. After breaking up, we would quarrel every time we met. Although we were quarreling today, we were much calmer. This may be related to age. Everyone has matured and become more rational. You want to take Alexander and Cynthia away, and you will follow my conversation. Don't think I can't see it, Taylor said. Link shook his head, put his arm around her shoulders, let her turn her head, and quietly hugged her blue eyes, which were still as beautiful as before, but with a little more tired and bored emotions. Asshole, you want to come? Taylor blinked and looked at him. Link raised her chin with his hand, lowered his head, and kissed her lips, from a light taste to a gradual deepening. At first, Taylor subconsciously closed her eyes, but he had just kissed for less than 20 seconds when Taylor suddenly opened her eyes. Want to use the beauty trick? I tell you that this trick doesn't work on my eyes. Taylor shook his fist. No, I often want to see you when I'm free, but you're getting busier and busier now, and I'm not sure if you'll be annoyed when you see me. Every time I come to see you, I need to suppress it for a long time and find a suitable excuse. Sometimes I think, if you weren't so outstanding and independent, I would definitely find a way to buy out all your contracts, and then occupy your time openly every day. Pervert, I will never let you succeed, Taylor said with his chin raised. Link shrugged and turned to walk out. Just leaving like that? You just gave up the opportunity to accompany Alexander and Cynthia so easily? You are not a competent father at all. Taylor snorted. What do you want? You can find a way to please me. As long as I'm happy, I might agree to let you take Alexander and Cynthia away, Taylor said proudly. Okay, I'll try. Link smiled lightly, walked over to her, and without waiting for her to speak, he held the back of her head with his hand, bent down and kissed her deeply. Taylor was held in his arms, and she hit his shoulders hard with her fists, but it was of no use. Her body was getting softer little by little during the passionate kiss. Link didn't want to give her a chance to speak, and while they were kissing, she leaned against the wall and began to disarm her in an orderly manner. While Taylor was struggling, he was like an undefeated fighter in the boxing ring. His weapons easily penetrated the opponent's gauze-like defense and accurately hit the enemy's home position. The war was about to break out. More than an hour later, he defeated Taylor and successfully took Alexander and Cynthia away. When he took the two little guys away, the nanny had already packed their luggage for them. This made him wonder if the previous operation was redundant. In fact, he could take the two little guys away without spending so much effort. Asshole, you'd better not teach them boxing. If I find out, you know what the consequences will be. Taylor was lying on the windowsill on the second floor, with his head draped over his shoulders, and said in a hoarse voice, "Got it. Alexander, Cynthia, say bye to mommy. Bye, mommy." The two little ones waved at Taylor through the car window and shouted in a clear voice, "Goodbye, mommy. I'm going to play with daddy." They were very well behaved and cute. "Dad," mommy said. "Asshole, why?" Cynthia asked in a cute voice, looking up at her little face. Link's face darkened, and he glared at Taylor, who was laughing, and told Cynthia that this was a nickname that could only be used between mommy and daddy, and she couldn't, and then change the subject to talk about something else to prevent the word asshole from taking root in her young memory. "Honey, we are leaving. If you miss Alexander and Cynthia, you can come and see them anytime. Got it? You're so nagging." Taylor closed the window and went back into the house. Beep beep. Chapter 538 Cooperation. After receiving the child, apart from a few hours of boxing training every day, the rest of the time is spent at home taking care of the child. With her sister and brother around, little Margarita runs to play more happily, following Alexander and Cynthia every day. Occasionally, little Annie, Selena and Tiffany come to play, and the villa on the hillside becomes a paradise for children of all ages, and they can play from morning to night every day. World War Z is released, and the North American market share has reached 200 million elephants, and the global market share has exceeded 500 million. Now You See Me, which is at the end of its release, has sold 120 million in North America and officially exceeded 350 million in global sales. In addition to the large amount of imported advertising revenue in the movie, Lionsgate's profit on this movie exceeds 150 million people. Also this week, Lionsgate released another comedy movie of good quality, The Hot Cop. The film is directed by Paul Feig, the director of Bridesmaids, and tells the story of female agent Sarah and irritable female police officer Nan teaming up to hunt down Russian drug cartels. The heroines are Sandra Bullock and Melissa McCarthy. Sam Pio is an Oscar winner and a top actress in The Circle, while Melissa is an actress who became famous with Bridesmaids. The Shining Thief with a North American box office of $160 million. She also became famous with this movie. Both of them have so much appeal in the North American identity film market. After all, this movie is ready to be released in March, but when it was screened internally, everyone had a good evaluation of the movie, so the distribution department planned to postpone the release of the film to the summer season, to strive for better box office results. The sales data of The Hot Policewoman also scheduled special arrangements for the distribution department. It sold $39.11 million in 3,181 theaters in the first 3 days. On the 15th day of its release, North American sales exceeded 100 million, and Lionsgate's fifth North American sales exceeded 100 million this year. Compared with the 807 films publicly released in North America last year, 26 of which had North American box office of more than 100 million, the situation this year is probably similar. Lionsgate has 5 films that have exceeded 100 million in North American box office among the films released. Considering that Lionsgate has 8 films that have not yet been released, including The Hunger Games 2, The Wolf of Wall Street and Insidious 2, Lionsgate magazine predicts that Lionsgate's North American box office is expected to break 100 million in July and August this year. If the complete forecast is accurate, Lionsgate's North American box office this year will account for almost 1/3 to 1/4 of last year's. From this point of view, Lionsgate's total transaction volume this year is likely to continue to rank in the top 5 or even the top 3 in the industry. For this reason, the top executives of the 6 major film companies are under great pressure, and internal meetings were held in between to discuss how to improve film sales and prevent Lionsgate from getting ahead of themselves. The result of the discussion was that there was no way. Among the 700 or 800 films publicly screened in North America each year, less than 1/5 can make a profit. Even if the 6 major film companies increase their film production, there is no guarantee that the films can make money. Perhaps too many films have been invested, but they lose more. In this way, there is no way to improve the film revenue performance, so the only way is to find ways to suppress Lionsgate's films. Unfortunately, Lionsgate has independent distribution and publicity channels, as well as Netflix, an online video publishing platform, and does not rely on the Big Six. This also makes it impossible for the Big Six to grasp Lionsgate's lifeline. Just when Warner Pictures was preparing to join forces with Weinstein Pictures, Legendary Pictures and other Lionsgate films, news was spread that Paramount Pictures was preparing to cooperate with Lionsgate. Paramount Pictures recently signed a 5-year cooperation agreement with Lionsgate. The agreement stipulates that the 2 parties will jointly invest and produce 20 film and television works in the next 5 years. The premise of this cooperation is that Paramount Pictures will pay Lionsgate up to $1 billion in production interruptions in stages. Lionsgate has strong production capabilities and is very accurate in controlling the direction of the film market. Paramount Pictures, backed by Viacom Media Group, has strong publicity and distribution capabilities worldwide. Together, they will definitely achieve quite good results in film sales. After the news was reported by the Los Angeles Times and the New York Post, it caused heated discussions in the film industry. In the past 3 years, Lionsgate has performed strongly in the film market. With an annual production investment of $500 million to $600 million US, it dared to compete fiercely with the Big Six film studios. Surprisingly, it won last year, ranking 3rd in the industry in total transactions, and it is very likely to continue to be in the top 5 this year. Paramount Pictures has performed generally in recent years, and its annual total transaction volume often ranks 56th, rarely entering the top 3. If this situation continues, Paramount Pictures is likely to fall behind in the Big 7. In this case, Paramount Pictures' choice to cooperate with Lionsgate is very risky. For the Big Six film studios, Lionsgate is definitely an unwelcome role. In the face of such a role, the best way is to restrict the development of Lionsgate and prevent it from continuing to build up and eat up the occupation that belongs to the Big Six. However, Paramount chose to cooperate with Lionsgate. If the cooperation is successful, Paramount may surpass the other 5 in the future and achieve a better ranking in the Big Six. If the cooperation between the two parties fails, Paramount Pictures will most likely be unable to recover in the future and will inevitably be left behind by several other major film companies. The Hollywood Reporter said that Paramount Pictures' bet on Lionsgate was an amazing decision. No matter how the cooperation between the two parties goes, the competition in the film industry will become more intense in the next few years, and even large film companies will go bankrupt. The source of all this is the rise of Lionsgate, or more precisely, it started with Link's acquisition of Lionsgate. Haha, Link, congratulations on your cooperation with Paramount. It will be more convenient for us to cooperate in making movies in the future. David Ellison smiled while holding a glass of wine at the celebration reception for the $500 million purchase of World War Z. Ken nodded. This time, the cooperation was first restarted by Brad Grey, chairman and CEO of Paramount Pictures. David Ellison, who worked in the production department of Paramount Pictures, also tried his best to match it. Later, this proposal was supported by Sumner Redstone, chairman of the parent company Viacom. After several rounds of negotiations, the two parties reached a cooperation agreement and temporarily served as Secretary General. Immediately proposed that Lionsgate would have more benefits. First, with an extra $1 billion project funds, Lionsgate could make more movies in the future. Secondly, with the support of Paramount Pictures, Lionsgate's publicity and distribution capabilities, and after the completion of the cooperation, Lionsgate could also give priority to investing in Paramount's movies, just like World War Z and other movies with box office potential. As long as Lionsgate is optimistic, it can participate in the investment first, and will not be generally outside. More importantly, after cooperating with Paramount Pictures, it can also break the tacit understanding between the Big Six film studios, so that they cannot join forces with the vampire Lionsgate. These benefits are also the reason why Link agreed to cooperate. Are there any good projects recently? I mean big projects with investments of over 100 million. I like big projects. David Ellison asked. Lionsgate currently has few big movies. In addition to The Hunger Games 3, there is also The Expendables 3 and the tentative movies. Are you interested? Link thought about it. In the promotion of The Hunger Games 3, will you be the protagonist in this part? Yes, absolutely the protagonist. Okay, I followed. David Ellison was confused. Are you going to follow before you even read the script? Haha, of course. Among them, the movies starring You Have Never Lost Money. I don't believe this part will lose money. Even if it loses money, I will accept it. David Ellison squinted and smiled. Link shook his head. He dared not guarantee that The Expendables 3 would not lose money, because this benchmark was completely new and occupied a lot of space. He was not sure whether it would lose money after filming. In order to reduce the risk, he didn't mind bringing in more film companies to co-produce. Hi, Link. David. Brad Pitt, the male lead of World War Z, came over with his wife Angelina Jolie. Pitt's plan B is also an investor in this movie. This is the second cooperation between Lionsgate and Plan B after Moneyball. Both cooperations were successful. This time Brad Pitt found him and proposed a new cooperation project, which is a movie adapted from a documentary novel. It tells the story of several investment geniuses on Wall Street who saw through the illusion of the subprime mortgage crisis in advance during the global financial crisis in 2008 and drastically reduced their profits by shorting subprime mortgage CDS, becoming one of the few investment tycoons who made a lot of profits in the financial disaster. After hearing this idea, Link wanted to make a similar movie, The Big Short. The ownership is unknown, and it has been nominated for the Best Picture at the Oscars. It should be good. When Brad Pitt asked if he was not interested, Link said that he would recommend this project to the production department and plan to cooperate on other projects. Link, I heard that you are now a stay-at-home dad, and you like children very much. Angelina Jolie, with long curly brown chestnut hair and wearing a red dress, stood beside Brad Pitt and looked at him with a smile. This woman is beautiful and sexy. When she looks at people, her eyes seem to be in violation, always giving people a feeling that she wants to be with the person in bed. Link didn't know if it was an illusion and didn't want to delve into it. He smiled and said, "Yes, Evoca and Taylor are very busy, and I'm relatively free. Currently, I'm at home taking care of the children most of the time." Haha, it's really interesting. You are such a big star, but you actually take care of the children at home every day. Brad, you should learn from Link. Angelina Jolie patted Brad Pitt's shoulder. Being a stay-at-home dad is a very interesting experience. When I finish my work, I will also take care of the children at home. Brad Pitt shrugged and smiled. Link, I have a very good project in my hand. It tells a fairy tale similar to Sleeping Beauty. There are witches and cute little princesses. It is very interesting. Are you interested in seeing the eyesight? Angelina Jolie smiled. It sounds good. I'd love to see the horizon you mentioned. Okay, we'll contact each other later. Angelina Jolie was about to put on her red lips, clinked her champagne glass with him, and chatted for a few words. Then Jolie and Pitt left. Other actors, directors, and producers of World War Z, as well as Brad Gray, chairman of Paramount Pictures, and Rob Moore, vice president, also came over to say hello to him. After all, Link was planning to just show up and leave before he came, but he was so popular that he spent more than an hour dealing with the crowd at the cocktail party before he finally got away. Chapter 539 Discussion. After the cocktail party, Link saw the script Maleficent submitted by Angelina Jolie. Maleficent is a character in the movie Sleeping Beauty, a vicious fairy. Because she was not invited to Princess Aurora's washing ceremony, she cursed the princess to die on her 16th birthday by piercing her finger with the spindle of the spinning wheel. In the new script, Maleficent has become a more positive character. After all, she is a beautiful angel, a young fairy with wings that can fly, and grew up in a peaceful forest kingdom. Later, she met the ruthless love of her lover, the king, and her wings were cut off by the king. From then on, her heart began to become cold. In order to retaliate against the king, she cast an evil curse on Princess Aurora. However, as the little princess grew up, Maleficent gradually realized that this little princess could not only bring peace to the two worlds, but also bring her real peace and happiness. In the process of thinking with the little princess, her heart was slowly purified. After reading the script, Link remembered a movie very similar to the script, Maleficent, starring Angelina Jolie, in which she turned into a forest witch with horns on her head. The performance of this movie seems to be good, surpassing Mr. and Mrs. Smith starring Angelina Jolie and Pitt, becoming the highest grossing movie under Jolie's name. Mr. and Mrs. Smith grossed 480 million yuan worldwide. The production cost of Maleficent was 180 million US dollars. According to this figure, this movie has investment potential. After reading the script, he recommended the project to the production department, and they contacted the producers to discuss the project. There are currently two producers, one is Disney and the other is Angelina Jolie's film studio. This consensus is the background story of the movie Sleeping Beauty announced by Disney. After the screenwriter Linda Woolverton completed the creation, she submitted the proposal to Disney for production. However, Disney was worried that the investment would be unexpected and could not be recovered, so it only agreed to invest 80 million yuan, and the remaining decryption film producers would find a way. Angelina Jolie liked Rutan very much after seeing it, and wanted to eat the heroine. She invested 30 million rupees through her film studio, and promised to help invest. After meeting Link at the celebration party, she took the initiative to propose it, but she didn't expect Link to answer cooperation. Link is really a very good guy, Angelina Jolie said, while lying on a massage chair in the beauty center. Link? Which Link? Actress Reese Witherspoon was lying on the massage chair next to her, turning sideways and asking curiously, "This is Hollywood, which Link could it be?" Jolie closed her eyes and applied skin cream on her face. "Well, why did you suddenly mention Link? Do you have a good relationship with him?" Reese Witherspoon asked with a gossipy look on her face. "I've talked about it several times, my friend. I met him at a cocktail party a few days ago and talked about the new movie. I asked him if he was interested in cooperation. He gave me an answer very quickly. He is different from the senior executives of the film companies I know. He is a very humane tycoon. Charlie thinks it is more appropriate to describe Link as humane. Because the executives of other film companies pay more attention to interests, they are friendly to actors who can make money, but very indifferent to actors with high popularity. Also, when working together, those executives and producers of film companies like to play tricks on actresses, but Link doesn't do that. In this sense, he is a very good person in this circle. Really? I don't think so. You know, last week Lionsgate held a role audition for Gone Girl. I have read the novel and really like the role of the heroine Amy. However, during the audition, director David Fincher told me directly that I was not suitable. What does this have to do with Link? Julie asked. Link is the male lead and producer of this movie. I contacted Link through my agent and said that I like this role very much and I guarantee that I can play this role well. I hope to work with him once, but he refused. I remember that the male and female protagonists of Gone Girl are lovers. You are more than 10 years older than him. Is it appropriate for you to play his wife? I know it's not appropriate, but he rejected me. You praised him in person for being romantic, so I would naturally object. Reese with a spoon laughed. Julie shook her head and didn't argue with her. Well, even if Link did nothing wrong, he has been very strong in the public relations of the Oscars in the past 2 years. He has won the Best Actress award for nearly 2 consecutive years. Some people say that he is the next Harvey. All actresses who want to win an Oscar need to please him. Do you think this is a good thing? You compare Link to the next Harvey? Exclamation mark. I strongly disagree with this. First of all, Link is so handsome and sexy. Even if he wants to take advantage of a lady, the lady must be willing. But I have never heard of him taking advantage of anyone. In addition, Link is worth more than 10 billion, and he is only 24 years old this year. He is a world superstar. 100 Harveys can't compare to him. He is the next Harvey, which is the biggest insult to him. Julie said. I'm talking about the Oscars. Regardless of anything else, Link was more domineering at the Oscars than Harvey was back then. Harvey won an Oscar for Best Actress every few years, but Link won one every year. I heard that August, Osage County, produced by Palm Beach Studios, will be released at the end of the year. The film stars 3 actresses, Meryl Streep, Julia Roberts, and Jennifer Lawrence. Their goal is obvious, which is to win the Oscars for Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress next year. The media also believes that, as long as the quality of the film is good, Meryl will have plenty of opportunities to use this film to seal her reputation again. If she succeeds, it would be terrible. Lionsgate's films have monopolized the Best Actress award for 3 consecutive years. He is more terrifying than Harvey. Reese with a spoon exclaimed. Why do you feel terrified? Asking Harvey to help with the Oscars PR requires preventing him from taking advantage of you. And working with Link requires finding a way to be taken advantage of by him. If you can be taken advantage of by him, you will have the best chance of winning the Oscar for Best Actress. Isn't that a double blessing? Julie smiled, holding the towel on her chest. Reese with a spoon shook her head and was about to speak when her cell phone on the table rang. She asked her assistant to answer the phone. The assistant talked on the phone for a few words and came back to tell her that it was a call from Bruna Papandrea, the head of Pacific Standard Pictures. Pacific Standard Pictures is the film company that Reese with a Spoon founded in 2006, and Bruna Papandrea is her partner. Bruna told Reese that they submitted a new score for Into the Wild to Beach Pictures a few days ago and received a response. Beach thinks it's good and agreed to talk about investment. Reese with a Spoon sat up excitedly. Palestine Beach Pictures? Are you looking for Manhattan Beach Pictures to cooperate? Angelina Jolie looked at her with strange eyes. What's wrong? Palm Beach Pictures has done a great job in female-themed movies in recent years. Bridesmaids, Zero Dark 30 and The Master are all Palm Beach's movies. I estimate that this one is also about women, so it's just right to find Palm Beach to cooperate with. Reese with a Spoon shrugged and smiled. Palm Beach is also Link's company. If you cooperate with him, don't you worry about being taken advantage of by him? Charlie joked. Don't worry about that. Although Link is a playboy, his way of picking up girls is completely open, and he never does any hidden rules. He is actually a very good person. If I were 10 years younger, I would definitely not dare to pursue him doubtfully. Reese with a spoon smiled. Charlie snorted. Before she praised Link, Reese kept objecting. Now that she heard that Palestine Beach Pictures agreed to cooperate with her, she began to praise Link again. What a fickle woman. Dad, what is this? In the villa halfway up the mountain, Link was looking at the score when Alexander ran over dragging a pair of red boxing gloves. Boxing gloves, Daddy's toy. Link put down his airs, took the boxing gloves, put them on his hands, and told him how to use them and how to punch. He also gently touched Alexander's little face with the boxing gloves, and the little guy giggled. Alexander took a boxing glove and put his little hand in it. Are you there? When Link was about to teach him how to punch, he suddenly heard someone talking behind him. He turned around and saw Taylor and Ivica walking in from outside. Taylor was looking cold and staring at him fiercely. Alexander took out the boxing gloves, and I just told him that they were boxing gloves. I didn't have any other ideas. Link explained quickly. Huh, you don't dare to admit what you did, and you blame it on Alexander? He's only 2 years old, how dare you? Taylor said coldly. Ivica was just laughing beside him. Well, I took it. I just finished boxing practice and forgot to put it in the cabinet. But I didn't teach Alexander boxing, don't get me wrong. Link had no choice but to take the blame. Taylor glared at him and picked up Alexander, who rushed towards her. Mommy. Cynthia also ran out with little Annie. Little Margarita followed her sister and aunt and brother, with 2 buns and her hair sticking up her buttocks. She ran to Ivica and hugged her long legs, calling her mom with a silly smile. Brother, come here, I want to ask you a question. Little Annie jumped onto the sofa and said, pulling Link's arm. The little girl is 7 years old this year, in the 2nd grade of elementary school, and is a school bully. What? Link lowered his head and asked. Little Annie looked at Taylor and Eva. She leaned close to his ear and asked, Brother, are Taylor and Eva both your wives? I asked the teacher, and the teacher said that our country practices monogamy, and everyone can only have one wife. How come you have two? Link raised his eyebrows. Do you still need to ask the teacher? Yes, Mom said that if you don't understand something, you can ask such a teacher. Little Annie blinked her eyes and said as a matter of course. Don't ask about gossip, ask more about study. You don't need to know too much about other things. Link rubbed her apple head. Oh, then Taylor and Eva are your wives? Yes. The teacher said that everyone can only have one wife. You have two. How can this be possible? Your brother is Superman. Superman is not an ordinary person. You can have as many as you want. 10 is okay. Little Annie waved her 2 small palms. What are you 2 brothers and sisters talking about? Taylor put the little guy down and asked. The newly picked cherries are very good. You should try them too. Before little Annie opened her mouth to speak, Link took a cherry to block her little mouth. When will your new song be released? How about releasing it together next week? Let's see who can win the singles chart. Taylor said provocatively with his long legs crossed. No need to compete. I'm the world's top star. You are just a first line singer. You won't feel much sense of accomplishment if you win. Link laughed. Taylor snorted lightly, but did not refute. In terms of the number of fans and influence, she is indeed not as good as Link now, but her future is uncertain. Link ate a few cherries and picked up the corresponding Eva on the table. At the end of the year, considering that most of this year's films have been completed and the company's production department has started next year's film projects, he has to take time out to look at the budget more to prevent it from occupying bad eggs. The films currently scheduled are American Sniper, The Expendables 3, The Big Short, Maleficent, Wild, 50 Shades of Grey, etc., and there are sequels to several films. There are also cooperation in the industry, and he needs to find a few more projects. The current situation of Lionsgate is that it will not move forward if it delists, and the company is under great pressure. However, as long as they can survive this period, if the company goes public or is acquired in the future, he and Eva can put down their burdens and lie down to count money. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540, The Disappearing Lover. The Hot Cop was released for 3 weeks, with a total box office of $120 million in North America, $48.8 million overseas, and $168 million worldwide. This week, Lionsgate's last summer movie Her was released. It was jointly produced by Manhattan Beach Films and Annapurna Films. It tells the story of a writer, Theodore, who fell in love with the female voice Samantha in the computer operating system after a breakup. Samantha not only has a sexy voice and profound knowledge, but is also surprisingly interesting, which makes the otaku Theodore fall in love. As the male protagonist's needs and desires for her grow, their feelings continue to deepen, and they eventually fall in love. The film cost 23 million yuan to make, which is similar to The Master. Joaquin Phoenix is the male lead, Amy Adams is the female supporting actress, and Samantha is voiced by Scarlett Johansson. The film is still an artistic and literary film. Before its release, it was selected as the closing film of the New York Film Festival, and received good reviews from film critics. Her was initially screened in 6 theaters in North America, with a total of 462,000 square meters of ownership in the first week, and an average of 9,737 square meters per theater per day. Although it is not as good as Rust and Bone with more than 20,000 previews per day, it is also in the upper middle class among niche art films. According to the previews in the first week, the number of theaters showing the film expanded to 148 in the second week. When Her was released, Link started a new round of defending the lightweight boxing champion crown. In more than a month, he fought 3 battles in the arenas in Australia, and Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. He defeated WBA lightweight champion challenger Carlo Murat, WBC champion challenger George Brands, and IBF champion challenger Tommy Cather. All the games ended in 1 round. His professional record has also reached 35 fights, 35 wins and 35 KOs, continuing to create his own myth. His total income from these 3 games is equivalent to 225 million. The money he just used was also used to acquire Eli Lilly shares, Baidoto, and JD.com shares. His current Eli Lilly shares have increased to 2.025%, Baidoto 5.36%, and JD.com shares 5.1%. Hong Kong Island Jinbek Investment Company has also successfully entered the JD.com board of directors. If the development goes smoothly, he will own shares of 3 companies with amazing market values in the future: Tesla, Nvidia, and Eli Lilly. There are 5 companies with market values exceeding 100 billion: Netflix, Spotify, SpaceX, JD.com, Bide, and scattered shares such as Universal Music, News Corporation, Amazon, Facebook, Wanda, Alibaba, and Maute. Looking at the investment statements of several companies, Link feels that, even if he retires now, he will be able to sit firmly as the world's richest man in the future, and may even be able to hold the title for dozens of consecutive years. Boss, we are going to shoot now. You get ready. Mizuna came over to remind the crew of Gone Girl. Okay. Link's part of the information configuration Anna picked up the appearance of the chassis. Before, he had read the notes of Gone Girl many times, and now he looks at the appearance mainly to remember the lines. This movie tells the story of a couple in Missouri, USA. The husband Nick is a poor boy from the countryside, an unemployed gigolo. The wife Amy is a beautiful second-generation rich girl whose parents are popular book writers. On the 5th anniversary of their marriage, Nick returned from the bar and found that his wife was missing. The house had become a crime scene. Under the police's investigation, all clues showed that Nick killed Amy. Nick was also criticized by the media and the public, and became a famous scumbag. All this was a conspiracy by his wife Amy. She did this to make up a story that Nick had cheated on her husband and to keep her husband firmly under her control through this planned murder case. Link's statue is Nick, the Giggle Man, and the heroine Amy is played by Rosamund Pike. Rosamund Pike is a famous British goddess, whose original name is Rosamund Pike. In 2002, she starred in Die Another Day, and became a Bond girl. In 2009, She starred in an education starring Carey Mulligan and became popular in Hollywood. Last year, she played the leading role in Jack Reacher starring Cruise, and she is a second-tier heroine in Hollywood. The other party was selected to play the leading role in the Gone Girl crew through an audition. Last month, Gone Girl publicly selected the leading actress because the media confirmed in advance that Link was the leading actor of the movie. When the crew began casting, more than 100 beautiful girls came to audition, including Reese Witherspoon, Natalie Portman, Emily Blunt, Kristen Stewart, and because there were many people coming, Link did not intervene in the casting of the crew, allowing the director and screenwriter to choose the right role. After 3 rounds of selection, Rosamund Pike was white. She is 10 years older than Link, 174 centimeters tall, with white skin and a slender face. She looks very attractive. The director of the film is David Fincher, whose representative works include 7 Deadly Sins, Fight Club, The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, The Social Network, Alien 3, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, etc. He is a top Hollywood director. The genre is a thriller, which is why Lionsgate Films spent a lot of money to invite the other party to direct this movie. Link recited the lines silently and rehearsed with the heroine Rosamund Pike twice on the set. When director Fincher shouted action, he and Rosamund Pike began to perform. "I have to kiss you now." In the dimly lit alley, Link said to the woman opposite, "Are you serious?" Rosamund Pike smiled slightly. The plot of the hero and heroine just met. After knowing each other, Nick took the initiative to ask the heroine to go out for a walk. When passing by the door of a bakery, the store was unloading goods. White icing sugar was floating under the streetlights, like snowflakes all over the sky. The heroine looked at the sky full of icing sugar. Her hair and lips were covered with white icing sugar, and a smile sweeter than icing sugar could be seen below. After being exposed to the icing sugar storm, how can no one kiss you? Link smiled. Rosamund Pike was moved by his love words and leaned against the wall intoxicatedly. "Wait a minute." Link raised his hand and smeared some icing sugar on the icing. On the woman's lips, he said okay, and lowered his head to gently kiss Rosamund Pike's lips. The two kissed passionately in the alley, with icing all over the sky. Not bad. In the director's area, director David Fincher looked at the picture below, touched his chin and nodded. When initially selecting the heroine, the crew planned to choose a craftsman who was about the same age as Link, but after auditioning more than a dozen actresses in their early 20s, they found that none of these young actors were suitable. First of all, in terms of temperament, Nick, who is so dependent on Link, is a gigolo and has an important position at home. The heroine selected must be a queen type, smart, beautiful, shrewd, and highly intelligent, and must be able to suppress Link in terms of momentum. Almost no one among the newcomers can do it. For him and the casting team, they had to relax the restrictions and expand the age to within 10 years old. Natalie Portman, Emily Blunt, and Rosamund Pike entered the round. After repeated comparisons, Natalie Portman's facial lines were too hard, and she was not tall enough. Emily Blunt was beautiful, and Rosamund Pike was tall, beautiful, and gentle, and she was more compatible with Link's appearance. Finally, the role fell to Rosamund Pike. However, after choosing Rosamund Pike, director David Fincher was not sure that he could not play the role well. The cooperation with Link was not tacit enough to produce the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. After watching the other party's performance, director David Fincher was relieved. Link himself has an artistic face and a delicate performance style. When talking about love with Rosamund Pike, it was also very natural and did not make people feel greasy. In terms of age, Rosamund Pike is 10 years older than Link, but her appearance is young and soft, while Link's temperament is more mature. The two look different. David, the scene of the two of them kissing under the streetlight is very romantic. I suggest that they kiss for a while longer. Screenwriter and novel author Ms. Gillian Flynn looked at Link and Rosamund Pike on the set and smiled. "Okay, I'll add your suggestion. TSK. Do it again." Director David Fincher shouted. The two wanted to shoot again. It was not Ms. Flynn's suggestion, but the filming of the movie had just started. He wanted to use these intimate shots to hone their feelings and make them more compatible in the subsequent filming. He also wanted to see how much could be explored in Link's performance and try to let each other show more in the performance to make the performance deeper. After they shot 6 times and kissed 6 times, director David Fincher announced past. Rosa, how does it feel? Link pointed at Chun-Pihua's teeth. This was an art film, so when kissing, you have to really kiss, not just touch your lips. After kissing each other 6 times, each other's teeth became slightly swollen. Not bad, your kissing skills are great, and I'm your fan. For me, it's an expectation again and again. Rosamund looked at his face and smiled. Well, I feel good too. The Macupe crew came over, reapplied her Macupe, and used ice packs to reduce the swelling of Rosamund Pike's lips. After finishing these tasks, director David Fincher announced that they would continue filming the next take. Link spent nearly a month on the set of Gone Girl before completing all the shots and returning home to continue being a dad. The Hot Cop was released for 2 months, with a North American occupancy of 159 million yuan, an overseas occupancy of 68.17 million square meters, and global total assets of more than 220 million. Because this is a modern urban film, there are many imported advertisements in the film. Before the filming of the film began, Lionsgate had received more than 18 million in advertising sponsorship, which almost accounted for half of the production cost. Based on the current transaction data, Lionsgate's profit is no less than 80 million users. After the release of her, the current sales revenue in North America is 23.39 million, and the overseas sales are 18.08 million. The word of mouth cost of the film production is 2 million, and the sales revenue has paid back. However, the film was very good after its release, with a media review of 8.4 points. 32 media outlets including the New York Times and Los Angeles Times gave it a score of 8.5 or above. The freshness of Rotten Tomatoes is 73%. 54 people support it, 19 people oppose it, and Yahoo scores it is also considered a popular movie for the Academy Awards next year. Brother, congratulate me. Link was reading the trailer, and Selena ran over with her mobile phone, her round face full of happiness. No, don't mention the exam. It's the Venice Film Festival. Venice Spring Break entered the main competition unit of the film festival. Maybe it can win a Golden Lion Award. Isn't this worth congratulating? Selena said proudly. Yes, being shortlisted for the main competition unit of the Venice Film Festival shows that this movie is not bad, and it also shows that you acted well. Congratulations. Link praised. That's right. You can succeed in becoming an actress after switching from the music industry. I'm your sister, so of course I can't be too bad. Selena patted her chest and said, do you want to go to Venice? I can lend you the plane. Link suggested. Forget it. I didn't get nominated for Best Actress, so it's okay. But it's not bad to lend me the plane. Tiffany and I are going to Paris. Go ahead, let Anna arrange it for you. Link reached out and rubbed her new hairstyle, messing up her hair bangs. Selena was stunned for a moment, pulled his arm and slapped it angrily a few times, and finally glared at him, stomping heavily on the floor and walked away. Link smiled lightly and continued to read Zashu. The novel he was reading now was called The Revenant, a novel by writer Michael Penck, with a full text of more than 100,000 words. After reading it, he found that the main plot was similar to the movie version, so he thought about calling the people in the production department of Lionsgate Films to see if the copyright of this novel was still there. Whether it was or not, he wanted to buy it. He may not play the leading role, but the box office performance of this movie also won several trophies at the Oscars that year. It is a movie worth investing in. Ding ling ling. Come out to play cards. Leonardo called and shouted, just after he put down the phone. Where are you? Who are they? Let's make it clear in advance that you are not allowed to accuse me of cheating if you lose. Link laughed. As long as you don't cheat, I will never say anything about you. Leonardo told him that there were Joaquin, Tobey Maguire, Robert Downey Jr., Matt Damon, etc. They had just attended the Los Angeles Film Critics Association Awards and were chatting in the film club. Link thought about it and agreed. Chapter 541 Circle. Is Link coming? He's a busy man. Robert Downey Jr. said while flipping his cards in the Beverly Hills Film Club. He said he'd come later. Leonardo shrugged and said, after this guy came back from the crew, he was found taking care of the kids at home and driving Eva Katuan from Get Off Work. I really don't know how he, a world famous playboy, became a male nanny now. Married men are so terrible. This is normal. Men are more wild when they are young, and they will settle down to be good men after they get married. No one can be a playboy all their lives. Matt Damon flicked his cigarette and took a sip of beer. People. Matt, what you said is a bit absolute. The people around him looked at Leonardo with a smile. This guy is 40 years old this year, and it's not far from being a playboy for life. Damn, look at me. I'm not a playboy. I just haven't met the girl of my destiny, Leonardo said with a dark face. I think there are two things that are very difficult for Leon to achieve. The first is to win the Oscar for Best Actor, and the second is to meet his soulmate. Tobey Maguire joked, leaning on the sofa. Don't talk about me. No one has ever won the Oscar for Best Actor. Leonardo snorted coldly and glanced at the people around him, including Robert Downey Jr., Matt Damon, Joaquin Phoenix, Ryan Gosling, Ben Affleck, etc. They were all wanderers in the world, so no one should laugh at anyone else. Don't look at Joaquin, he will get it this year. Cassie Affleck laughed. Don't mention the Oscars, it's boring. Joaquin held a cigarette in his mouth and grabbed the cards on the table and shuffled them. Several people continued to play cards. After a few rounds, Link and Paul Walker walked in. Link, come and play cards. I missed you. When the people on the boat saw Link coming, they all stood up and made room for each other. Link sat down to play cards and listened to everyone chatting about some gossip in the film industry, such as film market share, actor acting skills, auditions for new film roles, and some fresh gossip. But he is now the boss of a film company, a billionaire, and the others are all actors. Except for Leonardo and Joaquin, who can speak casually, the others are very reserved when they speak, as if they are worried that they will offend him if they say something wrong. After playing a few rounds, Link felt that it was boring, so he gave his seat to Tobey Maguire and sat next to him to watch the cards and chat. Link said yes, Joaquin's current films are mostly art films, and the transaction volume will not be too high, but the quality is very good, and there is a certain Matt Damon also interrupted and asked if he could cooperate with him if there is a good project. Link did not refuse. Matt Damon, Robert Downey Jr., Ben Affleck and others are all very valuable actors. If there is a suitable project, they can also cooperate. He does not mind that the other party has approached Harvey before. At the card table, Ryan Gosling also took the time to talk to him for a few words, mixing with professionals. Didn't you say you were going to play cards? Why did you come back so late? Link returned to the villa halfway up the mountain and saw Eva coming down from upstairs with moisturizer on her face. It's not interesting. It's better to stay at home with you and the children than to play with them. Link picked up little Margarita who was crawling around on the ground floor and put her between Alexander and Cynthia. He talked about the club by the way. He wanted to communicate with everyone as an actor, gossip or talk about women. But everyone knows that as the boss of a film company, he is more restrained in speaking, and the atmosphere is not lively. He doesn't want to be a spoiler, so it's better to leave early. This is normal. When you were a diver, the people around you were Fatty James, Daniel from the hot dog shop, Michael from the surfboard shop, and Mario. After becoming a singer and actor, the people around you became Taylor, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, Paul Walker, Cassie Affleck, etc. Now that you are the boss of Lionsgate Films and a multi-billionaire, your work focus is no longer on music and performing arts, and it is normal that you have fewer topics to talk about with your former friends. I suggest that you attend more cocktail parties held by banks, investment companies, and billionaire clubs. Get to know more high-ranking people in the upper class and chat with them. There must be a lot of topics to talk about. Eva smiled, pinching his shoulders. No way. Those people are all old men in their 50s, 60s, and 70s. When they get together, they mostly talk about health, life extending technology, and young women. Listening to them chat is more boring than participating in a Hollywood card game. Link reported that, after being on the Forbes list, he received invitations from hundreds of wealthy clubs, including various clubs. He also attended cocktail parties for a group of wealthy people, such as the Super VIP cocktail party of Morgan Investment Bank, the Senior Partner Party of Pioneer Asset Management, the Forbes Rich List dinner, the Bill Gates Charitable Foundation dinner, etc. At these parties, the guests were mostly old men, wearing old-fashioned clothes. Their words and deeds also revealed the social life of the old times, and there was an obvious generation gap in the content of the chats. This situation made it difficult for him, a newcomer in the capital circle, to adapt. He has participated in several activities before, but now he goes less frequently, basically only attending cocktail parties of young wealthy people such as Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Musk, and Zuckerberg. Only by chatting with these people can we find common topics. Hubby, you are running too fast, and your peers can't catch up with you. Ivanka joked. No, you caught up with me. Link coaxed Ivanka's waist and smiled. I didn't. It was you who pulled me forward. Otherwise I would have been left to the right by you. Ivanka hooked her arm with his. They swayed in the theater to each other's music. Dad. Margarita peed, and she peed everywhere. You take her away quickly. Cynthia shouted in a crisp voice. Here she comes. Link shrugged, kissed his wife's neck, went to wipe the little guy's butt, and called the servant to clean the hall. After filming Gone Girl, Link spent more than 10 days in the post-production group of Captain America 2 to complete the filming task of this play. While he was busy filming, Taylor was busy with the global release of his new album Enchanted. The songs in this album are a selection of songs written by Taylor in the past few years that were not released in the first 5 albums, including Never Grow Up, Haunted, Long Live, If This Was a Movie, Ours, Superman, etc., with relatively high quality. The album was released in early August and topped the US Billboard 200 album chart with sales of 1.047 million copies in the first week. It also won the album sales chart in Canada, New Zealand, Australia, Belgium, and Taiwan. It is estimated that by mid-August, the album will have sold 6.8 million copies worldwide, which is also a best-selling album. Before August, Justin Timberlake, Eminem, Imagine Dragons, Selena, Bruno Mars, Charlie Puth, Carly Rae Jepsen, Drake, Beyoncé, Blake Shelton and others also released albums. The best-selling album so far is Justin Timberlake's The 20 Over 20 Experience, with 2.27 million copies. Taylor is currently ranked second, and is expected to surpass Justin in October. Compared with last year, this year's album sales market is a bit deserted. Except for Taylor's album, which sold over 1 million copies in the first week, no other album sold more than 1 million copies. At the same time, there is no more competition to hit the charts. Bulletin magazine commented in July that after Link announced in July that he would no longer release new albums, the entire American album market was very deserted. There was no hot news, no record-breaking albums, and everything was calm. Because of the sharp contrast with previous years, everyone remembered how many news hotspots Link created in the music industry in the past few years. At that time, the music industry had more news than all other industries, received more attention, and everyone made more money. The music industry is not a singer who is good at creating topics, or carry Link. For the positioning of Billboard magazine, Link does not quite fit. In the past few years, the European and American music scene has been lively and prosperous. In addition to him, there are also Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Taylor, Adele, Kanye, Pink, Justin Bieber and others. As he withdrew from the album market, Lady Gaga's popularity rose rapidly, and Katy Perry and Adele did not have new albums. Now, among the 5 queens, only Taylor is still releasing albums. It is normal that the total album sales this year are higher than last year. Although Link did not release a new album this year, he released his 5th album As It in August last year. It is still on the Billboard 200 album chart and has been ranked in the top 50 for 47 consecutive weeks. This album sold 11.07 million copies in the United States 1 year after its release, making it Link's first album to achieve diamond record status during its release. The global sales of As It Was are currently about 79.57 million copies, which also created a total global sales of Link's 5 albums of 182 million copies. although it is not yet as good as the total sales of all albums of famous singers and groups such as MJ, Shania Twain, Mariah Carey, and the Beatles. But he sold more than 100 million copies with only 5 albums, which is also the fastest among all singers and groups. Rolling Stone magazine's evaluation of Link in the music industry is that his 5 albums are qualified to be recorded in the history of modern music, and Link is also an emperor superstar that cannot be avoided in the music industry in the 2010s. Are you in the basement? Reading books, training, and taking care of children? Link said while looking at Taylor in the video. Write more songs when you have time. You make enough money. You don't need to make so much money anymore, and no matter how many songs you have, it's not too many. Taylor said. I know. When will you come back? Alexander and Cynthia miss you. Link said. Mom, when will you be back? Cynthia and Alexander also lay on the table, looking at Taylor wearing a hat on the computer. After the album was released, she followed the company's publicity team to hold autograph sessions and small concerts, traveling to 4 or 5 countries a week, becoming a frequent flyer. Alexander and Cynthia, do you miss your mother? Mom will be back next month. How are you playing at home with dad? Taylor lay in front of the camera and said sweetly, Dad Zyro took us to fish. Alexander said with a pout, it's the army. I took them to meet fish. Link smiled. Taylor ignored him and continued to chat with the 2 little ones in a very childish voice, asking if they were good at class and eating well. After a while, Margarita also ran over and followed Cynthia to call her mother. Taylor covered his mouth and laughed non-stop, saying that Margarita was so nice, and called her twice more. Little Margarita was not afraid of her mother either, and chirped countless times. You look tired, with dark circles under your eyes. Pay more attention to rest. Don't work too hard. I will always be your support. Link saw her yawn. Who asked you to be my support? Taylor wrinkled her nose in disdain and continued to chat with Zyro on the table. After chatting for 4 or 5 minutes, she fell asleep in front of the computer. It was Link who called her agent Emily to take her to bed. Chapter 542 Old Friends. How's the business in the store recently? After chatting with Taylor, Link had a video chat with the fat man James, who was far away in Miami. James was still as fat as ever, wearing a loose sweatshirt, with reddish brown hair, and holding a little one who was about to be born. It was his second child. The eldest was a daughter, who was more than 2 years old this year, and the second was a son, who was less than 3 months old. At this time, James was in a diving shop in Miami Beach. Summer is the peak season for diving every year. Miami is a tourist resort city. From June to September every year, there are many tourists, and the business in the diving shop will be very good. In addition, Baker Diving Shop is a popular shop on the internet, so the business will be twice as good. James manages the diving shop at the seaside during the peak season every year, and returns to the city to manage the cafe with his wife Lillian during the off-season. The annual income is more than $20,000 to $30,000, which is higher than the income of ordinary white-collar workers. Not very good. The summer vacation is about to end, and the business is getting worse day by day. Link, let me show you something interesting. Fat James smiled and took out a thick notebook, turning the pages to him, all of which were names and contact information. What is this? You're flipping through it too fast. Link asked. Diving reservation register. Do you remember what you said before, that you can come back when you have time as a diver? Since 2008, people have come to make reservations every day. Although you don't have time to come back as a diver, there are still people who have made reservations. Guess how many names are on this register now? James laughed. How many? 31,831. Since you became popular in 2009, a few fans occasionally come to sign autographs and make wishes to the register, hoping to go diving one day. You know, I don't have time to come back as a diver now, Link said. I know, and the guests who made reservations also know. Everyone just treats this ceremony as a more interesting ceremony. When our guests come, they will get used to signing on it. Now this register is also the treasure of the store. Maybe one day it will be collected by a museum in the future. James laughed. Link felt that it was very likely, just like after MJ's death. Many of his personal belongings were auctioned off, and some were sent to art museums. His fame and influence are not much worse than MJ's. Items like the register that record his growth process are very likely to be collected by museums or private collectors. Hey, Daniel, I'm chatting with Link. Do you want to come over and say hello? James shouted to the south. Hey, Link, why haven't you gained weight at all? After a while, Daniel from the hot dog shop appeared in the video. Daniel was fatter than when he got married in 2009. He was round and had a beer belly. His body shape was gradually approaching James. James joked that he ate too much ice cream and hot dogs. In 2009, Daniel also left Miami Beach for a time and opened a barbecue restaurant in the city with his wife Lena. Later, he found that the barbecue restaurant business was not good and the income was not as good as the small shop on the beach in Shanghai. In order to make money, he and Lena would continue to sell hot dogs, ice cream and barbecue on the beach every summer. The situation is similar to James. Because of his good relationship with Link, his hot dog shop has also become an internet celebrity store. In addition to James and Daniel, Michael from a surfboard shop in New York worked in other cities for 2 or 3 years before returning to Miami last year to work in a recording studio as a sound engineer scout. When Michael got out of his part-time job, Link also contacted him to see if he could help him, but Michael did not accept and wanted to work hard on his own. It is not bad now. James complained that Michael now changes a girlfriend every day and is particularly decadent. He also said that it was fortunate that he did not go out that year, otherwise he would become as unreliable as Michael. After chatting with James and Daniel for a while, they agreed to go back to Miami Beach for vacation when they have time. Link also chatted with Chris Liu, Jennifer Shu and the children. Seeing the two cute little guys growing up day by day, but he rarely accompanied them, Link felt that he would inevitably be complained by the children in the future as an incompetent father. In order to make up for this regret, he decided to retire from the film industry in 2 or 3 years, reduce public activities, spend more time with his family, and spare at least 1 month every year to accompany Zhao Shunan, Liu Johnny, and Sasaki Zinmei and a few other little guys. Now there is a private plane, which is very convenient to come and go. After turning off the computer, Link stretched and walked out of the villa. The sun was shining outside, and the botanical garden was covered with green grass. Evika, wearing a light blue knee-length skirt, took her 3 little ones for a walk on the lawn. The 3 of us followed 7 or 8 little cats and dogs. In the past, Link laughed at his neighbor Scott Stubber and his wife for making a big noise when they went out, and now it was the same at home. On the weekend, Link and Evika held a party in the villa, inviting company employees and partners in the film and television industry to come and participate, mainly to celebrate the successful conclusion of this year's summer season, and also to prepare for the upcoming autumn and winter vacation seasons. This summer, Lionsgate released 6 movies for the first time, and 4 of them had North American box office revenues of over $100 million, including Identity Thief with $162 million, Rust and Bone with $121 million, Now You See Me with $132 million, and Hard Boiled with $159 million. Only the performance of the third and her was slightly inferior, but they did not lose money. The total revenue of the 6 movies in North America was $682 million US. This summer, 212 movies were released in North America, with a total of 583 million movie tickets sold, and a total revenue of $4.76 billion US. This result not only increased by 11% over last year, but also became the 212 movies. There are 20 movies with a North American box office of over 100 million. Disney ranked first with 5 movies, Lionsgate and Warner ranked second with 4 movies, Universal, Fox, Paramount 2, and Sony 1. Among them, Disney ranked first among the new 7 with a total revenue of $823 million US, and its representative works are Iron Man 3 and Monsters University. Warner Pictures earned $695 million in North America with 4 movies, Superman, Steel, Pacific Rim, The Hangover 3 and The Great Gatsby, ranking second. Lionsgate ranked third with 682, raising 14.5% of the total revenue. Universal Pictures, Fox, Paramount, and Sony ranked 427. Lionsgate continues to maintain its top 3 position in the summer season. This result puts great pressure on its peers and also makes the company's senior executives and employees excited. The company's movies are selling well, and they can get more year-end bonuses. No one doesn't want this. Because of Lionsgate's good performance in the past 2 years, peers have poached Lionsgate's talents. Since April, 8 senior executives above the supervisor level have been poached by peer film companies, and 5 producers in the production department have also been poached, and there are more than 10 ordinary slots. Among them, 6 employees were poached by 5 people, but this has little impact on Lionsgate. The secret of Lionsgate's movie sales is in Link's hands, not those. With or without them, the movie is almost a big hit, and even these people's job hopping has many benefits for the company. The company can absorb opportunities, absorb more capable operators and production personnel, and effectively eliminate the best internally, to keep all departments running. Hi, Link. Congratulations. Lionsgate's achievements are amazing. Link, you are now the person I admire most. Ryan Kavanaugh of Relativity Pictures came over and said with a complicated look. Thank you. I just found a group of very capable partners. Link smiled modestly. No matter what others think, I think you are the key to the success of Lionsgate's movies. Before you acquired Lionsgate was doing well, but it was only a company with a market value of 70% to 80%. After you took over Lionsgate, in less than 3 years, Lionsgate's market value quadrupled, and its annual revenue performance increased year by year. It was able to suppress the 6 major film studios, and was in the top 3. This is very. Ryan Kavanaugh exclaimed. When Link took over Lionsgate in 2011, he, like all his peers, thought that Link's acquisition of Lionsgate was definitely a very unwise move. Lionsgate would only go bankrupt in the future. But the facts slapped everyone in the face. Under Link's leadership, Lionsgate not only did not go bankrupt, but became the new 7 of Hollywood. If Lionsgate had not been established for too short a time, and could not match the big 6 in terms of funds and channels, in the past 2 years, Lionsgate's films would have had the opportunity to surpass Disney, Warner and other industry leaders. For a genius like Link, he has nothing but envy and admiration. Compared with Lionsgate, Relativity Pictures has been getting worse year by year in recent years. Before August, the company released 5 films for the first time, and only 2 of them had a North American box office of more than $50 million. Safe Haven $73.14 million US, and the animated film Freebird $55.75 million, while the production cost of Freebird was $55 million. Counting the debts that have not been paid off in the past, the current situation of the company makes him black. He really didn't understand why Link, an outsider, could make a lot of money by going to Hollywood, while he, who had been working in the industry for more than 10 years, would lose money. This was too unfair. Chapter 543 Talking about work. Link, are there any good film projects recently? I hope we can have a chance to work together. Ryan Kavanaugh celebrated at the party. Link wanted to propose 2 projects, one of which was The Expendables 3 being prepared by Lionsgate, and the best-selling book adaptation movie Locker launched by Summit Entertainment. Because he and Scarlett Johansson's salary was relatively high, the budget of The Expendables project was as high as 125 million yuan. The budget allocation increased the risk. Similarly, if the revenue exploded, the income would also increase, which was also expected to be a gamble. Here he needs to find more colleagues to cooperate. If they win, they will make money together, and if they lose, they will bear the consequences together. In addition, Locker is a newly developed film project, a science fiction action film, with a budget of 70 to 80 million yuan. If Kavanaugh is interested, he can also participate in the investment. But Kavanaugh is more interested in the highlight film projects produced by Lionsgate. In this summer season, although the total acquisition of the films released by Lionsgate ranked 3rd, the first Disney film The Lone Ranger suffered a loss of 200 million yuan, and Warner Pictures' The Hangover 3 also suffered a loss. Only Lionsgate's films did not. Lionsgate has also become the company that makes the most money among the new 7 in the summer season. Among the several films released by Lionsgate, except for Now You See Me, which cost 75 million, the other films were all below 50 million. Rust and Bone, which has a global box office of $320 million, cost only about $22 million. This is also one of the reasons why Lionsgate is amazing. Relativity Pictures is in a very poor financial situation now and can't come up with more money. He hopes to participate in the production of Lionsgate's horror movies. Hearing Kavanaugh's request, Link did not give an immediate reply, but told him that there was an invitation for a suitable project. In fact, the small film projects produced by Lionsgate cannot fully guarantee profitability, such as her last year's The Master, Joaquin's new submission Inherent Vice, Megan Allison's new film Foxcatcher, Brad Pitt's The Big Short, etc. These movies are mainly for the impact of Oscars. The more Oscars Lionsgate's films win, the better their reputation will be, and they will also attract more filmmakers to cooperate with them, such as Reese Witherspoon's Wild and Black director Lee Daniels took him to remember that the original producer of Stanford Butler was Weinstein Films, but now director Lee Daniels took the initiative to come to Lionsgate to cooperate, which is naturally related to Lionsgate's performance in the Oscars. In recent years, Link, Angelina Jolie and Reese Witherspoon walked over side by side. They are not only partners in Lionsgate's new project, but also the bosses of the film company, so they were also invited by Link and Eva Cab. Link, Wild has been approved. Can I invite you to play a cameo as a supporting actor? Ms. Witherspoon smiled. If there is no conflict in the schedule, I think I can accept it. Link responded, Elizabeth, no problem, we can adjust the shooting plan according to your time. Ms. Witherspoon smiled. Link agreed. Link, Maleficent needs a little girl of 3 or 4 years old. How about letting Cynthia try? She is very beautiful, like a little angel, and is also suitable for the role. Ms. Jolie said with a smile, while holding a glass of wine. Link thought about it, and felt that it was not bad. Letting the little girl to make a movie, she doesn't have to be an actor when she grows up, and she can have an interesting childhood experience. He can't make the decision. He needs to ask Taylor for his opinion on such matters. If Taylor doesn't agree, he will make the decision himself. Taylor will definitely blame him later. Okay, I'll wait for your reply. Angelina Jolie smiled and mentioned a new script to him. It tells the story of an American soldier who was captured by the Japanese in World War II and suffered inhuman abuse, but still remained indomitable. It is a movie adapted from a true story called Unbroken. Jolie asked Link if he was interested in investing and taking the male lead. She planned to be the director first. Link did not refuse immediately. He took a look at the drawings first. After seeing off these two big stars, Link talked with Julia Roberts, Kate Winslet, Meryl Streep, Nicole Kidman, Jessica Alba, Jessica Chastain and others about new movies and new projects. Lionsgate now produces more than 20 films a year, which is more than the output of the 6 major studios, and Lionsgate's performance at the Oscars is better than the 6 major studios, which has also made Lionsgate, which is valued by unknown actors and better companies, a hot commodity. Because of the big age gap, these big sisters did not express any seductive meaning during the chat, but just kept praising him, almost touting him as the most perfect man in the world. After chatting with a group of big sisters, Link talked with Netflix chairman and CEO Reed Hastings and Vice President Scott Stubber. At the end of last year, Lionsgate and Netflix completed a number of cooperation plans, including TV series, movies, variety shows, etc. Netflix is responsible for funding and distribution, and Lionsgate mainly provides high-quality content. In February, the first season of the co-produced House of Cards was broadcasted simultaneously on Netflix's website around the world, achieving very good results. The ratings have been rising steadily, becoming a phenomenal hit TV series, attracting millions of members to watch. At the same time, it also led to an increase in Netflix's stock price, from $26 at the end of last year to $197.50. Netflix's total market value also recovered from $5 billion at the end of last year to more than $10 billion on February 25th. The current market value is $17.93 billion, exceeding the highest level in 11 years. Lionsgate Films launched 11.37% of Netflix shares, with a market value of more than $2 billion, and Kim Baker Investment launched 8.62% of shares, also reaching $1.54 billion. Link's net worth has also skyrocketed. In the future, similar companies will cooperate to produce more film and television dramas. Link proposed the 100 online drama plan and the 10,000 macro film plan. As long as the cooperation goes smoothly, Netflix's market value will be higher. After chatting and meeting all the guests, Link finally relaxed. At the suggestion of Lady Gaga, he sat down at the piano and played a new song, Victory, with the accompaniment of the band. It was a powerful song. Link is too perfect. He is handsome, a musician, a boxing champion, a billionaire, and has almost no regrets. It's a pity that there is only one perfect man like him in the world. Jessica Chastain exclaimed in the crowd. You should praise him in person. This guy likes others to praise him. Emma Stone said with a curled mouth. I can't say it to my face. Chastain smiled. Emma Stone suddenly looked at her, her eyes focused, and she pulled Chastain's arm, whispering, Jessica, I want to ask you something, a private matter. I hope you won't be angry. What? That is, you and Link, we definitely didn't sleep together, and we don't have any other relationship. Before she finished, Chastain explained in advance. After she started to win the Oscar for Best Actress, this question was asked more than once by friends and family, and was looked at with strange eyes by others. Because she was a little awkward, but later she got used to it. In fact, having a scandal with a big man like Link is not a bad thing in the entertainment industry, and it is very cool. She wouldn't hate it psychologically. It's just that nothing really happened between her and Link, and it's not easy to lie when asked. Really? Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. I just want to know some information. Emma Stone said with a wink. Chastain shook his head and looked at her strangely. I've heard about the rumors about you and Link since 2010. You and Link are the first artists in the Palestinian Gulf. Logically, you and Link have a closer relationship. Why don't you ask him? I asked him, and he said no. There was no such thing. You are just imagining it. Chastain said helplessly. Really? Emma Stone was a little confused. She had known Link since 2010. Because Link was not a very arrogant person, they had always maintained a good personal relationship. But there was one thing that always confused her. In the past few years, Link pushed Jennifer Lawrence and Jessica Chastain to the throne of Oscar-winning actress. She believed that her acting skills were not worse than Jennifer Lawrence and Jessica Chastain. But Link had no plans to help her with the public relations for the Oscar-winning actress. Every time she asked him, he said there was no rush and he would help her get 3 seats in the future. She was not sure whether Link was serious or perfunctory, so she wanted to ask Chastain if she had slept with Link. If she had done it before, it meant that she had not done her job well, and she could consider letting Link take advantage of her. They were all acquaintances, and there was nothing wrong with having sex. If she had not done it before, then she would make other plans. She had worked with Chastain several times and knew that he would not lie. So Link should not have supported Chastain to become the best actress at that time. It was purely because of his good acting skills rather than the movies he starred in. He decided not to support him based on the degree of intimacy. After understanding this, she breathed a sigh of relief, but also a little disappointed. Link could obviously use this to take advantage of countless women, but he chose not to do so. He is really a professional scumbag. I think that to win an Oscar, you still need to look at the work and acting skills. It is impossible to do it just by relying on public relations. Otherwise, why didn't Link publicize himself and win a Best Actor award? Chastain laughed. Emma Stone nodded and agreed. There are many women in Hollywood who have close relationships with Link, such as Dario and Emma Watson. They have never even been nominated for an Oscar, which also shows that Link pays more attention to the work when it comes to the Oscars. Clap, clap. After Link finished playing a song, there was a burst of warm applause and cheers at the scene. Emma Stone also clapped her hands and shouted for the next song. Link naturally had no intention of playing the next song. He played the piano at the party for Elizabeth, not for a concert for everyone. He played the live band and continued to chat with everyone and talk about work. Link, is this a new song you wrote? Lady Gaga asked. Yes, it's still in the works and has not been finished. That's amazing. You don't write songs anymore and you don't play instrumental music. You are an incredible guy. Lady Gaga praised. There is a female humming in this song. Do you want to try it? Yes. Of course. I'd love to. Lady Gaga said quickly. After the party, Link and Evoca took a short vacation for themselves. They took the three young men back to the garden villa in the south for vacation and spent a relatively leisurely day. Every day, they took the three young men to the beach to build sand, or went to sit and go fishing at sea, visited James Cafe, and went to the boxing gym to review West's homework. During this period, the old father-in-law also returned for vacation, continued to teach him to play golf, and took him to meet officials in Florida. The old father-in-law mentioned that he was ready to run for election again, hoping that he failed last time, and hoped that he could successfully move to Washington to live this time. Link expressed his support for this, and also helped the old father-in-law come up with a very loud slogan, and made a lot of reliable suggestions. Because of these, the old father-in-law's attitude towards him became closer, even surprising Evoca. What did you do to your father? Now he opens his mouth and says, "Dear Link, smart Link, and he wants me to learn from you. It feels like you are the real father and son." By the villa swimming pool, Evoca was lying under the awning in a bikini, flipping through a magazine and said, "We have similar interests and a lot in common. My father-in-law likes my normal language." Link poured some sunscreen on her smooth back and gently spread it evenly with his palm. "That's good." Evoca smiled and kissed him. Link smiled gently, untied her restraints, and gave her a full body spa. Chapter 544 Autumn Season. Decide to go with me. Go wherever I want to go. In the tide of time, sometimes I believe. Sometimes I'm very rational. Sometimes I believe that being calm is a real thing. I can fly high. I can go low. I can fly high. I can also fall to the bottom. Today I made $1 billion. Tomorrow, I don't know how many billions I'm worth today, and my fate tomorrow is unknown. In early September, Link released a new single, Reality, on the Spotify platform. Without any publicity, the first day of release, the global playback volume reached 3.35 million times, and the first week playback volume reached 52.21 million times. Among them, the number of users who paid to download the high-quality sound version in the United States reached 1.31 million times, and it successfully entered the first single list of Billboard. It also ranked at the center of the music charts in 32 countries and regions, including Canada, the United Kingdom, Belgium, Australia, Japan, and South Korea. After listening to this song, fans left messages on his Twitter and Facebook, saying that one song is too little, not satisfying, and hope to have more songs. Among the fans who left messages, there are hundreds of well-known actors and singers, including Ms. Gaga, Adele, Britney Spears, Madonna, Lana Del Rey, etc., all claiming to be his fans and liking his songs. They also called on fans to listen to this song more and encourage Link to create more new songs, otherwise he is too lazy. As a result, the number of plays of this song soared to 156 million in the second week, and 1/30 of them were paid members. Link posted on Twitter that the next song is pure music, symphony, and is being produced, and fans are looking forward to it by Christmas. After Reality won the singles chart 4 consecutive years, Link called Taylor and sighed that there was no one in the Sky music scene who could beat him, and winning the singles chart was easier than eating pasta. Taylor scolded him angrily and told him not to be too proud and to write a few songs to beat him next time. Link smiled and told her not to forget the original agreement, a date for a champion single. Call him a pervert. For fun, Link first created a new account on the Spotify platform, released some songs in a new singing style, and adapted his own songs, gaining a group of fans on Spotify. In early August, he began to release some of his own beautifully selected songs for the album, totaling 22 songs. The song with the highest number of plays has more than 1.2 million times, which is higher than the number of plays of many third-tier singers' hit songs. There are also scouts from record companies who leave messages, hoping to sign him and help him release an album. Some fans also say that his voice is very similar to Link's and suggest that he should participate in The Voice of America or modify the show. Now many singers have become popular by modifying Link's singing, and he can do it too. Link was secretly pleased with himself and left a message saying that he would sing quietly and did not want to be famous for the time being. In addition to singing and recording songs, he also shot some boxing teaching videos on his days off and posted them on Netflix and YouTube. The teaching location is at the West Boxing Gym, and the teaching objects are the apprentices of the boxing gym. There are a total of 12 classes, and each class is 45 minutes. The first lesson of the first week was played 12.9 million times, which was the fastest boxing teaching video to break through 10 million times. He filmed these things to promote boxing. Now that he is famous enough, it is easier to promote than before. Link, you are amazing. You can get tens of millions of views by just posting a video. Fatty James said, while watching the video on his mobile phone in the diving shop. This is not just a random video, but a high quality video that has been designed. Link said while leaning back in his chair. The teaching video had a special script designed before shooting, and there were several coaches to guide it, as well as a professional photography team, editors, set designers, prop masters, etc. The 12 teaching videos cost more than 800,000 words. It was just that he was not short of money, so he did not set it up as a paid viewing. Link, you are now world superstar and a billionaire. Fuck, I also dreamed of having the opportunity to talk to a billionaire in this life. Well, what I want to ask is, how does it feel? It has changed. This is nonsense. Of course it feels good to be a billionaire. How can you feel bad if you have money? Daniel laughed. Not necessarily. The magazine said that rich people also have rich people's worries. If they have money, they will become empty and bored, corrupt and decadent. Link, do you feel this way? James asked. No, my worries now are how to educate my children well, and how to live longer. I don't have any other worries for the time being. See, I said Link also has worries. James laughed. Daniel shook his head and answered, don't tell him. Link was lying under the awning, looking out the window at the deep blue sea, the blue sky, the white sand beach, a few white seagulls flying on the big palm trees, and the faint smell of seawater floating in the air, which felt pretty good. While the three were chatting, several tourists came over to borrow diving equipment. After seeing Link, they shouted excitedly, hoping to get his autograph. Link did not refuse, and took a few photos with everyone. Hearing that several tourists were going to go diving, he also played a guest role as a diving instructor, taking 2 professional divers and swimming underwater for a week. Afterwards, the Herald reported the incident, which made many fans come to Baker's shop to check in, but unfortunately Link was no longer there. Link and Eva lived in Miami with the 3 children for more than a month, and returned to Los Angeles in early October. In the autumn season of September and October, Lionsgate has 4 films released publicly: Spring Breakers, Dallas Buyers Club, Mother Invasion and Insidious 2. Spring Breakers is directed and written by Harmony Korine, starring James Franco, Selena Gomez, Vanessa Hudgens, etc. It is a crime film, produced by Annapurna Pictures, and distributed by Lionsgate. The film performed well at the Venice Film Festival in August and the Toronto Film Festival in early September, and was nominated for multiple awards. The production cost is $5 million languages. Through previews and public screenings, it has won 14.12 million language holdings in North America, and currently has 12.08 million seats overseas. A movie sold in Libya. Annapurna Pictures and Lionsgate can reach tens of millions of sockets. The second Dallas Buyers Club is directed by Jane-Mark Vallée, starring Matthew McConaughey, Jennifer Garner, Jared Leto, Rami Malek and others. The film tells the story of Ron Woodruff, a homophobic Texas electrician who was diagnosed with AIDS in Dallas, USA in 1986. With the help of his friends, he set up an underground organization called the Dallas Buyers Club to provide more cheap drugs and unconventional treatments for AIDS patients, and fought against the disease and the US Food and Drug Administration. It is similar to China's Dying to Survive. The film cost $5.5 million to produce. The film was released at the end of September, and 9 theaters made $354,000 box office in the first week, which was above average. However, the word of mouth is very good, with a media comprehensive review of 92 points, and 36 media gave a score of more than 90 points. It is also the best received movie produced by Lionsgate this year. The Rotten Tomatoes freshness is 95%, which is also the highest rated movie released this year. In particular, many film critics gave a 5-star rating to the performance of the male lead Matthew McConaughey. He is also considered one of the actors with the most hope of winning the next Oscar for Best Actor. Lionsgate is so powerful this year, even more powerful than last year. According to this situation, the Oscars for Best Actor and Best Actress next year will be monopolized by Lionsgate's movies. Bob Weinstein looked across at Harvey, who was silent with a sullen face. He was busy making new movies during this period, and rarely paid attention to the news in the circle. But when he took a break and read the newspaper again, there was still a lot of news about Link in the newspaper, and they were all good news. There were media reports about Link's scandals before, criticizing him as a scumbag, but now such news is almost unseen in newspapers. Link seemed to have become a flawless public figure. Harvey was very angry about this situation. Before last year, he and Link were on an equal footing in Hollywood, but now Link has grown into someone he needs to look up to. Harvey took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, Lionsgate is very popular, which has seriously affected the interests of the Big Six. They will never watch Lionsgate being eliminated without paying attention. When the Big Six take action, Lionsgate will definitely suffer a great loss. Will the Big Six take action?" Paramount Pictures has reached a cooperation agreement with Lionsgate, and Link is a shareholder of News Corporation, the parent company of Fox Films. It's not easy for Warner Disney, Universal Sony Universe, and Lionsgate. Bob frowned and said. Harvey clenched his fist. No need to say more. This is the capital market. The shareholders behind the 6 major film studios make money, and they will never watch Link and Lionsgate continue to be arrogant. They will definitely take action. Definitely, either this year or next year. I know their style. I hope you are right. If Lionsgate's movies continue to sell well, our company will not have a good time. After all, the North American film industry is composed of 6 major film studios plus countless small production companies. The 6 majors are equivalent to some 6 fish sharks, which eat up almost 60% of the revenue contribution every year, and the remaining small film companies can also eat small movies. Weinstein Films is the leader in the field of independent production, and can also earn $500 to $600 million in revenue every year. But since the rise of Lionsgate, the new 7 has almost eaten up 70% of the movie box office, and Weinstein Pictures, Relativity, Legendary Pictures, New Regency Pictures and others have been squeezed, and their profit performance has been cut in half. Small film companies, the 6 major film studios' movies also occupy a large proportion. Disney and Warner Pictures Research believes that in the summer season, if there were no Lionsgate movies such as Now You See Me, Identity Thief, The Lone Ranger, The Hangover, Knowing Earth, Jack the Giant Hand and The Holy Grail, City of Bones, the box office performance would be better. Lionsgate's movies can be said to be fishing for the top by stepping on the corpses of their peers. In order to understand this industry, Bob dared to conclude that the 6 major studios would not sit idly by, but he was not sure when the 6 major studios would make a move on Silverlink, and few knew that they were willing to make a move. Hurry up. Affected by Lionsgate's films, Weinstein Films' film revenue this year is a mess. Except for Django Unchained released at the end of last year, which earned over $100 million in North America, the revenue of other films did not exceed $60 million. There are also nearly 200 million loans, with an annual interest of tens of millions. If it drags on, the company will probably go bankrupt in 2 years. Bob was very distressed when he thought that the company would go bankrupt and not make money. Don't worry, Lionsgate will not be proud for too long. It will definitely not. Harvey said repeatedly. Bob and Harvey guessed correctly. Their peers would not ignore the rise of Lionsgate. This is not in line with the style of the capitalists on Wall Street. Therefore, when Dallas Buyers Club was popular, a large number of articles criticizing Lionsgate appeared in the media. Many people said that Lionsgate is the leader in the field of independent production. After becoming the new 7, it gradually divested the root of independent companies and made films of low quality, such as The Hot Cop, Identity Thief and the Madwoman series. Famous film critic David Bordwell said that there are 2 types of Lionsgate films. One is the films that cater to the audience, high quality films, and the other is the films that cater to the Oscar jury, which are specially made for the judges and are ready to win. Although both films are good, they lack the characteristics of independent films and are gradually falling away from the peak of independent films. Finally, David Bordwell summed up his comments in one sentence: Lionsgate is going from Dragon Slayer to Dragon. Chapter 545 Public Opinion War. From the perspective of film art, independent film companies are opposed to large film companies that cater to the market. The purpose of independent films is to maintain artistry, not to pursue market films, and to resist the modeled films produced by large film companies. In addition to criticizing Lionsgate's films, some filmmakers also accused Lionsgate of disrupting the film market with some marketing plans. For example, Lionsgate and AMC and other theaters implemented the Tuesday discount plan at the beginning of the year, which offered 40% off 2 movie tickets per week. On Tuesdays, Lionsgate's movie tickets only cost $5 to $7. There is also a free movie plan, which offers a free movie ticket for watching 6 Lionsgate movies. Although the big 6 do this, the discounts are not as big as those offered by Lionsgate. Some small and medium-sized production companies, due to limited financial resources and the limited number of films released each year, cannot afford this trick. This is also one of the weapons that the new 7 can use to dominate the film market. Lionsgate suffered the same loss from the big 6 when it was weak, and now it has become stronger, so it is natural for the chromosomes to join in. If they do not join, they will inevitably be left behind by the big 6. This is also one of the reasons why Lionsgate is considered to be a dragon. In addition, some people pointed out that Lionsgate likes to use actors from Palm Bay and the company when filming movies. For example, Emma Stone, Jennifer Lawrence, Melissa McCarthy, Matthew McConaughey and others all belong to the Caribbean Bay corner and often appear in Lionsgate's movies. According to Hollywood industry regulations, dangerous companies, production companies and theaters must abide by the principle of 3-line separation. Lionsgate's practice is considered to be suspected of monopoly, and so on. For the above criticisms and responsibilities, some are nonsense, and some are meaningful. Regardless of the criticism, the public relations department of Lionsgate will hold a press conference and make reasonable explanations to keep Lionsgate's golden signboard. For comments suspected of defamation and slander, the legal department of Lionsgate will not hesitate to send a lawyer's letter. The two sides fought for more than a week. With the joint efforts of the publicity department and the legal department, the illegal news about Lionsgate in the media was gradually suppressed. Is this the method of the 6 major film companies? The attack power is very average. In the office of Lionsgate, link flip through the magazine above. Boss, it's not that the competitors are weak in attack, but the quality of our company's movies is very high, and they have won both word of mouth and good reputation. There is no good way for them to criticize our movies. But we can't underestimate the big 6. This may be a tentative attack. As long as there is a problem with our company's movies, they will feel like sharks smelling blood and surround us. That's how MGM went bankrupt. Goldsmith, the vice president in charge of publicity, said. Link nodded. After so many years in Hollywood, he could also see that the competition within the industry was more intense, and it became more intense after Lionsgate rose. It usually gives people a feeling of undercurrent. It's very dangerous. And there are 3 reasons why Lionsgate is now besieged by its peers. First, since he took over Lionsgate, the quality of the movies he launched is very high, and he won the Oscars every year, which made his peers unable to gain anything. Second, after Lionsgate's multiple acquisitions, the publicity, distribution, and production systems are relatively solid, and it is less dependent on the big 6. It is difficult for the big 6 to want Manhattan Lionsgate. Second, the 6 major film studios are 6 factions without a unified leadership. The Lionsgate they want cannot be consistent in their actions. These are the advantages of Lionsgate. But Link will not underestimate the 6 majors because, as Goldsmith said, the 6 majors are deep sea sharks. As long as Lionsgate dares to expose itself, the 6 majors will attack it. So when Lionsgate has reached this point, Link and the senior executives are also walking on thin ice. Every movie and every project must be carefully confronted and not give opponents a chance to make a move. This Dallas Buyers Club is good, and Matthew McConaughey's performance is also good, but when promoting it, pay attention to moderation. Don't always talk about the Oscars, and promote the difficulties Matthew McConaughey encountered during the filming. For example, losing more than 30 pounds, contacting AIDS patients, and contacting gay groups. Oscar judges like to see actors sacrifice something for acting. We show these things to them, and they will vote. It's useless to praise acting skills alone. Link said while looking at the magazine. Good boss. Goldsmith took out his notebook and wrote down what he had said. Link smiled lightly and was about to give more instructions when the phone in his pocket rang. It was Leonardo's call. Then, "You're not going to play cards." "I'm not a gambler. How can I play cards every day?" "I want to ask about The Wolf of Wall Street. I heard that the movie is scheduled to be released in December." Leonardo said hesitantly. "Any questions?" "I think the movie can't be postponed to next year." "Why? Do you think I have a chance to win the Oscar for Best Actor for this movie next year?" "No chance. At most I'll be nominated." "Yes, I know that too. I just watched Dallas Buyers Club. Matthew acted very well. The subject matter of this movie also has an advantage. I feel that compared with him, the chance of winning the award is much smaller. So if it is postponed to next year, will the chance of winning the award be greater?" Leonardo asked. "No. In order to avoid internal conflicts, the distribution department has decided to postpone the release of American Hustle to next year. This movie is also the focus of the Oscar. If The Wolf of Wall Street is also postponed to next year, you will still meet the rubber man Christian Bale, and the chance is still not great." Link laughed. "Shit. Lionsgate wants to monopolize the Best Actress. How can it also monopolize the Best Actor? Otherwise, the Oscars should be renamed the Lionsgate Awards." "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful or I will sue you for defamation. The movies of our company can actually win Oscars. It is completely of high quality and meets the tastes of the judges. There is no other reason." Link said. "Well, you are the boss. I can't argue with you. Are you going to the Victoria's Secret show this year? I can introduce you to some beauties." Leonardo said with a sly smile. "No, I have a wife and kids. Why would I go to that kind of frivolous show? Only bachelors like that kind of show." "Oh, the lingerie show is in December, right? The Wolf of Wall Street is released in December, and you need to promote it with the crew. Do you have time to go to the lingerie show? You want to win an Oscar with this work attitude? I have a better chance of winning than you." "Shit. Link, I bet you will never win an Oscar in your life." An exasperated voice came from the phone. Link smiled indifferently and remembered something. "I haven't read the novel The Revenant. The company is going to adapt it into a movie. I feel that you are very suitable for the male lead. You can try it. If you perform well, you have a great chance of winning the Oscar for Best Actor." "Really? I don't believe it. If there is such a good role, you will definitely be there. The male lead is a fat man in his 40s or 50s. He is ugly and not suitable for me. An ugly and fat role? Do you think it suits me?" Leonardo asked unhappily. "I've seen the photo of you playing with a water gun. It's very sexy." Shit. Damn it, there's something wrong with the angle of that photo. I'm definitely not as fat as in the photo. Haha. Link hung up the phone without listening to his excuses. "Boss, there's one more thing." After he finished the call, Goldsmith talked about the issue of the public relations for the Oscar for Rust and Bone. The public relations department thought that Link performed well in this movie, and if they increased the public relations efforts, he would have a chance to be nominated for the Best Actor award. Is there a chance? Link thought about it and asked them to do public relations at a normal intensity and not to force it. First, his mentality has changed now. He is not so interested in winning an Oscar before, and it doesn't matter if he doesn't have one. Second, he is too famous now, too young, too handsome, and very rich. Out of envy or other reasons, the Oscar judges will hardly vote for him. Increasing public relations will only waste money, so it is better to concentrate on public relations for other awards. After leaving the office, Link went to the screenwriter department to take a look at the new scripts they had created and recommended 2 novels he had read recently. The Martian, the author of which is Andy Weir, has been posting his novel The Martian on his personal website since 2009 for free reading. Later, at the strong request of readers, he published the work on the Amazon platform, charging $0.99. As a result, there were more paying readers than free readers. In June, Random House bought the distribution rights of the novel for $850,000. It was publicly released last week, with 137,000 copies sold in the first week, ranking 15th on the New York Times weekly list, and the response was very good. Link asked the screenwriter department to contact the author and obtain the film and television adaptation rights of the novel. The second one is Wonder, written by R.J. Palacio, which is also the last novel of this year. It tells the story of a little boy with facial defects who, with the encouragement of his parents, enters an ordinary school and regains his confidence and faces life positively. Inspirational movie. He remembered that the movie was starred by Julia Roberts and had a very good box office performance. We can negotiate the rights to adapt novels first, and the argument library of Lionsgate. He also looked at the arguments submitted by the script department. There are more than 10, all of which are of good quality. There are several familiar movie names. There is no need to collect invoices. He did not enter the country. The production department will discuss it first and let them decide. Link only looks at the production budget of the project afterwards. If the cost is not high, he will not interfere. If the cost is too high, he will discuss with the production department again, to try not to lose too much money in the launched project. While visiting the production department, Mike DeLuca, one of the 3 gold medal producers of Lionsgate, found him and hoped that he would seriously consider the movie 50 Shades of Grey. This year, he released Rust and Bone, an art film that has won $320 million box office in the global film market, and 50 Shades of Grey is a global best-selling novel with a large fan base. If he lets his world superstar perform, the sales performance will definitely be very hot. Link looked at the other party helplessly and asked himself whether it is appropriate for a world superstar and billionaire to shoot this type of movie. Mike DeLuca said it was appropriate and guaranteed that the poster, where he was naked in the movie, would not be larger than that of Rust and Bone. Link predicted that he would have 2 movies next year, American Sniper and The Expendables 3, and would not have time to take on other roles. He asked producer Luca to get a good script for the first movie first. If the budget was good and he had time, he could consider it. Producer Luca hurried to work and promised to come up with a very exquisite score. Link looked at the time and went back to the office upstairs to pick up Eva Cap after get off work. Chapter 546 MPAA. In the matter of suppressing Lionsgate, in addition to the capital groups behind the 6 major film companies, there are also shadows of political groups. To be honest, the suppression of Lionsgate has been related to politics from beginning to end. California and Hollywood have been the territory of the Donkey Party since the 1980s. At the Academy Awards in February this year, Michelle Obama was invited by the Academy to present the Best Picture together with Jack Nicholson. These are all public activities carried out by the Donkey Party to increase its influence in the entertainment industry. Harvey is the spokesperson of the Donkey Party in Hollywood. Every time during the election, he helps to canvass votes and calls on celebrities to participate. In return, the Donkey Party also gave Harvey some conveniences during its administration. This relationship was established in the 1990s and continues to exist. This period is also the period when Harvey is the most powerful in Hollywood. However, now under the influence of Lionsgate, Harvey and Weinstein Pictures' influence in Hollywood has declined, which has affected the Donkey Party's right to speak in the entertainment industry. This kind of thing is unbearable for them. After all, they could have chosen Link after Harvey's fall, but Link had expressed his dissatisfaction with Washington when he debuted in 2009, not to mention that his father-in-law's status has reached its peak after joining the Elephant Party. Link naturally cannot cooperate with the Donkey Party. This is also the reason why they took action against Lionsgate in Southeast Asia. In addition to the suppression of public opinion, the American Film Association MPAA rejected Lionsgate's application to join the organization for the second time. MPAA is the management agency of the American film rating system. It mainly evaluates the views that most parents may give on the film, based on the theme, language, degree of violence, degree of physical sensitivity, passionate scenes and use of games. The purpose is to provide parents with relevant information about the film in advance to help parents determine which movies are suitable for children of a certain age. Ratings have nothing to do with the quality of the film content. At present, the members of the organization committee are mainly chairmen and presidents of the 6 largest film and television media groups in the United States. They include Walt Disney Company, Sony Pictures Entertainment, Paramount Universal Pictures, Warner Brothers, Fox Films, and DreamWorks. The 6 film companies other than DreamWorks are also known as the Big Six. After all, MGM is also a member of the MPAA committee. It withdrew from the MPAA after being acquired by Sony in 2005. According to the regulations of the film industry, strong film companies have the opportunity to join the MPAA committee and perform certain duties. Lionsgate ranked 7th in the industry in terms of annual assets released in 2011, 3rd last year, and top 5 this year. In terms of strength, it is fully qualified to join the MPAA, but its 2 requests were rejected. The 6 major film studios do not seem to want to recognize the status of Lionsgate, nor do they recognize the new 7 evaluated by the media. They hope that Lionsgate will continue to be a strong independent film company. They tried to suppress Lionsgate's films in this way. For example, a few swear words appeared in the movies American Hustle and The Wolf of Wall Street, and they were rated PG-13 for special guidance, not for children under 13 years old, but for ordinary guidance. The greater the rating restrictions, the smaller the market, and the transaction is also affected. This situation is obviously a suppression. In order to solve this unfavorable situation, the Public Relations Department of Lionsgate continued to lobby shareholders of Paramount Universal Pictures and 20th Century Fox and win over relevant personnel to prepare for the next application. In addition, after discussing with Netflix chairman Hastings, Link proposed to apply to join the MPAA in the name of Netflix. Netflix has been producing and distributing film and television content in recent years. With the increase in production, it is also eligible to join. Netflix's application is still under review and the result will not be known until next year. Although Lionsgate's films will receive special treatment from the MPAA when they are released and rated, there is the Movie Production Code and public opinion and judicial supervision. The MPAA dare not go too far and can only make some small obstacles when rating. There is some impact on Lionsgate's films, but the impact is not great. This is also the reason why Lionsgate has not torn its face with the MPAA for the time being. Dallas Buyers Club has been released, and North American sales have exceeded 20 million. The current sales volume has reached 20.52 trillion yuan. The number of theaters showing it is still no more than 1,000. There are also small-scale projections overseas, and the current sales volume is about 16.50 trillion yuan. Due to the high quality of the film, it saves a lot of publicity costs when it is released. The current publicity and distribution costs used do not exceed $3 million. In early October, Lionsgate released the second film of the autumn season, Mother Invasion, which tells the story of 2 little girls and their ghost mothers, starring Alexandra Daddario, Nicolaj Coster-Waldau and others. The film cost 15 million yuan to produce. It premiered in 2,647 theaters in North America for 3 days, earning 28.4 million yuan in production. It recovered its investment in 3 days, which is undoubtedly a big selling movie. Overseas sales revenue is also good, with a box office of 35.74 million in 33 countries and regions in the first week. The global box office of this movie is expected to be around 200 million. This box office performance also made the 6 major film companies and their peers stare at it fiercely. Lionsgate's movies are not only popular in the summer season, but also in the autumn season. I hope that they will never lose money. The same method makes many people feel unhappy. But there is no. Lionsgate's horror films, like Disney's animated films, are private plots and basic plates. They have rich experience and relevant professionals in making such movies. Other movies have not imitated them, even if they are jealous. The big sales of The Invasion also made the film's heroine Daddario famous in the horror film industry. Since last year, she has previewed The Cabin in the Woods, The Conjuring, Texas Electric Killer, and The Invasion released by Lionsgate, all of which have achieved good results. Daddario has also been reported by the media as the queen of horror movies. There are rumors online that she can see ghosts with her eyes, and there are rumors that she is a psychic. These reports made Daddario happy and helpless. With the help of several popular horror movies, she has also become a popular movie star in the circle, with tens of millions of film and advertising income, and many hardcore fans, which is very good. But when dating privately, Daddario said that she hopes to be an actor like Nicole Kidman, Angelina Jolie, and Anne Hathaway, with both beauty and acting skills, rather than a horror queen movie. Takeo said that she now pats people's shoulders from behind, which will scare people to scream, which makes her, a big beauty, feel helpless. Link understood her thoughts, and he also forced her to continue to consider horror movies. He suggested that she consider transformation from next year, get involved in more urban movies, and also shoot TV series. Next year, Lionsgate and Netflix have 3 TV series production plans: True Detective, American Crime Story and The Exorcist. She can find a suitable role at most. Daddario happily agreed, and took the initiative, to give her a sweet kiss. Link also habitually slid his shirt into her body, to feel the measurement and temperature of Hollywood's #1 breasts. Notice that Daddario's hips and hips are also aligned. She is 173 centimeters tall and her legs are nearly 100 centimeters long. She is round and perky, with smooth and delicate skin, and a faint milky fragrance. This is why he has occupied the girl for more than 3 years, and is still unwilling to let go. After getting used to his caring mode, Daddario also accepted this relationship calmly, did not compete with Evica and Taylor for his time, and behaved very well. When Link is not busy, he will date her 3 to 5 times a month, and each time he will make the girl exhausted, and get the greatest satisfaction. At the same time, under his introduction, Daddario's father also joined his father-in-law's faction, and became a senior official of the New York Police Department. Her mother's law firm also became a partner of Dynasty Sports. The cooperation between the two sides became closer. Daddario tactfully proposed to give him a few children. Link thought about it, and tactfully raised an objection. In recent years, he has been very busy with work, and taking care of several children. He has no extra time to allocate to thesis, and Daddario is also in the rising period of his career. After giving birth to a child, he can't just leave it at home. If Daddario is willing to retire now, and stay at home, to take care of the child, she can wait until this time to give birth. If she still wants to achieve something in her acting career, she can give birth again in a few years. After considering it, Daddario said that she wanted to work hard in the circle for another 5 years, and then retire after 5 years, to give him more children. Link thought this was a good suggestion. Seeing that Daddario was so well behaved and obedient, he picked up the wet girl, and went back to make trouble. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547 Battle with Leo Huo. Since there is another boxing match in October, Link not only takes care of the children and the women at home, but also seizes the time to train. He practices 5 or 6 hours a day at the beach club, where he was collected to improve his strength. After unremitting training, his strength, speed, endurance and explosive power have been significantly improved. The maximum weight of the right fist is 1,720 pounds, and the average weight of 10 punches is 1,620 pounds, which is nearly 40 pounds more than the test at the end of last year. The maximum weight of the left fist is 1,680 pounds, and the average weight is 1,500 pounds, which is 35 pounds more than the end of last year. In terms of speed, with a weight of 50 pounds, the speed of 100 meters is 11.6 seconds. The 400 meter weighted run is about 45.1 seconds, and the 10 kilometer test has also made significant progress. In the reaction speed test, through the touch test, the reaction speed of ordinary people is 0.2-0.4 seconds, while his is 0.106-0.139 seconds, which is a superhuman level. If he continues to improve at the current speed, his right fist is expected to exceed 1,800 pounds in 2 years, and his left fist will exceed 1,700 pounds. He will also be faster and have more endurance. At the end of October, he led his team to Las Vegas to participate in the heavyweight boxing match, and his opponent was veteran Evander Holyfield. Old Huo is 51 years old this year, and he has inspired the greatest boxer among young people in the boxing world. He was not sure whether he would retire from the boxing world this year. After learning about the invitation to the match, arranged by Dynasty Sports, he decisively agreed, even though his appearance fee for the match was only 1 million. Old Huo is 189 centimeters tall and has an arm length of 198 centimeters. He made his debut in 1984 and has a professional record of 57 fights, 10 losses and 2 draws. In 1988, he defeated Carlos D. Cheyenne and became the world champion of the 3 major organizations in the light heavyweight category. In October 1990, he defeated American boxer James Douglas and became the world champion of the light heavyweight organization. In more than 10 years, he has won the WBA heavyweight championship 4 times and the IBF heavyweight championship 3 times, setting a record. During his career, he once defeated George Foreman, Mike Tyson, Larry Holmes, John Ruiz and other boxing stars, and was also considered one of the most skilled heavyweight boxers in the boxing world. Since this was Holyfield's last fight in the boxing world, and his opponent was Link, a boxing giant, this match also attracted the attention of all boxing fans. On the day of the match, the MGM Grand Plaza was packed with about 1.8 people, including more than 200 boxing stars, including Mike Tyson, George Foreman, Hassan Rahman, Mayweather, Chris Bide, Hopkins, De La Hoya, Shaquille O'Neal, Michael Jordan, etc. The fans at the scene scanned the audience, all of them were strong professional boxers. Find the old man to fight. De La Hoya stretched his arms, looked at the young and strong Link on the boxing ring, and the old Ho opposite, curled his lips, and felt that even if Link won, even if the old Ho won, it would be unfair. You'd better be careful with your words. Who is the old man? James Toney said unhappily. Although Evander is young, his fists are still very hard. It's not so easy for Link to beat him. How difficult is it? If Link wants to fight quickly, the fight can be basically resolved within 3 rounds. If he fights slowly, he can tire old Hoya to death in 10 rounds. It's not difficult. Hoya said. Link, come on. The former chairman lined up in the audience, and Mario waved his fist and shouted, "Don't shout so loudly, coronavirus. Link needs to come on." Dino Dua, who had large rice tattooed on his arm, said, "This guy's really promising." After sweeping all the masters in the super middleweight class, he continued to sweep the light heavyweight class, and now he has jumped to the heavyweight class. It would be great if I were as good as him. Mario bulged his thick arms and looked regretful. Dino Dua glanced at him and was also very regretful. He didn't know that Mario and Link, boxers from the same boxing gym, would never meet, even if there was some gap. This is why he signed Mario and acted as his agent. It can be proved that he was wrong. Sometimes the gap between 2 boxers is greater than that between a kangaroo and a mouse. Link's current professional record is 35 wins and 35 losses, a Grand Slam of the 4 major organizations in the super middleweight class, and a Grand Slam of the 4 major organizations in the light heavyweight class. His achievements in the boxing world are unprecedented and unmatched. Mario's current record is 15 wins and 7 losses. He retreated from the light heavyweight class to the light heavyweight class, but the result was the same. It's not that he didn't work hard. His main talent is still in the upper class. His physical strength, reaction speed, posture, mentality, etc. These talents and qualities cannot reach the level of a boxer. Even if he practices hard, he can't gain a foothold in the boxing world. Mario also lost too much. After eating the dividends of Brother Link for 2 years, he became an ordinary boxer again. His appearance fee has also increased from more than 100,000 in 2010 to thousands of yuan now. Link's appearance fee has increased from several million to more than 100 million. The gap between the 2 sides is very serious. Boxing. The match on the ring began. After 2 attempts, Link took the lead in attacking. Holyfield raised his fists high, ready to use superb technical defense to hinder the match, and even find an opportunity to defeat Link. After attacking, he did not immediately use heavy punches. He used superb combination punches to attack Holyfield's defense line, ready to keep up with his competitive skills. After understanding his own consciousness, Holyfield gradually relaxed his defense and competed with Link with superb skills. Evander was fooled. James Toney slapped his knees and shouted, "Link's playing style is very clever." During the game, he often deliberately uses some intentional moves to set traps. When the opponent falls into the trap, he will immediately attack and catch the opponent off guard. Evander is lucky, and he will definitely suffer a big loss in this round. The last time he played with Link, he was ready to defend strictly, but he did not expect Link to use the tactic of feinting to the east and attacking in the west. He first hit his left defense hard, and when he shifted the focus of defense to the right, Link suddenly launched a fierce attack from the right. He staggered at the time, and then retreated step by step. If he hadn't been fooled that time, he didn't believe that he couldn't even last 3 rounds. Hey, James Toney watched for a while, and found that Link didn't have the intention of Porter Holyfield. He was seriously following old Holyfield in boxing skills. There were a few times when old Holyfield was too slow and couldn't defend in time. He looked for a big rag, and Link didn't take advantage of it and kill old Holyfield with one punch. Haha, are you stupid? Link now likes to be a boxing coach. Before Chun, he said that he would use technology to defeat Evander. He wanted to show his master the subtlety of boxing in this way. Huo Yalan smiled. James Toney frowned. Why didn't you fight like this in the last game? Is there any need to ask this? He must think your technology is too rough. Bullshit. I defeated Evander in 2003, relying on technology. James Toney said with dissatisfaction, his eyes narrowed. In October 2003, he had a fight with old Huo, and he defeated old Huo by technical knockout in the 9th round. What's the use of saying these things? In the end, you were still knocked out by Link. De La Hoya laughed. You make it sound like you are different. I remember that one time you were knocked to the ground by Link and you couldn't even get up. Shut up. Hoya's face darkened, and he stopped talking. After the first round of the match in the boxing ring, they took a short break and continued the rounds. In this match, men and women still competed in technology, and the punches were very intense. Although Holyfield was young, he was physically strong, had long arms, and had rich competition experience. He used tricky combination punches to create trouble for Link. In this cycle, Holyfield threw 122 punches, 9 of which hit Link's body and 0 hit Link's head. Link threw 143 punches, 6 of which hit Holyfield's head, causing Holyfield to be knocked down once. This circle was caused by Holyfield's reset of punches, and Link led the rhythm and ran around everywhere. After the second round, Holyfield was panting, and his dark skin was covered with bright sweat. He is still old. Mike Tyson sighed. I may not be able to win. When I was young, Link's skills are very comprehensive. I have watched all his game videos and have not found his weaknesses. Big guy George Foreman exclaimed. Is there anyone in the boxing world who can beat Link? Shaquille O'Neal asked the black boxers around him. The people around him were paying attention to the scene and said that the Klitschko brothers should be able to beat Link. O'Neal was not satisfied with this answer because the Klitschko brothers were also white. He asked if there were any black boxers who could beat Link, because everyone knew that black boxers were the best in the boxing world. In the past few decades, black boxers had dominated the heavyweights. The black boxers around him fell silent. After thinking for a while, they could only say helplessly that at present black boxers had no advantage in the super middleweight, light heavyweight, welterweight, and heavyweight fields. If Link beats light, why is this the case? Don't black people practice boxing now? O'Neal asked. Of course I'm practicing, but Link is too good, and no one is his opponent. Hopkins said with his hands spread out. Is Link that good? I think I can definitely beat him while lying on my stomach if I go up, O'Neal said, holding his fist as big as a sandbag. The game on the ring continued. In the third round, Holyfield performed very well. His movements became slower, and there were many flaws. Link had no intention of continuing to compete with his opponent in technology. He continuously unleashed heavy punches, knocking down Holyfield twice in the 27th and 54th seconds. The second time he was knocked down, Holyfield failed to get up in a few seconds. Link won the game easily. His total revenue from this game was 85 million copies, of which 2.63 million copies were sold in PPV, which was less than the previous game. But the influence of the game was greater than the previous one. This was Holyfield's farewell match, the farewell of the veteran, announcing the end of an era, which is nostalgic. In this game, Link and Holyfield showed super offensive and defensive techniques, which was also called a classic battle by ring. The game video also accumulated a lot of information for boxers to study and learn boxing techniques. Chapter 548 O'Neal. Link, I've been practicing boxing recently. How about we have a fight someday? On the night of the match, at the celebration at the MGM Grand Hotel, O'Neal invited Link when he saw him. Okay, I'll remember. I'll find you. O'Neal shook his fist and said fiercely. Link smiled lightly, raised his glass, and took screenshots, while continuing to chat with other boxers. Shaquille, do you really want to fight Link? I bet that if it's real, you can't last 10 seconds in his hands. Bernard Hopkins laughed. 10 seconds? Exclamation mark. I've participated in WWE and defeated Big Show. You said I can't last 10 seconds in Link's hands? Who are you looking down on? O'Neal said dissatisfiedly. What's WWE? I can knock down any wrestler there with one punch. Beating them is nothing. You boxers like to brag. How can you be so powerful that you can't beat Link? I think I can beat Link. O'Neal pouted. De La Hoya laughed. I also think Shaquille can do it. Shaquille is 216 centimeters tall and has a wingspan of nearly 220 centimeters. He is much taller than Link. Link can't hit him with his punches. Shaquille, I strongly suggest that you fight Link. Remember to call me when you fight. Yes, that's right. I'm taller and stronger than Link. As long as Link dares to fight, I will definitely win. Shaquille, remember to call me too. If I'm not here, remember to take a video and send it to me. Mike Tyson, James Toney, and Mike Jordan said beside him. Here Link met Dino Duver and Mario. The three chatted for a while. Mario proposed to go to Los Angeles to continue to be his sparring partner. Link did not refuse. He now has 6 sparring partners, all of whom were given to him by Franco and De La Hoya. He hopes that another Morales will emerge among his sparring partners. It won't affect him to have another Mario. Link, if I have been your sparring partner since 2008, will I have a chance to become a world champion like Morales? Mario asked. Maybe. While they were chatting, O'Neal and more than a dozen black strong men surrounded them, including Tyson, Jordan, James Toney, George Foreman, Hopkins, etc., all wearing suits. It seemed like they were filming a gangster movie, which looked very oppressive. Link, you just said you wanted to fight with O'Neal, right? How about fighting now? We all want to see. How about it? Hopkins said. Link, they said you can knock me down in 10 seconds. I don't believe it. Do you dare to try? O'Neal said with a clenched fist. Fighting here? I don't think it's a good idea. Link shook his head. Link, come on. Let O'Neal know how powerful you are. Mike Tyson advised. Others persuaded Link to show O'Neal a little color. Now it's party time. Everyone wants to see the excitement. Link made a request, asking O'Neal to find an amateur match suit to protect his head and prevent problems. O'Neal fought hard and wore sponge protective gear, saying that he was not afraid of his fist. Link said that this was the rule of the boxing world. Professional boxers and ordinary people should fight in the way of amateur competitions, without fighting. Under everyone's urging, O'Neal reluctantly agreed, but his expression was very unhappy. This is the MGM Grand Hotel, where boxing matches are often held. There is also a boxing training club in the hotel. Boxing gloves, sponge protective gear, and braces were quickly sent to the party. Hopkins and James Toney helped O'Neal where De La Hoya and Chris Bird held Jerusalem in his hand and took pictures next to him. Link, come on, you can never beat me. O'Neal waved his fist and punched the head of the model protective gear and shouted, knowing that his head was very big, and after wearing the sponge protective gear, it became bigger than a pumpkin. I'm the referee, you stand in position. Tyson said, standing in the middle. Link walked to the middle and stood there. When Tyson raised his arms and shouted start, Link took a step back. O'Neal roared and swung his fists at Link. O'Neal's arms were long and his fists were big, but his speed was too slow. Link held his fists and stood still. When the opponent's fist swept over, he flexibly dodged the opponent's first punch, and then the second punch. O'Neal's fists seemed to want to hit him, but every time they approached his head, he would be cleverly and dangerously detected. Every punch seemed to rub his head. O'Neal was stunned. When watching Link and Holyfield fight in the audience, he didn't think they were so powerful. He felt that he could go up. When he really fought with Link, he found that the opponent's movements were too flexible, and he couldn't catch them at all. O'Neal, be careful. Suddenly someone shouted next to him. Bang. Before he could make any moves, a fist came from the opposite side and hit his forehead guard firmly. Exclamation mark. O'Neal raised his head violently, as if he was hit hard on the forehead by a hammer. His head was buzzing, his eyes were spinning, and his eyes became cross-eyed, with more white than black. His huge body shook, and he fell down involuntarily. Tyson and James Toney supported him from behind, and let him fall slowly. 7 seconds. Shaquille, you still dare to be stubborn? Shaquille, now you know how powerful Link is. Shaquille, why did you have to fight Link, when you can't provoke anyone else? If he hadn't held back, this punch would have killed you. Everyone laughed and joked around O'Neal, who was lying on the ground. A doctor was arranged in advance to come and shine a small flashlight on O'Neal's eyes. He said there was nothing wrong and kept him. O'Neal lay on the ground for 3 minutes before he stood up staggeringly, holding his head. O'Neal, how do you feel? Do you feel sleepy? You know, in the boxing world, only world champions and champions challenge those who are qualified to be knocked out by Link. It is also a rare experience for you to be knocked out by Link. Hopkins and James Toney joked on the side. De La Hoya took the camera and shot O'Neal's big face. Stop it, seawater. O'Neal rolled his eyes and said to Link opposite, how can you be fast? Are you the Flash? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Your reaction speed is too slow. My speed is not the fastest in the boxing world. If you have time, you can find Mayweather to fight. The lightweight speed is faster. Link laughed. Link, you are too modest. Your reaction speed is top notch in the lightweight class, and even in the quality class. Shaquille, do you know how big the difference between professional boxers and ordinary people is now? Not to mention Link, you can't beat any professional boxer here. Hopkins laughed. HMPH, so great. Do you have the guts to have a one-on-one duel on our basketball court? I can beat you. O'Neal said unhappily. It's boring to say that, and I don't want to play basketball. Hopkins shook his head and said. The fun was over, and everyone continued to have a party. Link asked O'Neal to play basketball together when he was free. O'Neal nodded quickly. He grinned and decided to dunk on Link on the court to get back the lost face. Hey, Shaquille, how about I post the video of your game on the internet? De La Hoya said with a camera. No, I don't agree. This kind of video will definitely be laughed at if it is posted on the internet. Shaquille, I think you should agree. You are now a retired soldier and a comedian, and Link is a world-class superstar and a billionaire. With Link's traffic, you will definitely become a big hit. That's right, Shaquille, you just said that you will play basketball with Link next. Next, I will shoot another video and post it on the internet, and you can also retaliate. Isn't this great? De La Hoya and Hopkins advised. O'Neal rubbed his forehead and thought for a while, then agreed to post the video, but he also had to tell netizens that he was going to ask Link to play basketball and regain his face on the court. De La Hoya smiled and accepted the condition. After the boxing match, Link returned to Los Angeles, took a day off, and attended the American Music Awards held at the Nokia Center, still attending as an award presenter. American Music Awards singers Macklemore and Ryan Lewis received the most nominations, 6. Taylor Swift and Justin Timberlake each received 5 nominations. Ariana Grande, a single group band, and Imagine Dragons received 3 nominations. Beyoncé, Rihanna, Jay-Z, Kanye West, Miley Cyrus, Selena, Charlie Puth and others were nominated. This year's American singer album sales are as follows. Taylor Swift's new album Enchanted ranks at the table with sales of 2.74 million copies. In second place is Justin Blake's The 20 Over 20 Experience, which ranks at the table with sales of 2.43 million copies. The third is Eminem's The Marshall Mathers with 2.17 million copies. Ariana Grande's new album Yours Truly ranked 5th with 1.38 million copies. Selena's new album ranked 9th with 1.09 million copies. Charlie Puth's new album Ego ranked 12th with 1.02 million copies. The top 10 also include Luke Bryan, Imagine Dragons, Florida Georgia Border, Drake, Beyonce, Blake Shelton, etc. However, the best-selling album this year is not an album released this year, but Link's As It released last year, which sold 5.91 million copies this year, exceeding the sum of the first two. Adele's 21 also sold 1.29 million copies this year. This year, the total sales of the US record market for the whole year were about 289.4 million copies, a decrease of about 8% from 315 million copies last year. The sales of physical records continued to decline, 14% less than last year, and the sales of digital albums also appeared for the first time, about 1%. As for the hit singles, Link's Reality released in September sold 8.33 million copies in the United States in just 2 months, ranking first in the draw. It is also the only song this year that has sold more than 8 million copies. In the second and third rows are the hit singles Thrift Shop by the rap group Macklemore and Ryan Lewis and Radioactive by Imagine Dragons, with sales of 6.15 million and 5.5 million copies respectively. Charlie Puth's single Look at Me Now ranked 8th with 340 copies, and Ariana Grande's Problem ranked 15th with 2.8 million copies. This year, a total of 106 songs in the US record market have sold more than 1 million copies, of which 38 songs have sold more than 2 million copies in 2013. As of now, the total sales of singles are about 1.26 billion, a decrease of 6% from last year. According to the data, the US music market is worse than last year. Billboard magazine believes that the main reason for the deterioration in the market is the influence of free music platforms such as Spotify. With free music available, fewer people are willing to pay to listen to music, and more people are taking advantage. It is also closely related to the fact that Link has not released a new album. Chapter 549 Music Award. Brother, you shouldn't have quit the industry. Your 5th album sold more than 10 million copies, and your 6th album will definitely sell more. I know you can make history and become a legend in the music industry, but because you are too lazy, your legend is gone. In the audience, Selena blinked her eyes. You are wrong. I'm a legend now. After all, who else can release 5 albums in 4 years? 3 platinum and 2 diamond, with a total global sales of nearly 200 million copies? If MJ hadn't reached this number, he would have needed 2 albums and 10 years. Isn't this considered a legend? Link laughed. No, I don't know that you can be even more legendary and become the first person in the history of pop music, but because you are too lazy, you are only half a legend. Selena said with a sniff. Half is enough. Don't be too greedy, Link said calmly. Selena curled her lips and couldn't help but hit him with her fist. After hitting him, she quickly leaned on Taylor next to her for protection. Link shook his head and continued to watch the performance on the stage. On the stage, Katy Perry held a Japanese bamboo umbrella and wore a pink Japanese kimono to release her latest single Unconditionally. Katy Perry released her 3rd studio album Prism in early October, with sales of 280,000 copies in the first week, topping the album chart. After Katy Perry left the stage, Miley Cyrus took the stage to perform. Miley is 21 years old this year. She began to transform into a sexy root last year. Whenever she performs on stage, she wears very little, even less than the models in the Victoria's Secret show. Her performance on stage is also very heavy, with many eye-catching movements. She was criticized by the mainstream media. However, with these hot performances, Miley Cyrus also successfully transformed from a child star to a sexy female singer. Brother, the company is also considering letting me transform. What do you think of me learning from Miley? Selena asked. Singers in the music industry value individuality. Miley imitated Lady Gaga's style and attracted a lot of attention with it. If you imitate Miley, you will have no individuality and no selling point. In the end, Millie can't surpass Lady Gaga, and you can't surpass Millie. Do you think this is a good idea? It sounds good, brother. Do you have any good suggestions? Selena asked in a coquettish voice. Link shook his head. Lady Gaga, Adele, Taylor, Katy Perry, Pink, the 5 of them have 5 different styles. Millie has learned Lady Gaga's style, but you can't learn Adele. Taylor's style is similar to Katy's, and it's similar to Britney's. Britney also transformed from a pure and cute style. She is a successful template. You can consider learning from them. Selena nodded thoughtfully. Brother, what kind of template are you? I hope no one imitates you. My strength is a template that cannot be copied. Imitating me will only lead to death. Link said complacently. Selena pouted her lips and pulled Taylor to speak softly. The stage ended and the awards began. The Best New Artist of the Year was presented for the first time. This award was won by Charlie Puth. He released a trial album in 2011, which was average. After more than a year of settling down, he concentrated on further studies at Berklee College of Music. This year, he released his first official album Ego, which had good sales and reputation. Including Charlie Puth, the first singers of Link Music, including Justin Bieber, Bruno Mars, and Ariana Grande, have all won this award, which also shows that Link Music has someone to follow. The Best Artist of the Year awards were presented to Taylor, Rihanna, Justin Timberlake, Macklemore, and Ariana Grande. The final winner was Taylor. Taylor, great. Selena was very excited. Taylor won this award for the 3rd time. Now she has become very calm. She hugged and interacted with Selena, went on stage to receive the award, and gave a speech. Although she is only 24 years old this year, younger than many singers present, she has experienced too many things in the past few years, and her temperament has changed from a pure girl to a cold and strong woman. The Single of the Year award went to Florida Georgia Line's Cruise featuring Nelly. Next, the various music category awards were presented, and the Most Popular /Rock Male Vocalist award went to Justin Timberlake. The Most Popular /Rock Female Vocalist award went to Selena Gomez. Brother, if you hadn't announced your withdrawal from the selection, both awards would have been yours. Selena muttered beside her. Link clapped his hands, stopped and looked at her in confusion. Go and receive the award. Whisper. Receive the award? What award? Selena blinked her big eyes. Selena, congratulations, you won. Taylor Selena smiled. Huh. Selena looked at the victory. Everyone applauded, and those who knew her congratulated her. I won. Before Selena could react, Taylor pushed her out of the audience, walked to the podium with a dazed face, and received the trophy from no broomers. Selena came to her senses when she was holding the crystal trophy. Before she opened her mouth to say her acceptance speech, tears started to flow down her face, as if she had suffered a great injustice. It's too exaggerated. It's not the Oscar for Best Actress, Link said, stroking his forehead. Taylor laughed at him and suddenly shouted that Selena was the best. The audience also applauded and cheered. The little round face calmed down and choked up to say her acceptance speech. At first, she thanked the National Music Award, her fans, her colleagues in the company, and someone for helping her write songs. Later, she said that she was under a lot of pressure, mainly because she had a super perverted and powerful brother. She had lived in his shadow since her debut. No matter how hard she tried, she could not be better than him, and she was left far behind by him. Every time she attended an award ceremony, her perverted brother would win many trophies, but she didn't get any. Haha. There were bursts of laughter at the scene, and everyone looked at Link. Selena sniffed and continued to say that she had never won this award before, so she was very excited. She was very grateful for the National Music Awards and everyone's support for voting. She said that she would continue to work hard and strive to surpass Link! Exclamation mark. When Selena gave her acceptance speech, the audience applauded and laughed. People around her joked with Link and asked him how he felt now. Link had a dark face and said nothing. After Selena gave her acceptance speech, she returned to the audience with a trophy in her hand, her round face full of joy. Taylor, Link, look, I also have this trophy. Selena smiled happily. Selena, you are great, but you have to be careful. Your acceptance speech just now offended someone. Taylor Spire looked at Link and smiled. Brother, if I said I was too excited and accidentally said what was in my heart. If I said the wrong thing, would you forgive me? Selena smiled shyly. Link raised his hand and pinched her thin ear. You just said that I was covered? Are you sure you were talking? Since your debut, every album has a song written by me. You dare to say that I have a shadow? Do you have a conscience? I was wrong. I was just too excited and said the wrong thing by accident. I will never dare to do it again, I promise. Selena blinked her watery eyes, pitifully, not wanting to be photographed by the camera and be mistaken for bullying Selena. He raised his hand and said, I allow you to say your acceptance speech again. Okay. Selena's big eyes turned, and she immediately offered a batch of fresh flattery, saying that he was the sun, the morning star, the guiding light, the most important person in life, and that he was the coolest, most powerful and most talented person in the world. She praised him dozens of words in a row. Brother, is it okay? Selena asked sweetly. Before going to bed in the future, keep these words in your heart and recite them 3 times silently, and you won't say the wrong thing next time. Link said expressionlessly. 3 times a day. You'd better kill me. Selena's face fell, and she fell to Taylor's side. Link bullied me. Ignore him. He is the owner's shading. You shouldn't apologize to him. Taylor said while hugging Selena. Yeah. Selena nodded her chin and rolled her eyes at Link. When Link looked over, she immediately smiled again, with a strong desire to survive. The award ceremony on the stage continued. The most popular rock group and the most popular pop rock album were won by the One Direction band and the band's Take Me Home. This popular British pop band has 5 members. They debuted in 2010 by participating in the British talent show The X Factor and quickly became popular in the UK. At the closing ceremony of the London Olympics, they were invited to sing their masterpiece What Makes You Beautiful and signed a US contract with Link Music. Last year, they released 2 consecutive albums in the United States, both of which sold more than 1 million copies, and became the most popular pop music group in the printer music scene. In the Country Music Awards, Taylor won the Most Popular Female Singer Award and the Most Popular Country Music Album Award. Macklemore and Ryan Lewis won the Best Popular Rap Artist and Best Popular Rap Album Awards. Justin Timberlake and Rihanna won the Best R&B Male and Female Singer Awards respectively. Finally, Taylor also won the Popular Benchmark Award. Taylor also became the biggest winner of the American Music Awards with 4 trophies. Brother, Taylor has surpassed you in the number of American Music Awards. Those records you set in the past may also be broken by Taylor. Are you nervous? Selena asked. No, those records I set before I was 24 years old. No one can break them. If you don't believe me, ask Taylor and see if she has the confidence. Link smiled. Taylor wrinkled his nose. How is the preparation for the instrumental? It's almost done. It will be released next month. It is guaranteed to be another champion single. Link said confidently. You want to win the championship for the instrumental? Taylor looked at him suspiciously. Just be ready for the date. Link smiled. Taylor rolled his eyes at him and left the award ceremony with Selena on his arm. After the American Music Awards, Link returned to the training ground and continued to practice boxing to prepare for the 4 major organizations' heavyweight championship challenge next year. By then, he will meet several real masters in the heavyweight field. Bronze bomber Deontay Wilder, Tiger Tony Thompson, Cobra Kubratpulev, British boxing champion Tyson Fury, WBA heavyweight champion Alexander Povetkin, WBC world champion Vitaly Klitschko, WBO IBF world champion Vladimir Klitschko. These people are younger boxers than James Toney and Holyfield, and are also the backbone of the heavyweight field. Link Abraham and others still need to fight hard to win 4 gold championships from Pistols. Chapter 550 Playing Basketball. Link, have I gained weight? No, my figure is just right. In the bathroom of the beach training gym, Link wiped the water stains on his body. In the mirror, Emma Roberts had her hair loose and her body was wet. Her petite figure and fair and tender skin formed a sharp contrast with his strong and solid physique. You want to get stronger and stronger. Of course, I exercise every day. Link looked in the mirror. The 8 abdominal muscles that could be highlighted without any effort were stronger and more beautiful than those of many bodybuilders. Emma followed him for a while, blushed and walked in front of him, and slowly squatted down. Link liked her obedient, and rubbed her hair. After coming out of the locker room, Link was originally going to go home, but he saw O'Neal lying on a basketball court, wearing a red jersey and white sneakers, like a King Kong. Beside him were De La Hoya, Hopkins, Morales, Mario, and De La Hoya was hiding a rocket in his hand. "Are you there?" Link asked. "Link, O'Neal wants you to play basketball. Come quickly." "Hey, Link, we agreed to play basketball together last time. How about today?" O'Neal grinned. "Are you in such a hurry? I was planning to invite you to Taiwan PC to play on the weekend, where the Clippers will play." Link smiled while carrying a sports backpack. "Let's practice today to let me see how good you are at playing basketball. We can play basketball at the gym again on the weekend, when we have time." O'Neal pointed at the basketball and turned it around. "Okay, let's play a game." "Haha, great." O'Neal shouted excitedly, yelling for De La Hoya to get ready, and then they must film the scene of playing together and post it on YouTube. De La Hoya smiled and agreed. Link and O'Neal came to the indoor basketball court next door, which is also one of the club's training and leisure venues. Occasionally, after Link finished training, he would team up with Hopkins, Morales and others to play a basketball game. Knowing that he saw that there were many people and was ready to split the team to play a game, O'Neal asked to play one-on-one with him to see how good he was. Link didn't refuse. O'Neal was on the court, holding De La Hoya's shoulders, asking him to follow closely and to make sure to take a shot of him blocking Link's shot. The louder the better, and to treat him to a meal afterwards. De La Hoya made an infectious okay gesture, asking him to play well and not be beaten down by Link. O'Neal laughed and said it was impossible, and that such a thing would never happen. Hopkins and Morales looked at him strangely. After the game started, O'Neal said that he would not take advantage of Link, and asked Link to get the ball first. Link got the ball, stood outside the 3-point line and shot a jump shot. Swoosh. The basketball fell smoothly into the basket. O'Neal's eyes twitched, and he threw the ball to Link, raising his arms to defend closely. Link took a step and shot another jump shot outside the 3-point line. Swoosh. The basketball went into the net smoothly. O'Neal was stunned, looking at the basket, and cursed fuck with a dark face, saying that it was a one-on-one duel between two people, strict physical training, and the shots made outside the 3-point line would not count. Link also followed his meaning, and started dribbling outside the 3-point line. When O'Neal came to defend, he accelerated, dribbled the ball past O'Neal, and then quickly rushed to the basket, and raised the basketball manually. Bang! The basketball was easily dunked into the net by him. Link imitated the blue ring, and occupied the floor. Good shot. Link did a good job. Haha, O'Neal, can you do it? The former NBA #1 center is at this level? Morales and Hopkins joked with laughter. Shut up. I was warming up just now, and didn't defend seriously. Now I want to be serious. O'Neal walked under the backboard, and raised his arms high, asking Link to come over, and he would never let him in this time. Link slowly approached the basket with the ball. When he was about to get close to O'Neal, he suddenly accelerated, and ran into O'Neal head on, and at the same time jumped up, and made a dunking move. O'Neal was not worried about being hit hard, and he jumped up to block his shot. Link suddenly reached out and pressed O'Neal's shoulder and dunked the basketball into the basket with one hand over O'Neal's head. Wow, this ball is so cool. It's definitely one of the top 10 balls of the month. O'Neal, how about this ball? Shut up. O'Neal roared with a dark face, staring at Link and shouting, come again. Link dunked 5 balls in a row on O'Neal, and the 6th ball accidentally bounced out of the basket and was handed to O'Neal. O'Neal was sweating all over and roared and rushed to the basket with the ball in his hand, like a wild bull, holding the basketball in both hands, and slammed it into the basket fiercely. Come again. O'Neal roared, beating his chest. Link smiled lightly, put him on the ball, looked at O'Neal roaring, and smashed the ball into the basket again. After the ball went in, O'Neal beat his chest muscles and roared a few times at De La Hoya's astronaut camera to vent his inner feelings. On the 3rd ball, O'Neal continued to dunk, playing more excitedly, and smiled triumphantly at Link. On the 4th ball, O'Neal was ready to continue to ignore Link's defense and make a beautiful flower dunk. Unfortunately, when he raised the basketball, Link suddenly jumped high from the side and slapped the basketball. Bang! The basketball was hit heavily on the ground, and Morales and others shouted well done. O'Neal was reflected in the air, looking at his empty mouth, which was cut off and slapped hard. When Link had the ball and was ready to serve, O'Neal raised the back of his hand and shouted unhappily that he had hit his hand. This ball was a foul, and he still had the ball. There was no referee or high-definition camera on the scene, and it was impossible to determine whether Link had hit his hand. Link did not argue with O'Neal and handed the ball to O'Neal. When O'Neal was about to rush to the backboard with the ball to continue dunking, Link accelerated and easily snatched the ball from O'Neal, turned around with the ball, shook off O'Neal again, and dunked in the basket with a backhand slam. Bang! The basketball went in again, and the game score was 6-3. Link continued to dribble the ball. With his super fast speed and reaction ability, as well as good jumping ability, he kept slamming the basketball into the basket under O'Neal's depression. O'Neal was so angry that he stared blankly. The final score was 10-3. If the previous 2 3-pointers were counted, Link easily won the game with 12-3. Haha, Link won. O'Neal, how do you feel? O'Neal, do you feel very frustrated? It doesn't matter. Everyone who plays against Link has this feeling. The forward, Hoyer, pointed the camera at O'Neal, who was standing on the ground, panting and sweating. O'Neal glared at him, wiped the sweat off his face, and said to Link, "Link, how can you be so good at basketball? With your level, you have already entered the all-star level in the NBA. I'm just playing around." Link earned more than 100 million in a boxing match. How could he go to play basketball? Hoyer laughed. O'Neal snorted, pointed at Hill who was pointing at Hoyer and said, "Don't shoot it, and don't post it, even if you shoot it." The last time he was knocked down by Link's punch in Las Vegas, the video was posted online and rushed to the top of the hot search list within 3 hours, and the number of views on YouTube exceeded 55 million within one day. Netizens saw his first-class protective gear, and he was also hit by Link's punch, and rolled his eyes. He fell to the ground with a plop, and all laughed, and the public regarded him as a joke. Many friends also called to ask if his brain was okay, and if he was stupid. O'Neal felt terrible those days. In order to get out of this predicament, he ran to the boxing gym to play basketball with Link in advance, hoping to defeat Link in the professional field and save some face. But in the end, he lost more face. He completely unconsciously played a boxing basketball game with Link. Link is also so powerful, fast, flexible, extremely good jumping ability, and accurate 3-pointers. His qualities in all aspects are no worse than those of NBA professional players. Link is too powerful. He tried his best to defend but failed. He lost face. This time, he said that he would not let De La Hoya publish this black material. "Look, it's late. Over there." De La Hoya put away the rocket and pointed to the more than 10 spectators watching the game on the sidelines. They were all watching with their mobile phones. At this time, someone might have posted the video online. O'Neal and Link are public figures, and posting their photos and videos is not considered an invasion of privacy. O'Neal saw those people and cursed angrily. This time he was going to be laughed at by netizens again. Don't mind. Everyone in the world knows how powerful Link is. No one will laugh at you for being defeated by him. De La Hoya smiled and comforted. O'Neal curled his lips. It was understandable that he was knocked unconscious in a boxing match with Link, but if it got out that Link abused him in basketball, a sport he was good at, he would definitely be laughed at. If he had known, he would not have come to provoke Link. After the video of O'Neal and Link's one-on-one basketball match was uploaded to YouTube by De La Hoya, it was played more than 68 million times in one day and more than 200 million times in 3 days, enough to top the news search list on Twitter, Yahoo, Facebook and other platforms, which was more popular than the boxing match between the two last week. Netizens saw Link's accurate 3-pointers, powerful, violent, exciting, and varied dunks, especially the dunks through O'Neal, the former #1 center in the NBA, and they were all amazed. It's worthy of Link. He has a good physical condition, and is good at playing basketball, no matter what sport. Everyone thinks that Link's basketball skills are very high, not worse than the top forwards in the NBA, and persuaded him to play basketball in the NBA and build a team to win the championship ring. If it can be achieved, he will be the first athlete in history to have a world boxing champion gold belt and an NBA championship ring. Link was too busy and had no interest in playing basketball. Everyone gave good-natured laughter to O'Neal, who had served as a foil twice. O'Neal was a retired player, too old to be as young and agile as Link, but he still had a special liking for him. Everyone also encouraged O'Neal to continue to provoke Link and contribute more fresh and interesting jokes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.